Start to your day. Temperatures nice, cool, and comfortable. We're talking upper 50s southwest winds at about 9 miles per hour, holding on to those dew points in the upper 40s. And again, looking at a warmer start to your morning, anywhere from 7 to 9, even 10 to 14 degrees warmer than where we were this time yesterday. That's giving us mid to upper 50s around the Queen City, low to mid 50s, I-40 corridor with mid to upper 40s Morganton into Boone. We're in the upper 40s as well for Albemarle, low 50s Jefferson, and I'm looking at your day planner hosting sunshine dominating here for your morning into the afternoon. Upper 70s, low 80s on tap through the peak heating hours of the day. So we'll have a warm day with clouds building late in the afternoon. Winds picking up today. A little breezy this afternoon. Southwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour, gusting as fast as 25 miles per hour at times, with highs hitting the low 80s through the peak heating hours of the day. Overnight lows will be mild again, dropping down into what will be the low 60s heading into your early morning hours. Clouds build overnight into your early morning. And again, looking at the warm temperatures above normal Wednesday, typically we hit the upper 70s. We'll be closer to normal on Thursday before cooling down Friday to finish off the week, rebounding in the upper 70s for Saturday. Sunday near 80 degrees. We'll have those low 80s expected early next week. We'll have another check of your forecast, looking at your overall setup here coming up in the next few minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, appreciate that. Charlotte City Council members are considering a property tax increase to help fund a $4.5 billion budget.
The city manager says the tax hike is necessary to support their top priority, which is public safety.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell's live this morning at Uptown with how much more residents may have to pay. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jason and Annie. Financial planners for the city have made the largest budget yet in this latest draft, totaling about $4.5 billion. Now, in order to fund that, they're suggesting a property tax increase of 1.89 cents. That would average about to $5.71 per month for the typical homeowner in the city of Charlotte. Now, economists estimate that would bring in about $85 million. All of that would go towards investments in police and fire departments, including salary increases, new vehicles, and crime and firefighting technology. City Manager Marcus Jones says the new revenue also frees up the city's operating budget for a $125 million investment in housing and a $300 million investment in transportation and neighborhood projects. Jones's team says that, and he and his team, they utilize some of the other cost-saving measures, things like reallocating money from the debt services fund to try to avoid raising taxes. But he says that Charlotte's rate is still much lower than similar-sized cities.
So while Charlotte has increased the property tax rate once since 2020, we've had jurisdictions increase it as many as 6 times. And then when we look at the total cost of government, and that's city, county, water, wastewater, sales tax, and others, we're the lowest for any city with 250,000 people or more.
Public feedback is welcome on this budget. There'll be a hearing on May 11th where people are welcome to sign up and do so. Now, coming up here in our next hour, we're going to dig in more into the specific items that these additional property tax would look to fund for the police and fire departments. Reporting live just outside of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. As Americans pay more for everything from gas to groceries, Gastonia city leaders could be looking for more cash from riders of the rapid transit system. And while the proposed fare increases won't be as much as the last, riders tell Queen City News anchor Will Lewis it's an expense that they will need to budget for.
Since making the move to an on-demand transit system instead of bus service, riders in Gastonia say things have been good.
I like the fact that I can bring both my kids for free.
The city switched from 6 fixed routes to the rapid transit model in 2024. At that time, fares doubled for regular and reduced fare riders.
You would go Gastonia, I spend $1.25. Now with the buses, I was paying 60 cents.
Gastonia City Council is looking to raise the rates again.
Is it still going to be affordable?
Fares would go from $2.50 to $3 for a one-way trip for regular riders, and from $1.25 to $1.50 one way for reduced fare riders.
50 cents is okay with me.
Okay.
To have a ride back and forth, for sure.
Now, the city of Gastonia sent out over 10,000 surveys online, and there was a QR code inside of the van. Many people say they may have to budget a little more for the fare increase, but the convenience outweighs the cost.
For me, I just take those offers, $1.50. Hey, it's better than nothing.
The city will also start charging $1 for rides over 5 miles on regular fares and 50 cents on rides over 5 miles for reduced fares. If approved, the new fares will take effect July 1st. There is a public hearing at the next meeting, and we contacted city leaders to find out more on the potential increase, but so far we have not heard back. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Strained school budgets all across North Carolina are now leading to layoffs of support staff members like school counselors. And it's sparking frustration for parents worried that their students' mental health needs aren't being met. Experts say anytime there are state budget cuts, there's almost always an immediate impact on mental health counselors. That in turn leads to students suffering and the remaining counselors taking on more than they can reasonably handle.
Usually in a situation like this, long-term concerns look like high absenteeism, lack of resources. We also often see an increase in students that are acting out and behavioral concerns.
Experts say teachers also end up suffering when support staff is cut because they have to deal with the issues that they're not trained to handle.
Enforcement on mandatory water restrictions have officially begun in Statesville. City leaders are cracking down on how much water residents and businesses use as the region continues to deal with some of the worst drought in decades. Queen City News reporter David Schumann looks at the fines for those who don't follow the rules.
Extreme drought has triggered water use restrictions in Statesville, where Chris Kolakowski's power washing and window cleaning business is based.
We're having to reschedule all of our customers in Statesville right now, which is about 10 or 12 customers.
He was at work in Terrell on Monday, but he says indefinitely postponing the Statesville jobs takes more than $6,000 out of his pocket. He has no choice, though. Power washing and driveway car washes are off limits in the city, and watering lawns is heavily restricted, too. The city says the goal is conservation, not enforcement. But breaking these rules comes with a $200 fine the first time, then $400 and $600 after that. Mandatory water restrictions will soon take effect in several other cities and towns in the area. Chris has his eye on the rest of Iredell County and Charlotte Water, which imposes restrictions on its customers next week.
It's definitely a snowball effect. It's not just going to be one town. The longer this lasts, I mean, the bank only holds up so much. My reserves, they'll start draining.
But Statesville officials say this is necessary to maintain a stable water supply. And some people are doing their part beyond cutting out their outdoor water use.
Don't flush until the second pee, and like you said, don't let the water run while we brush the teeth.
Yeah, we're in a drought. You got to do what you got to do.
Got to do what we got to do.
In Statesville, David Schumann, Queen City News.
And we're still looking dry here for your Tuesday to kick off the second day of the work week. Wednesday into Thursday brings your next chance of rain for, again, your midweek into Thursday, where those storms will start to roll in overnight. We'll have more of an active pattern heading into early next week as well. So again, the rain chances that settle in very much needed as we look at that cold front well off to our north and west, ushering in some of those showers through the Midwest with dry air in place over the Carolinas. Water vapor satellite imagery does a good job at depicting that dry air. Still looking at the moisture over parts of St. Louis into parts of Tennessee, and that's what's going to eventually head in our direction, helping us is slowly climb out of these drought conditions, but unfortunately still holding on to the extreme drought and even further the exceptional drought east of Uptown. So radar mostly dry, not seeing any activities here to start your morning. There's the exceptional drought that we spoke about. I'll break down what your next chance of rain looks like here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, thank you very much, Ted. I appreciate that. Let's get an early look at your pinpoint traffic this morning. Volume is light. We don't expect rush hour till about 7 this morning, so enjoy zooming around and through Uptown as long as you don't get a speeding ticket. Let's not zoom too fast. Here's a quick look at the I-77, I-85 interchange right in the heart of Uptown, courtesy of NCDOT. All lanes, pretty much in all directions, are looking pretty good. A couple of brake lights near the top of the screen there on 77, but otherwise things are merging. Entrance exit ramps the way they should be. Overall, here we go. Things are looking good. Got a couple of issues on the west side of the city. Neither one really causing any main issues. The only reason I want to zoom into the one on Billy Graham Parkway is because that's right near the airport. A lot of people use Billy Graham to get on to Wilkinson and then make their way into the airport. So one lane blocked. Hopefully they can get that cleared up before 7 o'clock, before rush hour really kicks in. Let's take you up north, coming down from the Lake Norman area. Cornelius, this is I-77 north and south traffic. On the right-hand side, that is headed southbound towards the Queen City, looking good. 85 near University Point, all 10 lanes across. This is in the northeast part of the city, looking good. Let's take you down not too far from us, Sam Wilson Boulevard, I-85. A little blurry there this morning, but traffic in both directions looking good. And if you are headed out near the airport, drive times are good, whether you're in Uptown, coming up from Rock Hill, down from Cornelius, all in the green, less than half an hour. We'll give you another update of traffic coming up around 6:30. Annie?
JetBlue Airlines is returning to Charlotte Douglas International in the wake of the Spirit Airlines shutdown. JetBlue ended its service in the Queen City a year and a half ago, but now it's making a comeback and offering $99 one-way tickets to stranded Spirit customers. Passengers just need to show proof of a Spirit ticket before tomorrow. Spirit Airlines shut down abruptly over the weekend, with many passengers not finding out about it until they arrived at the airport. Well, fewer people are buying homes as the war in Iran continues. How conflict overseas is impacting everyday Americans. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Check out that sunrise to kick off your Tuesday. We'll be right back. Welcome back. From a criminal charge to constitutional change, a new push could put the future of cannabis in the hands of North Carolina voters. One Senate Democrat who represents Mecklenburg County is part of a trio that introduced that legislation. Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh has the details.
Senate Bill 1072 wants to put 2 constitutional amendments on the November ballot.
Ultimately, we wanted to put it up to the voters. I think for over a decade now, the General Assembly has failed to act on this question.
If passed, voters would decide whether to decriminalize limited amounts of cannabis for personal use.
We've seen both folks on both sides of the aisle saying that North Carolina needs to move forward with either a policy or some kind of guidance around cannabis.
And whether to allow medical use for patients with qualifying conditions.
We're not trying to legalize you walking around with a kilo.
But the bill does not spell out details like how much cannabis would be allowed or how a medical program would work. Instead, it leaves that up to lawmakers to figure out later.
We've seen both folks on both sides of the aisle saying that North Carolina needs to move forward with either a policy or some kind of guidance around cannabis.
In April, the Governor's Advisory Council on Cannabis recommended the state create a medical marijuana program in response to the growing and largely unregulated hemp industry. The report also says more than 7 in 10 North Carolinians are in favor of legalization and that the illegal marijuana industry rakes in $3 billion a year. Both hemp and marijuana come from the same cannabis plant, but the latter has higher levels of THC.
And that was Shabnam Dinesh reporting. The bill would need 3/5 support from each chamber to pass. We did reach out to Republican leaders for comment, and we're waiting to hear back.
A hidden force is quietly pushing up costs for everything from your summer vacation to your weekly grocery bills. A weaker U.S. dollar. The U.S. dollar index, which measures the dollar against other major currencies, logged its steepest 6-month drop in more than 50 years in the first half of last year. Though the decline hasn't deepened, the dollar index is still about 10% lower than the start of Trump's term. While a strong dollar makes imports cheaper and keeps inflation in check, a weak one can increase the price of foreign goods. When it comes to companies, some actually benefit from a weak dollar. Companies that see major sales overseas are making more money. However, smaller domestic companies are starting to feel the strain. That means companies that have little to no presence outside the U.S. are feeling major pressure. Companies that largely create their supplies outside of the country are also facing problems because the dollar has fallen internationally. Experts say while the fall is something to look out for, it's not an uncommon issue. The dollar's value has fallen to lower points outside of the Trump presidency, with one of the most noticeable being throughout President Nixon's term in the 1970s.
The war in Iran is adding new pressure to an already tough housing market. Higher oil prices can push up inflation expectations, which may keep mortgage rates elevated. Existing home sales fell in March, even as the median price stayed above $400,000. Builders are also seeing higher material and transportation costs. For many buyers, that means spring house hunting is still on hold.
62% of builders are reporting that they're seeing a spike in building materials. So what that does is that eventually it trickles down to the consumer. So you either see smaller footprints or you see higher home prices.
Pending home sales declined just over 4% in April, marking the steepest drop in more than a year.
The Pentagon honored 2 National Guardsmen wounded in last year's shooting near the White House. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth held a medal ceremony for Major Ryan Reynolds and Major Edwin Stanfield. They were recognized for their non-combat heroism. Before Hegseth delivered his remarks, a moment of silence was held for 25-year-old West Virginia National Guard member Sarah Beckstrom, who was killed in the attack.
They neutralized the threat. They moved civilians to safety. So you see, these heroes are part of humanity's oldest story. Good versus evil. Courage versus cowardice. Fight versus flight. They chose good that day.
Beckstrom and National Guardsman Andrew Wolf, who was seriously injured in the attack, were awarded the Purple Heart by President Trump at the State of the Union address earlier this year. It is 6:19 on this Tuesday. We've seen that gorgeous golden sunrise outside. What else is on tap today, Ted?
Yeah, we have a warm afternoon on the way, getting into what will be the low 80s peak heating hours of the day. Still having to put up with a little bit of a mild and cool start to your morning. More of those 50s early on as that sunrise really gets going here. About 10 minutes away from the official sunrise this morning. 58 degrees west-southwest winds. Coming in at 8 miles per hour, dew points in the upper 40s. Right now, traffic moving at a speed limit pace over Independence Boulevard, low 50s. Statesville, Salisbury, upper 40s and mid 40s. Morganton into Boone, low 50s. Jefferson, a relatively cool start to your morning before we ramp up those temperatures into the low 80s peak heating hours of the day. We'll have partly cloudy skies roll in with the showers focused towards the Midwest. Cold front heads in our direction, giving us more of the storm and rain potential through eastern Tennessee, eastern Texas, into Louisiana, up through Mississippi and into Tennessee, giving us the potential for pooling and ponding in the low-lying areas. More of the storm potential heading into your Wednesday afternoon could be strong to severe in that yellow shading. That's where we have the slight risk for severe weather. More of the marginal risk, level 1 out of 5, for the far western tips of North and South Carolina. A little bit of our mountain counties included in that as we hold on to a mostly dry start to your Tuesday. Partly cloudy skies on tap. Rain stays over eastern Tennessee into our mountain counties the Wednesday morning into the afternoon. Could see an isolated downpour Wednesday afternoon before that cold front brings storm potential for Wednesday night into Thursday. Thursday brings that low pressure system right overhead, sweeping the cold front through the Carolinas. That plays into more of the storm potential for your late Thursday afternoon into Friday. Showers taper off on Friday, giving us more of those drying conditions heading into the weekend. So overall, your rainfall forecast calls for 1 inch to maybe 1.25 inches as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. 3/4 of an inch up through Boone and Jefferson. Upper 50s, low 60s heading out and about overnight for your early morning hours on Wednesday. We'll have those 80s turn to 70s Thursday and Friday, but warming back up with low 80s returning just in time for Sunday and Monday. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. Here's a live look over New York City this morning. A check of those Wall Street futures just ahead. Business correspondent Jane King joins us in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. Long-distance couples spend thousands keeping up their relationship, and Spirit Airlines starts the process of liquidation. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning.
Hi, good morning to you, Annie. And futures stocks are higher this morning. Oil down a little bit. Yesterday, though, total opposite. The Dow was down 500. Oil was up 5%. The market concerned about a long war in Iran, maybe even an escalation. A lot of questions about the ceasefire. Where does that stand? So it could change quickly, but that is where we are at this hour. Well, Spirit Airlines starting its official wind down and is preparing to sell its assets. So Spirit plans to keep 150 workers employed for the next few months as the company winds down operations, and then that number will be slashed to just 40 employees. And long-distance couples spend a combined average of nearly $7,000 on travel to see each other over the course of their relationship. And a survey of 761 couples who plan to move in together in the next few years, it was conducted by Talker Research on behalf of Mayflower. About half of those polled were currently in long-distance relationships. And of course, while romance is part of moving in together, the rising cost of travel and housing is also playing a major role in couples' decisions. Annie, back to you.
Oh boy, yeah. Keeping up a relationship is expensive, especially, depending on how far apart you are. So, but it's worth it if they're important, right?
Right. I mean, you may have to buy plane tickets, things like that. And we know those are going up in price. So,
absolutely,
yeah, it can get
Jane.
expensive.
All right. Well, hopefully everyone who is long distance can get together in the same place if that's what they want. Thank you so much. We will see you in our 8 o'clock hour. Okay. You're watching Queen City News as we take a quick break. The most local news in Charlotte.
Incredible video from Charlotte firefighters showing a response to a house fire. How it's now leading to more warnings from fire officials.
President Trump says he has a plan to help commerce move through the Strait of Hormuz. How he says it'll work and where we are on peace talks with Iran.
Now look, and there were 2 puncture wounds that were bleeding by the top, like right above her ankle.
A venomous snake bite sends a local mayor's wife to the hospital. Why experts believe the attack may be a rare case.
Coming up on 6:30 here, happy Tuesday, and thank you so much for kicking off your morning here with us. I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Julian Sador on assignment the rest of the morning. Ted says another beautiful day like yesterday. A little bit warmer.
Yeah, a little bit warmer, low 80s, just a 2-degree difference. We're starting off warmer, feeling nice and comfortable, sunny skies. The winds pick up today. That's the first step before the clouds build overnight into your Wednesday.
How fast we talking? Because that breeze yesterday felt kind of nice.
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, we're looking at more of those 25-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to get a little breezier, and then we'll usher in the cloud cover before rain moves in throughout the day on Wednesday. Right now, though, not seeing any major impacts for your morning commute as we have those winds out of the west-southwest, 5 to 10 miles per hour, and then again, those temperatures in the upper 50s, feeling nice and comfortable for the start to your day. So we're looking at anywhere from 5 to 9, even 11 to 15 degrees warmer than where we were this time yesterday. Lands us in the mid-50s for Rock Hill, Monroe, upper 50s, Charlotte into Concord, upper 40s, low 50s, Boone and Jefferson. Day planner hosts lots of sunshine here as we head into your later morning hours, early afternoon. Upper 70s, low 80s expected before we really ramp up those temperatures again for your Wednesday. Low 80s before those 70s take hold the second half of the work week. So southwest winds will be breezy this afternoon. Could be huffing and puffing as up to 25 miles per hour as we have overnight lows settle in the low 60s. Cloud cover builds, playing into the increasing moisture in the atmosphere, and the cold front brings cooler temperatures Thursday into your Friday. Average highs typically land in the upper 70s this time of year. I think those rain chances are what's going to help usher in those cooler temperatures. Not getting much relief for your pollen forecast. Oak, hickory, and sycamore, you're looking at medium to high pollen count. So working on getting that out of the atmosphere as rain chances ramp up. We'll have another look at your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Appreciate that. A couple of different camera shots we want to give you courtesy of NCDOT. Right now, you're looking at I-85 traffic trying to merge onto I-77. So 85's down below, 77's on top. That merging traffic there, that is actually typical, and it's working the way that it should, but a little bit slow, just north of Uptown. Here's I-77 southbound, headed into Uptown. Gorgeous shot of the skyline there with the sun coming up this morning. This is right at LaSalle Street, looking good around the curve there. A couple of small issues around town, but nothing causing any major delays, which is really good. Just don't forget, there's still a lane closed on Billy Graham Parkway, headed northbound right near the airport. So a lot of folks take that to try to hop onto Wilkinson and then cut over to the airport. One lane blocked. Volume is still kind of light this morning, so hopefully they'll have that cleared up by the time we hit rush hour at 7 o'clock. Up north, coming down from Cornelius, making your way to Huntersville. This is I-77 southbound traffic on the right. Regular lanes and toll lanes both looking good. 85 north and south near University Point in the northeast part of the city. All 10 lanes there looking good as well. Here's your drive times coming in from Gaston County. A little slow on 85 north. That's typical. Coming down from Mooresville, up from Rock Hill, you guys are looking good. Inbound Independence. Look at the sun shining off the buildings. Man, that is crazy looking. I love it. Inbound Independence looking good as well. And then here are drive times, whether you're coming up from Monroe, in from Albemarle, down 85 from Cabarrus County. You guys are all in good shape. Don't get a speeding ticket on your Tuesday. We'll give you another update coming up at 7.
Tensions in the Middle East are on high this morning as Iran's foreign minister says on social media that both the U.S. and the UAE should be, quote, wary of being dragged back into quagmire. The post comes after the United Arab Emirates says Iran attacked them for the first time since the fragile ceasefire was put into place in April. Authorities say an Iranian drone hit an oil facility there. Tehran says it hit a U.S. Navy vessel near the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, but that's something the U.S. denies. The attacks appear to be in response to President Trump's latest efforts to open the strait. The president said yesterday 2 American-flagged ships successfully made their way through the passage. Kristen Eskow reports on the effort to open back up the strait.
U.S. Central Command says 2 U.S.-flagged merchant vessels were able to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and CENTCOM calls this a first step in restoring commercial traffic in the waterway.
In a process the Trump administration has dubbed Project Freedom, U.S. forces started guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz, a key channel for oil.
We're in I call it a mini war, because that's all they are. They don't have a Navy anymore.
In a Truth Social post, the president says that will include ships from other nations. The U.S. military says it sunk 6 Iranian boats Monday as it helped 2 American flagged ships through the strait, a major test of the ceasefire since it first began. Over the weekend, President Trump said he was reviewing an Iranian peace proposal, but expressed doubt that he would accept it.
They told me about the concept of the deal. They're going to give me the exact wording, but we're not leaving right now. We're going to do it so nobody has to go back in 2 years or 5 years.
Meanwhile, gas prices hit their highest levels in 4 years, soaring more than 30 cents on average in the past week. Democrats on Capitol Hill have continued to voice concerns.
The 20 million barrels of oil that used to transit the strait, they're not getting on the market. And that's why we're seeing Americans and Virginians paying more at the pump.
Republicans say they remain confident the Trump administration will be able to pressure Iran into a deal to end the war.
This will come to an end, and I think people need to allow the administration to negotiate.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard has denied that any ships were able to pass through the Strait of Hormuz in the past few hours, and through state media warned that it will use force against any vessels violating its rules. Kristen Eskow, News Nation, Washington.
So check this video out. This is incredible. This was shared by the Charlotte Fire Department, showing their response to a house fire Sunday night in the east side of town. So this happened on the 5700 block of Molly's Place. That is right off of Hickory Grove Road. Man, look at those flames. You can see heavy fire coming out of the attic of that home. Fire officials say it started in the garage from improperly discarded smoking materials. Look at that. It looks like a movie. Charlotte Fire, they want to use this video, though, as a reminder to always double-check flames are put out before you walk away. This fire did around $100,000 worth of damage, and thankfully, no one was hurt. Healthcare leaders from Wake Med and Atrium Health are now set to give more details on a controversial merger today. This comes as the proposed merger of 2 of the largest healthcare providers in North Carolina was officially delayed yesterday. The deal between Wake Med and Charlotte-based Atrium Health has received major pushback from some state leaders and Wake County commissioners. North Carolina State Treasurer Brad Briner worries a partnership would reduce competition and lead to higher healthcare costs for patients.
What you observe when you see mergers like this is always the same, and that's that prices go up, whether it's 6% or 10% or 12%, it's never zero, and quality doesn't seem to go up. In some cases, it goes down.
Wake Med disagrees and says the merger will improve affordability by expanding financial assistance from 300 to 400% of the federal poverty level.
Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says his wife is still recovering after being bit by a copperhead snake. It happened at the couple's Union County home last week. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell met with the mayor, who says he wants his wife's story to be a warning to others. You need to watch where you step this summer.
We were grilling salmon outside. I'm on the deck. My wife's in the backyard, actually by our rope swing. And sure enough, she's out there talking to her dad on the phone. And I hear, "It's not good, babe, it's not good." And I'm like, "What's not good? The salmon's going to be great, honey. I don't know what you're talking about."
Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says within seconds, his wife Lauren realized that she had been bitten by what they believe was a 4-foot-long venomous copperhead snake at their home last week.
And I look, and there were 2 puncture wounds that were bleeding by the top, like right above her ankle.
Burns says his teenage son tracked down the snake in the backyard and eventually killed it as he focused on rushing his wife to Atrium's hospital in Matthews.
Her ankle was swollen about the size of like a softball. They were quickly taking her vitals. She could actually feel it tracking up her leg, getting to her hip.
Burns tells us while his wife is still dealing with some excruciating pain after being treated, thankfully she'll be okay.
They are a native species. We do coexist with them here in the South.
Reptile experts like Patrick Camberos with Cold-Blooded and Bizarre say copperhead snakes remain prevalent in the Charlotte area.
And it's important to stay situationally aware, look where you're walking, because in the summertime down here, there is always the potential of snakes being out and about.
Camberos tells us 95% of copperhead snake bites typically involve a person trying to bother the animal, and that this attack involving the mayor's wife is a pretty rare one.
If you are unfortunate enough to get bit, proper protocols involve keeping the affected limb above your heart, staying very calm, taking off any restrictive jewelry. Definitely don't suck on it, don't bite it, don't cut it, don't tourniquet it, nothing like that.
And of course, get medical attention quickly In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
The first black golfer to ever to make it into the PGA Tour will be immortalized here in Charlotte today. Charlie Sifford will be getting his own statue. The tribute will be unveiled this morning in Elizabeth Park before the start of the Truist Championship. Sifford joined the tour back in 1961 before capturing the Greater Hartford Open and the Los Angeles Open in '67 and '69. President Barack Obama also awarded him the National Medal of Freedom just before Sifford's death at the age of 92.
Well, a storm has been brewing. Another night of hockey and another win from the Carolina Hurricanes. We're looking at the epic comeback and the overtime action from Raleigh coming up. You're watching Queen City News. Woo! Just take that in for 1 second. Take a deep breath of that sunrise. Oh, man. Happy Tuesday. Our award-winning hometown series is continuing through this spring, and we've got a couple more stories that we want to share with you. Coming up tomorrow morning, cannot wait for our 9 o'clock hour. We're going to be joining our hometown team, exploring why we play and the people that make sports so special, especially here in the Carolinas. We're going to be live in communities all throughout the Queen City. Oh man, we might even be out to Truist Championship, just maybe. If you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online on our website. Just go to qcnews.com. Well, if you went to bed before the third period of last night's Hurricanes game, you may find it hard to believe they won. Sorry, spoiler alert. Canes are keeping their win streak alive. Needed overtime against the Flyers in round 2 of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Carolina Sports Live's Joey Ellis is breaking down last night's game in your morning sports.
Well, the Stanley Cup playoffs, it has been well documented. Philadelphia and Carolina this season have played very even competitive games, and that was no difference in Game 2 Monday night with Carolina and Philly going to the 5th overtime game in 6 meetings so far this season, with the Canes somehow coming out victorious to grab a 2-0 series lead. Teams who had went up 2-0 in a best of 7 with an 86% chance of winning the series. Philly might have heard that number. They had an ideal start in this one, though. On the man advantage, Tyson Forrester gets things going. Jamie Drysdale sticks with it, beats Freddie Anderson. He's been so good. That was Carolina's first time trailing in nearly a month since April 7, the last time they were down. They were in a 1-0 hole just like that. The hole got bigger 39 ticks later. Sean Couturier with a weird angle somehow would beat Anderson. It's 2-0. Looking like this might get out of hand, but Carolina just stuck with it. Never panicked. Closing seconds of the power play. Jackson Blake, Nick Ehlers pots his first of the playoffs. Canes were down 2-1 after 40 minutes. So in the third, Carolina just stuck with it. Ehlers with a sweet feed. Seth Jarvis buries his 33rd on the year. First of the playoffs, this went to overtime. We had free puck in Raleigh, looking like we were going to head to a second overtime. Taylor Hall drives the net, gets rewarded. What a time for his first career playoff overtime goal. Third of the season, of the postseason, Carolina outlasts Philly in overtime 3-2 to grab a 2-0 series lead. It's now 6-for-6. Carolina is in playoff games, with the series now swinging over to Philadelphia. And this game was just crazy from the start. Carolina outshot Philly by 5, but in the overtime, Philly dominated until they just could not contain them anymore. More than 90 hits total in this game. It was a very physical game. Both teams were not stellar on the power play. Refs decided really what they wanted to be stars of this one. 13 total penalties, just 2 power play goals, though, 1 for each team. Hall, who had the overtime winner, hit a number of blocked shots for Carolina, who also dominated in the faceoff circle, just destroying Philly in faceoffs 45-28.
To be down 2 and just kind of stick to our game and wait for our opportunities and capitalize, I think that was huge. It speaks a lot to our leaders, to Roddy, just keeping everyone calm and trusting the process.
It's all right, so here's the rest of the series now as we head into the city of brotherly love. At least that's what some of them are calling it. Xfinity Mobile Arena, it is going to be hostile. We're going to wait until Thursday, though, to get Game 3. Puck drop at 8 o'clock for that one in South Philly. Game 4 in Saturday, 6 o'clock puck drop. And then, should we need any extra games, Monday would be Game 5, with then Game 6 in Philly next Wednesday. And then somehow, if it does go the distance, goes to 7. Next Saturday would be that 7th and final game in Raleighwood. And football, it never sleeps. And next up for the Panthers, rookie minicamp this weekend, where the star of the bunch, the offensive lineman Monroe Freeling, getting his first action with the Carolina Blue on camp, will last 2 days and is more of a welcome to the team. We get equipment fitting, physical testing before they arrive once again for OTAs just a few weeks later at the end of the month. And if you need a reminder of who's coming this weekend, besides Freeling, you're going to get the Fridge, the defensive tackle Lee Hunter, and then the University of Tennessee standout, the wideout Chris Brazel III. You get cornerback Will Lee III out of Texas A&M, and here's a guy who will be in a position battle really as soon as he gets here. That's the center out of Kansas State. Sam Hecht is a very good player. And then you get the hard-hitting safety from Penn State, Zachy Wheatley, and the linebacker from Miami of Ohio, Jackson Kawach. And then you get the UDFAs. That stands for the undrafted free agents. Those are the guys who will be looking to crack this roster, or at least stand out enough that they can get signed elsewhere. And it starts with a dual threat quarterback we've talked a lot about out of Georgia Tech, Haynes King, and then a little local flavor with Coastal Carolina wideout Malik Mega. And then you get another set of hands in Baylor's Kobe Prentice. And then on the offensive line, they're bringing in Albert Reese IV, another local guy, defensive tackle Austin Hall. He's coming from Duke. And then you get the edge rusher Isaiah Smith from SMU. And then you cap things out with 3 corners. Jalen Gilbro, he comes from Texas. Rutgers is Cam Miller, and then Devontae Smith. No, not that Devontae Smith. This guy comes out of Notre Dame as well. So a lot more to get to in terms of Carolina Panthers football with rookie minicamp and now gearing up towards summer training camp as well. And we'll get a lot more on the Carolina Hurricanes holding that 2-0 lead. We'll hear from Rod Brindamore and set the table for a pivotal Game 3 for Philly back at their place Thursday night. We got all that and a lot more to get to tonight at 11 o'clock on Carolina Sports Live.
All right, hard to believe that we are just cruising through this morning. We know the sun has already risen, and we're dealing with our traffic headaches this morning. But overall, a nice start to our Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm here for it, Ted. I'm here for it.
Yeah, not feeling too bad, not looking too bad as well. Temperatures now in the upper 50s. We have some good sunshine on the way. Sun's been up for about 20 minutes now, and that's going to start warming us up as we aim for what will be those low 80s peak heating hours of the day. Dew points in the upper 40s right now. West-southwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour, mid-40s Boone, as well as Morganton, 50 degrees for Jefferson, low to mid-50s I-40 corridor, low 50s towards Monroe. Big picture setup shows that we still stay mostly clear with just some limited cloud cover heading in our direction. More of that stationary front back towards the Midwest, providing the showers crossing into parts of Ohio, while we'll see more of the rain potential extending south towards Louisiana, into Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee, heading into your Wednesday. We'll also have that storm activity focused towards the yellow, a slight risk for severe weather, level 2 out of 5 for your Wednesday afternoon. Louisiana up through parts of northern Alabama could see some rumbles of thunder and damaging winds. Our far western North Carolina and South Carolina counties could see a few of those lingering storms packing a punch as well. That includes just a little bit of our mountain counties towards Boone, north of I-40, still seeing the potential for what could be some of that wet weather moving in late in the day on Wednesday. Walking you through the next 24 and 48 hours. I think partly cloudy skies will increase. Showers stay over eastern Tennessee before crossing into the Carolinas on Wednesday, mainly along that I-40 corridor. More dry than wet, with maybe just a little moisture trying to come into play late morning, early afternoon. I'm looking at an isolated downpour for your Wednesday afternoon. More of the storm impacts come late Wednesday into your early morning hours on Thursday, and then looking at some pop-up storms second half of the day, Thursday into your Friday. We'll dry out end of the work week heading into the weekend. I'm looking at a total of what could be an inch to an inch and a quarter when everything is said and done. Overnight lows settle in the upper 50s, low 60s. 7-day forecast will bring in 70s second half of the work week, and then we'll continue to rebound back into the upper 70s, low 80s heading into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
According to a new study, drinking coffee could help you live longer. Researchers at Texas A&M say that compounds in coffee can ward off chronic disease, but not because of caffeine. They say key compounds in coffee activate receptors in the body that play a role in aging, stress response, and disease. Researchers say while they identified the compounds that were much more active, there's still a lot more to learn.
You know what? If that's the case,
Wow.
then the morning team is going to live forever.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, we're sitting here nursing our 2, 3, 4 cups every day. Man, that's what I'm talking about.
Does this mean this justifies my nitro brew problem?
Oh, yeah, I got the same problem you do.
I just,
Same thing.
anti-aging. I'm fighting off disease.
That's it.
Yeah,
it wakes me up and makes me younger.
I always look at these studies, though, with like a squinted eye, because then tomorrow we're going to read something about like coffee does this and
Right.
it impacts
True.
your aging.
Right.
So,
But we like this one.
Right.
We like this one
Yeah,
because it appeals to our behaviors
It-
already.
it
So
does.
We're doing good things.
it backs it up.
It does back up my current behavior. Yeah, tomorrow it'll say the caffeine or the same compound that makes you young
Yeah.
destroys your teeth.
Yeah.
So I'll be.
We don't need teeth.
That's what I'm saying. So you trade one thing for another. Who absolutely knows?
Yeah.
All I know is I'm going to suck on this for a commercial break. So
Absolutely.
enjoy your coffee or whatever you're drinking in the morning. All right, we're going to take a quick break, drink some more coffee, make some more coffee. We got 3 more hours to go. We'll be right back. This week is all about going screen-free. The event started back in 1994 as TV Turn-Off Week, but has since evolved to include apps and digital devices. The International Play Association encourages people to think about what type of screens they interact with every single day and to set a limit, whether it be no screens for the entire week or just an hour a day. Researchers at Penn State University say that we should start thinking more about the quality of what we're consuming on screens, not always how much time we spend on them. So, maybe set aside 6 hours every morning to watch, local news, and then after that, turn your screen off.
I support it.
I'm just saying,
Even your
could
work
be an
computer.
option.
Turn off that work computer.
Turn off that work computer. Watch Queen City News. Our 7 o'clock hour starts right now.
This is a pretty big budget. It's a $4.5 billion budget.
Property owners could soon pay higher taxes for public safety. Why leaders say that it's necessary to meet the city's needs.
When there are state budget cuts, it has immediate impact on mental health counselors, which is going to have immediate impact on students.
Plus, the impact of the budget cuts for schools on treating students' mental health. What a loss in state funding could mean for the workers who help children.
And a confrontation between the Secret Service and an armed suspect in D.C., the victim who was caught in the crossfire near the Washington Monument.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Tuesday morning, everyone. Welcome into Queen City News at 7 o'clock. Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Yes.
How about that? And the fact that it's also lines up on Taco Tuesday. I don't know how many times that ever happens, but that just means today's going to be a fantastic day.
The universe is aligning in our favor. I
exactly
love it. And it's a perfect day, Ted, to sit on a patio, right?
Yeah.
When do we need to start holding down the napkins, though? Because it's going to be a little bit windy.
This afternoon and evening, wind gust gets up to about 20 to 25 miles per hour. Salt or sugar on the rim?
Salt, obviously.
Yeah, salt.
Yeah,
I'm going
yeah.
with salt.
Too much
100%.
sugar.
Salt. Yeah, too much sugar. Taking a look right now around the crown. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's Cinco de Mayo. You should know. Taking a look as our uptown skyline looks nice and bright. Top right-hand corner, Arlington camera. Bottom left-hand corner, we have more of the traffic at Independence Boulevard near Sharon Amity Road. Monroe, starting off with that sunshine, and our tower camera showing the Queen City in the distance. Top left-hand corner of your screen. We are going to hold on to south-southwest winds anywhere from 5 to 15 miles per hour. Light right now, but breezy later this afternoon. We're in the mid-50s, making a run for what will be the low 80s peak heating hours of the day, but a little cooler right now, even though compared to yesterday, we're 7 to even 14 degrees warmer than your previous morning. That's giving us the mid to upper 50s up towards Concord, upper 40s Albemarle, mid-40s towards Morganton. We're in the low to mid and upper 40s in our mountain counties, with lots of sunshine helping us build into what becomes the upper 70s at lunchtime, the low 80s peak heating hours of the day, which gets us, again, a high of 82. Mostly sunny skies, southwest winds, 10 to 15 miles per hour. Could be seeing those wind gusts upwards of 25 miles per hour at times. Overnight lows settle into the low 60s, upper 50s heading into your early Wednesday morning. So a little bit on the cool side. I'll break down more of what to expect with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. The current proposal of Charlotte's next city budget totals $4.5 billion.
City leaders are considering a property tax increase to pay for public safety initiatives.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live near Uptown with a look at how residents could get hit with 2 tax hikes all at once. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Annie and Jason. If council members approve the budget as it's written now, a almost 2-cent property tax hike would go into effect on July 1st, the same day that a 1-cent transit tax goes into effect across Mecklenburg County. See, voters approved the PAVE Act for public transit expansion back in November, so that will be going into effect July 1st, but the budget, that is still up for discussion, at least for the next month. The proposed 1.89-cent property tax increase would all go to fund the Charlotte Fire and Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Departments. Firefighters would see a 7% pay raise, while officers would get a 10% raise. City leaders say they need a larger incentives to recruit more police personnel because they have more vacancies to fill than the fire crews. The departments would also get new safety equipment and vehicles. Economists calculate that the increase would generate about $85 million, which City Manager Marcus Jones says is a significant boost for public safety.
It's not a small amount. And to put this in perspective, what we put in the current budget in public safety is about $36.3 million in FY26. So FY27 is more than twice the investment.
So the council will hold a public hearing on May 11th to get residents' feedback on the budget, and then the council members are set to vote June 8th. Reporting live just outside of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you very much. People living in Mooresville say that a situation involving their mayor caught without his pants on in town hall is a stain on the reputation of the town. Last night, commissioners were set to discuss the future of the mayor's office. However, that was tabled since the mayor and commissioner who presented the motion were not present. That didn't stop residents from calling for more action from commissioners.
I'm highly vexed over this entire mayoral situation that is dragging the town of Mooresville through the mud nationally and internationally.
The town also recently filed to block the release of surveillance video from the night that Mayor Carney was in town hall with his pants off. The appeal came back on April 22nd, right as the deadline approached for the town to release the footage. Officials say the appeal was not meant to shield the mayor or dodge transparency about what happened.
Strained school budgets across North Carolina are leading to layoffs of support staff members like school counselors. It's sparking frustration for parents who are worried their students' mental health needs aren't being met. As Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer tells us, the cuts are happening in districts close to home.
Experts say anytime there are state budget cuts, it almost always leads to an immediate impact on mental health counselors. That in turn leads to students suffering and the remaining counselors taking on more than they can reasonably handle.
I do not know how I can possibly meet the needs of all our students that are, coming to me every single day with emotional, social, academic issues.
Gaston County Schools counselor Julie Connolly is already worried about what next semester's workload will entail. The district is eliminating more than 170 support staff positions, including counselors, which has prompted protests.
Next year, I will be working with both middle school and elementary school students, which is a ratio of one school counselor to 1,000 students.
It's an alarming ratio for licensed clinical mental health counselor Dr. Sharice Johnson.
When that happens, counselors and schools as a whole move to being reactive crisis management versus what they're designed for, which is early risk, education, family support.
Johnson says when kids lose consistency and access, it can have a lasting effect.
Usually in a situation like this, long-term concerns look like high absenteeism, lack of resources. We also often see an increase in students that are acting out and behavioral concerns.
Beyond losing counselors, Gaston County parents are also expressing concerns about dwindling resources for students who require special instruction.
He does not require an EC classroom, but what he needs and what federal law requires is access to a general education classroom with additional supports. Those supports are what is being cut.
Another strain is that in situations like this, they have delayed services around things like an IEP or a 504 plan. So then you have students that aren't getting what they need.
Experts say teachers also suffer when support staff is cut because then they end up having to take on issues they are not trained to handle. Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
Tensions in the Middle East are on high this morning as the fragile ceasefire with Iran is on thin ice. The United Arab Emirates says it was attacked by Iran for the first time since a ceasefire was put into place in April. Authorities say an Iranian drone hit an oil facility there. Tehran says it hit a U.S. Navy vessel near the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, something the U.S. denies. The attacks appear to be in response to President Trump's latest efforts to open the strait. The president said yesterday 2 American-flagged ships successfully made their way through the passage. Shortly after the attacks, the U.S. military said it battled Iranian forces and sank 6 small boats. 7:08, time for a check of our pinpoint forecast. Ted, we know that we need the rain and we have chances in our forecast, but just how much?
Yeah, the chances roll in Wednesday, mainly in the afternoon and evening. Heading into your Thursday, overnight impacts likely. We'll have some pop-up showers and storms early Thursday morning and then another round into the afternoon. Drying out through Friday. We'll have some good some sunshine to start your weekend on Saturday, rebounding with those rain chances coming back for your Sunday into Monday. Monday. As of right now, looking at mostly clear conditions. Cold front comes from the north and west, ushering in that cold front as we hold on to what will be that water vapor satellite imagery. Again, looking at dry air in place as we hold on to that brown on your map. Extreme drought to exceptional drought. That's level 4 and 5 out of 5. That's the red shading. Radar clear for your morning commute. Not seeing much in the way of rain chances, but we'll break down more of what the next chance of rain looks like coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, we will be ready for that, Ted. Make sure today, tomorrow, that if your wipers aren't working, they're not in good working order, a little streaky or cracked, get them replaced now. That way you're not caught off guard when it comes to Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Right now, beautiful shot of NCDOT looking right into the heart of Uptown. Gorgeous skyline on this Tuesday morning. Traffic working the way it was designed flawlessly. Look at that. 77 north and south traffic. That's south traffic on the right-hand side going into Uptown, looking good this morning as we look around the Crown. Overall, things are looking pretty good. We're seeing volume pick up coming down south. We'll show you that in just a second. But nothing major causing any major delays. If you're coming in from Albemarle this morning, we do have one lane blocked on 27. A lot of people from Albemarle use 27 to hop onto Independence Boulevard. So one lane blocked right now. Hopefully they get that cleared up by 8 o'clock. We'll keep watching that this morning. Still have an issue on Billy Graham. We've got a lane closed if you're near the airport trying to take Billy Graham to Wilkinson Boulevard. Independence is looking good on the east side of the city. We like it right there. Here's some drive times coming down from Concord. We already told you Albemarle's a little bit slow. Monroe, you guys are looking good coming up 74. Now coming down near Huntersville, here's where we're having a sticky point. This is right near Sanford Road, 77 southbound. Toll lanes are moving well, but the other stop-and-go traffic from Huntersville down to 485 this morning. Closer to town, you can see traffic moving well on 77 north and south near West Boulevard, all 6 lanes there. Coming in from Gaston County, a little slow this morning. That one stretch I was telling you about near Huntersville has got you slow about 35 minutes. Coming down from Mooresville to 485. We'll give you another look at traffic and drive times to the airport coming up around 7:30.
The first black golfer to ever make it to the PGA Tour will be immortalized here in Charlotte today. Charlie Sifford will be getting his own statue. The tribute will go up this morning in Elizabeth Park before the start of the Truist Championship. Sifford joined the tour back in 1961 before capturing the Greater Hartford Open and the Los Angeles Open in 67 and 69. President Barack Obama awarded him the National Medal of Freedom just before Sifford's death at the age of 92. Some people in need of protection in the U.S. aren't getting enough help because of fraud. The warnings from experts as programs meant to help people fleeing danger could be coming to an end. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
7:15 is the time now. The Supreme Court is ensuring male access to the abortion pill, at least for now. An order signed by one of the justices blocks a lower court ruling from last week that imposed new restrictions.
Washington correspondent Mandy Beertemple reports on what's next in the process.
Access to the abortion pill mifepristone by mail is back. That's after the Supreme Court Monday blocked a lower court ruling restricting the drug nationwide. Justice Samuel Alito's order for 1 week lets women get the drug without visiting a doctor in person.
The prior decision's on hold.
George Washington University Law School professor Sonia Suter explains this is a pause, not a decision that one side or the other is right.
One of the questions is going to be, will the Supreme Court take up the question on the merits?
It comes after a federal appeals court in Louisiana Friday blocked mail access to the drug, saying it undermines the state's abortion ban. The judge also cited that the FDA hasn't given a timeline for when its safety review of the pill would be done.
I think when the FDA starts to say we need to review our prior decisions, that lends a lot of weight to the decision that the Fifth Circuit made.
Suter says the FDA's ongoing review could impact how the Supreme Court views the case.
That's going to be the big question, whether the Supreme Court says, no, it's premature, we need information from the FDA or not.
Now both sides have until Thursday to respond.
There's still going to be additional arguments.
West Virginia Republican Governor Patrick Morrisey's state bans abortion in most cases. He weighed in on the decision.
I do believe that people are going to come back and there's going to be some strong arguments before the court, and we might see a different result when that gets finalized.
The High Court's order will stay in effect until May 11th. Maddie Beertemple, News Nation, Washington.
And we will be speaking with our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, coming up at our next half hour on this very issue and what we can expect from the court system in the coming days.
Massive backlogs, annual caps, and fraud allegations are threatening a visa program designed to help crime victims. For a person living in the country illegally, the U visa program provides a possible pathway for lawful permanent residency. Applicants have to be part of or be a victim of certain crimes and have suffered substantial abuse or mental harm as a result. They also need to be willing to report and assist law enforcement in the investigation. Now there are growing calls for a crackdown on the program. The number of applicants far exceeds the annual cap of 10,000, sparking claims that people may be staging crimes in order to qualify. The claims follow a case out of Boston where prosecutors say 10 Indian nationals were indicted in what investigators described as a coordinated scheme. They allegedly staged an armed robbery so they could later claim victim status and qualify for U visas. Some participants are even accused of paying to take part in fake crimes. Experts say the case highlights potential vulnerabilities in that program. Now, some Congress members are looking to make changes. Texas Congressman Chip Roy is pushing new legislation to help protect victims while stopping fraud. He said, quote, since its inception, the U visa has been a pull factor for illegal immigration, serving as a last-ditch effort for illegal aliens to skirt deportation and stay in the country. It's time Congress repeal this program that has eroded the rule of law, end quote. But immigration attorneys say the program needs to be protected.
I've worked with a lot of clients who have been witnesses or victims of really horrific, violent crime. And because these people stepped forward and testified and gave their information as witnesses or victims, the police were able to go after the perpetrators of those violent crimes. And for politicians who say that they care about stopping violent crime in this country, they need to not go after the U visa because that encourages investigation and cooperation with the police for witnesses and victims of crime.
Even without those fraud claims, the program is facing a major backlog. More than 400,000 applications are sitting for review, despite a strict cap of that just 10,000 number issued per year, leaving many applicants waiting 5 to 10 years or more for full approval.
A suspected outbreak of hantavirus has now killed 3 people and sickened at least 5 others on board of a cruise ship off Africa's Atlantic coast. Dutch authorities are now in the process of planning medical evacuations for some people on board the ship. Health officials have been on board the ship to investigate and to check on those who are sick. The World Health Organization said it's working with local authorities and the ship's operators to conduct a public health risk assessment and trying to coordinate the evacuation of those that are sick from the ship. Hantavirus is mostly spread by rodents like mice and includes severe flu-like symptoms that can progress to lung or heart failure.
And what happens is when people disturb their nests and that urine and feces gets aerosolized and you breathe it in, that's how it gets into the human body.
There are no specific drugs to treat the disease, and patients with severe cases are placed on ventilators. The WHO says that there is a low risk to the wider public.
All right, 7:20 here. Let's get a check of our forecast with meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Ted, how are we shaping up today?
Yeah, not shaping up too bad. We have mostly sunny skies on the way. South-southwest winds coming in anywhere from 5 to 15 miles per hour. Temperatures in the mid-50s. We'll be warming up into what will be the low 80s peak heating hours of the day. Anywhere from those low 50s to mid-50s, Charlotte to Gastonia into Charlotte. Low to mid and upper 40s on Tap, Boone, and Jefferson. So a relatively cool start leading to a warm finish. Sunshine dominates, getting us into the low 80s this afternoon. I'm looking at that stationary front back towards the north and west, which will push further south, giving us more of the rain and storm potential from Louisiana up through parts of Alabama, Mississippi, and into Tennessee. Overall, storm potential will focus towards our Gulf states from Louisiana into Alabama. Just some run-of-the-mill thunderstorms possible, pushing further east, a marginal risk for severe weather over our western Carolinas. Some of that includes the mountain counties here in our area for your Wednesday afternoon and evening. More dry than wet overnight into Wednesday. It's Wednesday into Thursday that brings more of the potential for those downpours and isolated storms, moving you through the clock now as we get into your Tuesday afternoon and evening. Notice just the cloud cover builds. Moisture starts to creep in into your Wednesday morning. Late morning, early afternoon is where I look at the first potential of some of the isolated downpours and showers moving through. For your Wednesday afternoon and evening, that's where the storm potential really ramps up ahead of that cold front coming through. Overnight impacts will be seen before the cold front can bring us some spotty showers and storms for Thursday afternoon and evening, tapering off on Friday before we dry out heading into the weekend. How much rain do we see from this? I'm looking at maybe an inch to maybe an inch and a quarter. Overnight lows will settle in the low 60s, upper 50s heading into your Wednesday. 7-day forecast shows the cooling down of those temperatures from 70s on Thursday to low 70s Friday. We're back in the 80s Sunday and Monday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
All right, we are taking a look at markets right now. Actually, I take that back. We're taking a look at New York City. Before we look at the markets, because it's a great looking shot there, kind of a little mix of clouds and sun as their Tuesday is starting. A new day of trading starts in a couple of hours. Futures look great, though. Right now, the Dow's up 81, S&P and NASDAQ both in the green this morning, which is really nice. Let's see how things wrapped up yesterday. On Monday, the complete opposite. All were in the red. Over 550 points, the Dow Jones was down. NASDAQ down about 50, S&P down about 30 points. We will check in with our business correspondent, Jane King. Coming up later in the show, she will join us live from the New York Stock Exchange right after the opening bell around 9:30. You got to watch this. A guest at an Argentinian soccer game may have the record for the longest time invading the pitch and escaping security. So look at this.
All right, so this happened Sunday in a match between the teams Rosario Central and Tigre, but it wasn't a Tigre on the field there. That little white dot was this guy, a 7-month-old dog named Coco.
Yes.
He reportedly walked 30 blocks before wandering into the match. He then, of course, stole the show, evading security and players and staff for about 2 minutes before being caught, and he was having the time of his life. Oh. Finally got him there.
I love.
Oh no! Then he escaped.
Look at him. It keeps going.
Coco breaks ankles.
Can you imagine if the players were injured trying to catch him, not during the actual game?
I think that's why a lot of them were like, no, not me.
Yeah, I'm
just
going to
let this happen. Oh, he's going to roll around.
Let the professionals.
Yeah. I think we're going to see one of them come up. They're going to get close to Coco.
And then, see?
No.
Another. Oh, my gosh.
You go, Coco.
You go, Coco. Oh, man, I like videos with pets out on sports fields. Good times. All right, almost 7:30 on this Tuesday. Hey, happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone. We will be right back. Mandatory water restrictions are now being enforced in Statesville amid the ongoing drought. How it's now costing some local businesses.
Gastonia city leaders could soon ask transit riders to pay higher fares, why neighbors are concerned about the potentially rising cost.
And giving citizens the right to possess cannabis in North Carolina. The vote to make that a reality.
7:30, happy Tuesday, happy Cinco de Mayo. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Julian Sador on special assignment. Let's bring in meteorologist Ted Phaeton this morning. We've been watching a beautiful sunrise. I wasn't really that hungry. Now that we've been talking about Cinco de Mayo and Taco Tuesday.
It's a bad idea.
Man, even breakfast tacos, like anything right now. I'll take anything that resembles a taco, Ted.
Breakfast empanadas?
Okay.
Don't get me started.
We're getting fancy.
Wow.
Yeah.
You gonna be all right?
No, I'm not.
Just had to take a pause.
We'll get through it. I just had to think about, the ham and the cheese, the eggs. All right, go ahead, get your Cinco de Mayo started as we have mostly sunny skies. Kicking off this Tuesday, and we are holding on to a nice cool start to your morning. Temperatures in the 50s. Yesterday hit 80 degrees. Normal highs this time of year typically make it into the upper 70s. We're looking closer to the low 80s peak heating hours of the day. So mid 50s, southwest winds coming in anywhere between that 5 to 10 mile per hour mark, ramping up as we get into the afternoon. So breezy conditions on the way. I'm looking at anywhere from a 7 to 9 to even 10 degree warmer start to your morning compared to where we were yesterday. Low 40s. Upper 40s for our mountain counties, low to mid 50s I-40 corridor, low to mid 50s around the Queen City as well. We'll ramp up into the 70s late morning hours, early lunchtime. Going to get into the low 80s peak heating hours of the day. So sunny skies dominate, clouds build late heading into your overnight hours. I'm looking at southwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour, so a little breezy, especially heading into the afternoon. Lows tonight settle in the low 60s. Overnight lows feeling a little bit of that chill, a little bit of the cool and mild air before we rebound into the low 80s heading into your Wednesday. Cool down comes into play second half of the week. We're going to drop down into the upper 70s, even low 70s by Friday. Average highs in the upper 70s. We'll get more of that as we approach the weekend. Another look at your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
Ted, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Looking great outside. Slow traffic, that is to be expected here during the 7:30 half hour. Rush hour started at 7. Beautiful shot, though, from NCDOT, one of their cameras. Southbound traffic, really slow unless you're in the toll lanes, working towards that great shot of Uptown, the skyline there. Overall, 5 or 6 different incidents scattered from Gaston County all the way to the east side of the city near Mint Hill, but none of these causing major delays. A lot of these are on secondary roads this morning, including this one on Albemarle. We've got a lane blocked headed into town, headed westbound, right before you hit the interchange there at Independence Boulevard. Once you hop on Independence, things are moving pretty well. A little bit slow up around the curve up there, but all in all, things are looking pretty good. Here's drive times coming down from Concord. Over 45 minutes now, coming up 74 from Monroe because of that slowdown further up Independence Boulevard. Let's bring you down from the Lake Norman area. Things are slow coming down from Cornelius, unless you're in the toll lanes. Those right 2 lanes slow all the way down through, let's see, I would say the 485 loop up there this morning. Further down closer to the city, 77 West Boulevard, all 6 lanes, moving at a pretty good clip, about 45 miles an hour. This is in the west side of Charlotte, outside our studios. All 8 lanes of north and southbound traffic on 85, looking good. Here those drive times coming in from Gaston County, almost 40 minutes now coming down from Lake Norman. If you're up near Mooresville through Huntersville, about 23 minutes from Rock Hill. And then quickly, here's your drive times to the airport. Don't be distracted. Put that cell phone away till you get to wherever you're going. We'll give you another look at traffic coming up at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Annie?
Enforcement on mandatory water restrictions have officially begun in Statesville. City leaders are cracking down on how much water residents and businesses use as the region continues to deal with some of the worst drought in decades. Queen City News reporter David Schumann looks at the fines for those who don't follow the rules.
Extreme drought has triggered water use restrictions in Statesville, where Chris Kolakowski's power washing and window cleaning business is based.
We're having to reschedule all of our customers in Statesville right now, which is about 10 or 12 customers.
He was at work in Terrell on Monday, but he says indefinitely postponing the Statesville jobs takes more than $6,000 out of his pocket. He has no choice, though. Power washing and driveway car washes are off limits in the city, and watering lawns is heavily restricted, too. The city says the goal is conservation, not enforcement. But breaking these rules comes with a $200 fine the first time, then $400 and $600 after that. Mandatory water restrictions will soon take effect in several other cities and towns in the area. Chris has his eye on the rest of Iredell County and Charlotte Water, which imposes restrictions on its customers next week.
It's definitely a snowball effect. It's not just going to be one town. The longer this lasts, I mean, the bank only holds up so much. My reserves, they'll start draining.
But Statesville officials say this is necessary to maintain a stable water supply. And some people are doing their part beyond cutting out their outdoor water use.
Don't flush until the second pee, and like you said, don't let the water run while we brush the teeth.
Right. Yeah, we're in a drought. You got to do what you got to do.
Got to do what you got to do.
In Statesville, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Charlotte City Manager is asking council members to raise property taxes to pay for public safety improvements. Manager Marcus Jones is telling city leaders that the change would increase the average homeowner's property tax bill by about $5.70 every month. In his budget proposal to the council, Jones says that he wants to fund an $85 million investment in police and fire. It would cover things like raises for officers and firefighters, new dash cams, and new fire engines.
This is a pretty big budget. It's a $4.5 billion budget. The first time we have crossed that threshold with $1 billion general fund. I also believe it's the moment for us to connect our residents to this transformational opportunity.
The average increase of just under $6 a month for homeowners comes from the proposal of a less than a 2-cent increase per $100 of a property's value. Jones argues that his proposal would ensure Charlotte residents still have a relatively low tax bill. The public will be able to comment on this proposed budget during a hearing coming up on May 11th. The council will then have a few weeks to make any changes before they are set to vote on a final version on June 8th.
As Americans pay more for everything from gas to groceries, Gastonia city leaders could be looking for more cash from riders of the rapid transit system. And while the proposed fares won't increase as much as the last time, riders tell Queen City News anchor Will Lewis it's an expense they will still need to budget for.
Since making the move to an on-demand transit system instead of bus service, riders in Gastonia say things have been good.
I like the fact that I can bring both my kids for free.
The city switched from 6 fixed routes to the rapid transit model in 2024. At that time, fares doubled for regular and reduced fare riders.
You would go Gastonia, I spend $1.25. Now with the buses, I was paying 60 cents.
Gastonia City Council is looking to raise the rates again.
Is it still going to be affordable?
Fares would go from $2.50 to $3 for a one-way trip for regular riders, and from $1.25 to $1.50 one way for reduced fare riders.
50 cents is okay with me.
Okay.
To have a ride back and forth, for sure.
Now, the city of Gastonia sent out over 10,000 surveys online, and there was a QR code inside of the van. Many people say they may have to budget a little more for the fare increase, but the convenience outweighs the cost.
For me, I just take those offers, $1.50. Hey, it's better than nothing.
The city will also start charging $1 for rides over 5 miles on regular fares and 50 cents on rides over 5 miles for reduced fares. If approved, the new fares will take effect July 1st. There is a public hearing at the next meeting, and we contacted city leaders to find out more on the potential increase, but so far we have not heard back. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
The time is now 7:39. Strained school budgets across North Carolina are leading to layoffs of support staff members like school counselors. And that's sparking frustration for a lot of parents, worried that their students' mental health needs won't be met. Experts say at any time that there are state budget cuts, there's almost always an immediate impact on mental health counselors. That in turn leads to students suffering and the remaining counselors taking on more than they can reasonably handle.
Usually in a situation like this, long-term concerns look like high absenteeism, lack of resources. We also often see an increase in students that are acting out and behavioral concerns.
Experts say teachers also end up suffering when support staff is cut because they have to deal with the issues that they're not trained to handle.
From a criminal charge to constitutional change, a new push could put the future of cannabis in the hands of North Carolina voters. One Senate Democrat who represents Mecklenburg County is part of a trio that introduced the legislation. Capitol reporter Shamdam Dinesh has the details.
Senate Bill 1072 wants to put 2 constitutional amendments on the November ballot.
Ultimately, we wanted to put it up to the voters. I think for over a decade now, the General Assembly has failed to act on this question.
If passed, voters would decide whether to decriminalize limited amounts of cannabis for personal use.
We've seen both folks on both sides of the aisle saying that North Carolina needs to move forward with either a policy or some kind of guidance around cannabis.
And whether to allow medical use for patients with qualifying conditions.
We're not trying to legalize you walking around with a kilo.
But the bill does not spell out details like how much cannabis would be allowed or how a medical program would work. Instead, it leaves that up to lawmakers to figure out later.
We've seen both folks on both sides of the aisle saying that North Carolina needs to move forward with either a policy or some kind of guidance around cannabis.
In April, the Governor's Advisory Council on Cannabis recommended the state create a medical marijuana program in response to the growing and largely unregulated hemp industry. The report also says more than 7 in 10 North Carolinians are in favor of legalization and that the illegal marijuana industry rakes in $3 billion a year. Both hemp and marijuana come from the same cannabis plant, but the latter has higher levels of THC.
And that was Shamdam Dinesh reporting. The bill would need 3/5 support from each chamber to pass. We did reach out to Republican leaders for comment, and we are waiting to hear back. Still ahead, mailing access to abortion medication is once again available, at least for right now. Our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, is up next talking about the ongoing fight in the Supreme Court and what could come next. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
It is Charlotte Navy Week. We're excited for this because for the first time in nearly 20 years, the U.S. Navy is now hosting a week-long series of community service, public performances, educational programs, and military to civilian engagement throughout the region.
That's right. 75 sailors are here representing a wide range of naval specialties, introducing the general public to the real-world Navy roles through that entertainment and education. So to get in the spirit of Navy Week, we have Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot May-Kay Beeler at Charlotte Douglas International in her element. It was something that you wouldn't really expect to see at an airport. May-Kay, what is that?
Well, how would you like to board a boat at the airport? It seems very unlikely, but yeah, it's Charlotte Navy Week and anything is possible. So we're here at the Charlotte Douglas International Airport Overlook, and we have some very special guests here today. So between 9 o'clock and 5 today, the public is invited to come on out to the Overlook and board a 34-foot patrol boat. The Navy is here. We're going to share the love with the Navy, learn all about what it takes to be a team member, a sailor aboard a patrol boat, and learn all about some fun and educational information about STEM careers and maritime careers. The boat just drove up. It's on a trailer, obviously. We are so excited. We're going to board it, and we're going to talk to sailors. You can hear the airplanes landing in the background. This is my happy place. This is the place to be. We hope you all can come out here today, but I'm going to give you a preview coming up in our 9 o'clock hour right here on Queen City News. Guys back there in the studio, I wish you could be here with us. It is so exciting. It's Navy Week.
May-Kay, how long have you been singing "In the Navy" in your head? You've been doing it all morning, I bet.
I know. For days, honestly, for days. So I can't wait. In our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to board that boat and talk to some sailors, and, you know, God bless our servicemen and women. And this is so exciting. So I hope our viewers can stick around, and they're welcome to come out today to the Overlook between 9 o'clock and 5 o'clock. It's one of the many activities going on all week long for Charlotte Navy Week. We'll see you in the 9 o'clock hour.
I love it.
May-Kay, looking forward to that. Thank you so much.
Perfect weather for that. Thanks. 7:47. All right, switching gears right now. The Supreme Court is ensuring male access to the abortion pill, at least for now. This comes after a federal appeals court in Louisiana Friday blocked male access to the pill, saying that it undermines the state's abortion ban. Now an order signed by one Supreme Court justice has blocked that ruling.
So we're going to bring in our chief legal analyst, Collie Frodes, to kind of talk about this. So you have dueling blocks here, right? What do you see happening in the future? And this is only temporary, right? So they need more time to figure out a more permanent order?
You are all on it. Well, first of all, let's figure out the procedural process. We got here because the Court of Appeals in the U.S. District for the Fifth Circuit decided that they would block the use of mifepristone being used in male. Specifically, this is something that's being used in 2/3 of all abortions in the United States, and so this has been used as a workaround for states that now, since the Dobbs decision has come out, where states have restricted abortions in certain locations. This is a way that people have now figured out, okay, I can use telehealth, I can use mail to get access to still using these abortion medication. And so what happened when they did that U.S. Court of Appeals decision, it kind of threw things into a tailspin, because you can use this not just for abortions, but for other usage. But because they couldn't even use the medication, it sent clinicians and doctors scrambling. This is an emergency stay. Do the same process that we always talk about through an injunction. So likelihood of success on the merits, irreparable harm, the balancing of the equities in the public policy aspect. The court went through that analysis, and because it's an emergency basis, you don't need a full hearing. This is going to be something that they just stay or pause the lower court's decision until they can have a full hearing, which could possibly be next week.
I mean, this is clearly not about the abortion ban. It's just who's got the regulatory access for this pill. What do you expect to happen here in the next 7 days? Because this is only a 1-week deal. And what's the 1 or 2 pieces of information they're looking for? Is it from the FDA?
Well, no. What you'll get is both sides, and I should say all sides, because not just the parties involved, but amicus briefs could be submitted, and those briefs can be from folks that just have a vested interest. So Justice Alito, who wrote the opinion or the order, is asking for folks to submit their briefs. They'll have an opportunity to review the briefs. They'll figure out, okay, which direction this goes. But I think you hit it right on the head. This is less about abortion, but more about regulatory authority. Does the FDA have the authority? Should we wait for them to conduct their normal process, or should we take that away from them? And actually, ironically, the Trump administration was asking to let the FDA go through this process and not want the Supreme Court to jump in and do this emergency basis. They went ahead and jumped in anyway. So now I think they're going to do this. Ironically, this was in front of the Supreme Court a few years ago, and they punted on the issue. I don't think this court's going to punt. I think they want to look at this head on. So you ask what happens in the next couple of days. They'll submit briefs, and then I think we have a full-fledged hearing where Alito and the justices get an opportunity to make a decision, again, less about abortion, more about regulatory authority.
All right, so Khalif, we'll keep an eye on this and see what happens. Thank you so much.
It is 7:50 on this Tuesday morning. We've been watching a gorgeous sunrise over the last hour and a half. Ted, let's bring you in now and talk about not only the chances of rain later on this week, we've got the incredible Truist Championship PGA Tournament happening at Quail Hollow. So welcome all the golfers and
Yes.
visitors to our area. Ted, what do we need to know?
Yeah, what we need to know is we could have some rain impact the first round here on Thursday, but for now, the practice rounds are looking pretty good. 50s on tap heading out the door this morning. South-southwest winds anywhere from 5 to 15 miles per hour. A little bit of a slowdown here on Independence Boulevard near Sharon Amity Road. We'll hold on to a breezy afternoon. Winds are going to be picking up while temperatures go from the upper 40s, mid-50s to upper 50s around the Queen City. Low 40s, Boone, Morganton in the mid-40s. We aim for those low 80s later this afternoon. Clouds and radar showing mostly clear skies over the Carolinas. We'll hold on to some low-end rain and storm chances up through the Midwest into our Gulf states. Could see this rain and storm potential pick up as we head into Wednesday, mainly from eastern Texas, Louisiana, up into parts of Mississippi, Alabama. Also getting the yellow indicating the risk for severe weather. Could see showers and storms impact you as you head into the western Carolinas. More of that marginal risk, which is level 1 out of 5, and that includes some of our mountain counties. This is all for Wednesday afternoon and evening as I look to see that transition of wet weather moving in, heading into the second half of the work week. So partly cloudy skies on tap. We'll bring in some of the rain over eastern Tennessee into our mountain counties Wednesday morning, trying to pull in more of that moisture. I think late morning, early afternoon, could see an isolated downpour or two with the storm potential ramping up overnight into your Thursday morning. Low pressure system sweeps that cold front south of the Carolinas, playing into your storm potential for Thursday afternoon and evening. Showers linger into Friday before we dry out just in time for the weekend. I'm looking at a total of maybe 1 inch to 1.25 inches when everything's said and done, maybe 3/4 of an inch north of I-40. Overnight lows will settle in the upper 50s, low 60s, with that 7-day forecast showing more of those low 80s Wednesday, upper 70s Thursday. Will be sunny but cooler, only peaking near 70 degrees on Friday before those low 80s return Sunday into Monday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. So here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. Homeowners in Charlotte could soon pay more in property taxes if a planned budget is approved. But this isn't just any tax increase. Leaders say the money raised will likely be used specifically to keep people safe in the Queen City. In our 9 o'clock hour, we're taking a closer look at exactly how the money will be spent to boost safety and security. Plus, it's the most common venomous snake in the Carolinas, and the wife of Monroe's mayor is now recovering at home after she was bitten by a copperhead. We'll hear about how she's dealing with the serious complications from the venom and what you need to know to avoid being bitten yourself. And we're following breaking news on the war in Iran. The Pentagon expected to provide a live update on the ongoing conflict at the top of the hour in just a couple minutes. We'll bring you that news conference live in its entirety. It's scheduled to start again at 8 o'clock. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Tuesday morning, everyone. It is almost 8 o'clock. Welcome in on this gorgeous morning to Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sador is on special assignment today.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. So we have the sunshine today. Winds pick up before clouds build overnight. All the transitions that will lead into the rain chances Wednesday into your Thursday.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
We need it, though.
Yeah.
Do we think it's going to be enough?
No. This is the type of rain that comes pretty quickly. It's going to run off rather quickly, so it's not going to saturate the ground as much. We need more consistent and more of the intermediate impacts of that that's going to take a while to get us out of the drought conditions that we find ourselves in.
We have a lot of golfers that are here in Charlotte this week that don't really want rain consistency the next 4 days or so.
Yeah. They're asking for a little bit of a break. I think Mother Nature will give us a good window there, Friday into Saturday, something that we'll be paying close attention to. Some of the showers could linger into Friday, so we'll keep an eye on that with, again, a look around the crown this morning. Clear skies, mostly sunny skies, with a little bit of a slowdown on Independence Boulevard here this morning to get your day started. We'll ramp up those temperatures into the low 80s, but starting off in the upper 50s, south-southwest winds, anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour, dew points in the low 50s. I'm looking at anywhere between a 5 to 10 and even 15-degree difference on the warmer side compared to where we were this time yesterday. So we hold on to those upper 50s, low 60s, Concord, low 50s and low 40s for our mountain counties. Day planner hosts partly cloudy skies. We're warming up effectively, upper 70s, low 80s on tap through the peak heating hours of the day. Our winds will be out of the southwest, 5 to 15 miles per hour. We could see breezy conditions sticking around through the peak heating hours of the day, with clouds building overnight, bottoming out in the low 60s, heading into your early morning hours. We'll break down more of what to expect with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Ted, let's step outside for pinpoint traffic real fast. We are expecting a Department of War presser here in just a second. Traffic moving a little bit better on LaSalle and I-77 headed into Uptown this morning, courtesy of NCDOT. 7 or 8 incidents around the Queen City. These are all secondary or just slow traffic issues, not necessarily accidents. We still have a lane blocked inbound Albemarle Road before it gets to Independence. Independence has become a parking lot at about that same area, backed up now beyond Sharon Amity Road. So Central Avenue or Monroe Road might be a good alternate for you this morning. It's really slowed down the total drive time coming up 74 from Monroe. You're looking at almost an hour now. Just trying to get into Uptown. Slow coming down from Mooresville, Cornelius coming down from Lake Norman all the way through Huntersville until you get to 485 this morning. Here's West Boulevard at I-77, that left-hand lane, trying to work its way into Uptown. Those 6 lanes really in both directions. Slow this morning. Good looking sunrise here as we look around the QC, and if you're coming in from the other side of town, the slowest coming down 77 from Lake Norman. Just keep your speed under control. We'll wrap up your traffic coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Dan Kane are expected to hold a press conference any moment now, providing continued updates on the situation in Iran. And we know that tensions, of course, in the Middle East remain high this morning, still in that very fragile ceasefire. The UAE saying that it was attacked by Iran. So we're hoping to learn more about that. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Well, as you know, President Trump has directed U.S. Central Command to restart the free flow of commerce through the Strait of Hormuz under the umbrella of Project Freedom. To be clear, this operation is separate and distinct from Operation Epic Fury. Project Freedom is defensive in nature, focused in scope, and temporary in duration, with one mission: protecting innocent commercial shipping from Iranian aggression. American forces won't need to enter Iranian waters or airspace. It's not necessary. We're not looking for a fight, but Iran also cannot be allowed to block innocent countries and their goods from an international waterway. Iran is the clear aggressor, harassing civilian vessels, threatening mariners from every nation indiscriminately, and weaponizing a critical choke point for its own financial benefit, or at least trying to. For too long, Iran has been harassing ships, shooting at civilian tankers from all nations, and trying to impose a tolling system. Iran's plan, a form of international extortion, is unacceptable. That ends with Project Freedom. 2 U.S. commercial ships, along with American destroyers, have already safely transited the strait, showing the lane is clear. We know the Iranians are embarrassed by this fact. They said they control the strait. They do not. So American ships led the way, commercial and military, shouldering the initial risk from the front, as Americans always do. And right now, hundreds more ships from nations around the world are lining up to transit. CENTCOM, along with partner nations, is in active communication with hundreds of ships, shipping companies, and insurers. All of these ships from all around the world want to get out of the Iranian trap that they have been stuck inside. As a direct gift from the United States to the world, we have established a powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait. American destroyers are on station, supported by hundreds of fighter jets, helicopters, drones, and surveillance aircraft, providing 24/7 overwatch for peaceful commercial vessels, except Iran's, of course, which is why our ironclad blockade remains in full effect as well. In fact, 6 ships tried to run the blockade out of Iranian ports as Project Freedom commenced, and they were all turned around. This is more than strategy, it's also humanitarian. By breaking Iran's illegal stranglehold, we're protecting the lives and livelihoods of sailors from dozens of countries, securing global energy routes, and preventing shortages that hit the world's poorest people the hardest. Once again, America is using its strength to lift up others. Iran is trying to subjugate the world. To what remains of Iran's forces, if you attack American troops or innocent commercial shipping, you will face overwhelming and devastating American firepower. The president has been very clear about this. We prefer this to be a peaceful operation, but are locked and loaded to defend our people, our ships, our aircraft, and this mission without hesitation. To Iran, let innocent ships pass freely. These international waters belong to all nations, not to Iran to tax, toll, or control. To our partners, allies, and the rest of the world, this is a temporary mission for us. As I've said before, the world needs this waterway a lot more than we do. We're stabilizing the situation so commerce can flow again, but we expect the world to step up. At the appropriate time and soon, we will hand responsibility back to you. To the incredible Americans executing this mission right now, simply thank you. Your courage, your readiness, your unmatched professionalism and precision are why the world can breathe easier today and every day. You are and always will be the greatest fighting force in human history, unmatched always. Project Freedom is underway. Commerce will be flowing, and America is once again leading with strength, clarity, and purpose for the benefit of the entire world. Our will is unshakable. God bless our troops, and God bless the mighty United States Navy as well. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. On Sunday, at the direction of the President, CENTCOM initiated Project Freedom with the objective of facilitating the safe passage of international commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Over the past 7 weeks, Iran's repeatedly threatened and attacked commercial shipping in the Strait in order to effectively cut off commercial traffic and damage the global economy. By obstructing one of the world's most critical maritime checkpoints, a vital transit route for approximately 1/5 of the global oil consumption, Iran is weaponizing the global supply chain. This action disregards established navigational rights and the law of the sea, and the regime led by the IRGC is effectively attempting to hold the entire global economy hostage. Let me give you an update of the last few days of activities, and if you take a look at the map here, as the Secretary said, the United States has established Project Freedom to open up the Strait of Hormuz. This graphic highlights the kinetic engagements that the Iranians have attempted to make or have taken against the region. The green dots and blue dots show the groupings of commercial, cargo, and tanker vessels. And the United States has established a significant presence over the strait here in order to open up the free flow of commerce, noting the blockade still continues along the eastern flank. The map shows the examples and samples of Iranian attacks against commercial vessels in the strait, as well as the Gulf of Oman and up in the Arabian Gulf. Since the ceasefire was announced, Iran has fired at commercial vessels 9 times and seized 2 container ships. And they've attacked U.S. forces more than 10 times, all below the threshold of restarting major combat operations at this point. You can also see the group of tankers and cargo vessels in the U.S. blockade line, as I mentioned. As a result of Iran's indiscriminate attacks across the region, there are currently 22,500 mariners embarked on more than 1,550 commercial vessels trapped in the Arabian Gulf, unable to transit. In addition to shipping, Iran has continued to deliberately attack its neighbors. Just yesterday, Iran attacked Oman once and the UAE 3 times, including an attack on Fujairah oil terminal, which was successfully defeated. They also launched cruise missiles, drones, small boats at U.S. forces defending commercial shipping in the Straits, and United States Navy MH-60 helicopters and Army AH-64 Apache helicopters successfully defeated those threats. Thus far, today is quieter. Let me describe this defensive operation just a few clicks down for you. As the Secretary said, Project Freedom is designed to protect commercial shipping and help restore the flow of commerce through the Strait and sustain freedom of navigation. CENTCOM has established an enhanced security area on the southern side of the Strait that is now protected by U.S. land, naval, and air assets to help defeat further Iranian aggression against commercial shipping. I'd like to share a little bit more about U.S. capabilities, but for operational security purposes, I'm not going to get into specific details out there. On the surface, guided missile destroyers and other warships are detecting and defeating Iranian threats. This includes fast boats and one-way attack drones. In the air, more than 100 fighters, attack aircraft, and other manned and unmanned aircraft, synchronized by the 82nd Airborne Division, are in the air 24 hours a day, providing defensive overwatch for the enhanced security area and its approaches that I discussed. These forces are comprised of over 15,000 American service members and have established localized air and sea control to protect against Iranian threats. Commercial vessels that transit through the area will see, hear, and frankly feel U.S. combat power around them on the sea, in the skies, and on the radio. And as of this morning, as was mentioned prior, 2 U.S. flag merchant vessels have transited, and we anticipate more to transit over the coming days. Further up the Gulf, U.S. Naval Forces Central Command continues to work to identify and mitigate any threats. Beyond Project Freedom, CENTCOM and the rest of the Joint Force remain ready to resume major combat operations against Iran if ordered to do so. No adversary should mistake our current restraint with a lack of resolve. And the President has said, as the Secretary has, that now is the time for those with equity stake in the Strait to come assist. Before I turn it back to the Secretary, I want to take a moment to highlight part of our joint force today. And today I want to talk about the paratroopers of the United States Army 82nd Airborne Division. When the President or the Secretary need immediate, scalable, and lethal combat power in CENTCOM or elsewhere, the All-American Division answers the call. The 82nd is the core of our nation's immediate response force and ready to deploy within hours of notice. These paratroopers are capable of accomplishing any mission in any environment, constantly training, constantly ready to jump from Air Force aircraft into ground combat and seize key terrain if ordered to do so, just like their predecessors did in Sicily and Normandy in World War II, or to secure or enable the follow-on forces to flow into theater as they did in Grenada or Panama. They can do the range of missions from counterinsurgency to counterterrorism operations to power projection, as they have many times over the course of the history of this great division. They can do all these things because they're incredibly well-trained, well-equipped, and well-led, but also because of the indomitable spirit of the All-American paratrooper. Every single one of them volunteered for this role, volunteered to go to airborne training, and volunteered to serve. But this division is now more than just a formation that we use for forcible entries. For example, just today, they are out there coordinating, integrating, and synchronizing land, air, space, sea, and cyber forces using joint all-domain command and control. They use next-generation tactical networks that are AI-enabled to augment intelligence and operations, and they seamlessly synchronize all of these effects and are doing so in support of Project Freedom as we speak. The relentless focus on technical innovation allows the commanders out there in the field to see, sense, and understand the opportunities that are in front of them, along with the associated risks, and make smart decisions out on the objective. With incredible courage, tenacity, and grit, they are going all the way every day, and whenever the nation calls on them, they are there to answer the call. We are grateful for their service and their leadership. Lastly, before I close, as I often do, I want to remember some of our fallen. Today, we remember Sergeant William Rivers, Specialist Brianna Moffett, and Specialist Kennedy Sanders of the 718th Engineering Company, U.S. Army Reserves, out of Fort Benning, Georgia. They were tragically killed on January 28, 2024, when attacked by an Iranian-backed proxy force at Tower 22 in Jordan. We continue to carry on their memories. We remember their names. We remember their families. And the Secretary and I are deeply grateful for all of our deployed forces who are out there doing our nation's work. And sir, with that, I'll kick it back over to you.
Very good. We'll take a few questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Alexandra Ingersoll, One America News. Do you assess, Mr. Secretary, do you assess what's left of this small boat fleet to be a significant threat or a nuisance to be managed? And then secondly, what is your message to critics who say that the U.S. doesn't have a strategy in this mission?
Well, any threat needs to be taken seriously. And just like those 6 attack boats that the chairman mentioned were taken seriously and dealt with before there were any real threat to the American military vessels that they were approaching. And that is, small craft like that are all that Iran has left. Their ability to get close with a destroyer of the capabilities that we have is limited, but we're going to take it very seriously and kinetically, quickly. We're not going to allow a threat to gather. And I can tell you, even from just this morning, the strategy remains laser focused. In fact, what I think you see from Project Freedom is that we're not allowing ourselves to get distracted. This is a separate and distinct effort, temporary in nature, that we plan to hand over to the world. The world has expressed a desire to be a part of this. As is often the case, or maybe almost always the case, American leadership is required. So the president was willing to undertake this, send commercial ships through, send destroyers in, provide this red, white, and blue bubble of protection, and encourage the world to step up. Because ultimately, this waterway is, as I said, far more crucial to the rest of the world, and they need to have the ability to defend it. So I think this is a reflection of a laser-focused strategy, actually, right here.
Morning, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman. David Zia, Real America's Voice. I wanted to ask you of any of the fast boats that have been either sunk or identified, are there any armaments larger than, say, small, AK-47 type stuff, or any anti-ship cruise missiles identified? And my second question is, if there's a divide between the IRGC and Tehran, is there a way to get Tehran to agree to let us go after the IRGC that is doing these attacks without violating the ceasefire?
Well, right now, anything coming at our crafts, regardless of what's on it, has to be defended against, and that's the case. I don't know what the exact armaments were on those fast boats.
Small arms, nothing significant on the fast boats.
Rifles or small machine guns. There were some small coastal cruise missiles shot down as well. So there's some frothiness in the beginning aspects of this that were dealt with very directly by our destroyers, and we're communicating both overtly and quietly to the Iranians to allow this defensive operation to happen on behalf of the world. There are some actions the IRGC takes sometimes that are outside the bounds of what maybe Iranian negotiators would like. That's their job to rein that in and ultimately create a condition for a deal, right? That's not something I talked about in these remarks, but that's happening in real time. Iran has an ability to make that deal. But what we're demonstrating with Project Freedom is they don't control the strait. I mean, we know Iran is embarrassed by the fact that our blockade is holding, and we can run ships through, and we're going to help the world run ships through. And if they hold it at issue, The whole world knows who's doing it. It's not us. We're willing to open it up. It's Iran, and that creates a dilemma for them. We hope they make a deal. Yes.
Thank you, sir. My first question is for General Kane. Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. You said that the attacks by Iran so far are below the threshold of restarting major combat operations. What is that threshold? And then for Secretary Hegseth, are there still concerns about mines in the Strait? And can you kind of clarify these reports of kamikaze dolphins that we've heard about?
I haven't heard the kamikaze dolphin thing. It's like sharks with laser beams, right? The threshold of restarting is a political decision above my pay grade. What I'll say is it's low harassing fire right now. It feels like Iran is grasping at straws to try to do something across the southern flank. To your question, David, their command and control structure remains very fractured, and I think they're struggling to maintain control down echelon at the edge, but it's still pretty low-level kinetics at this point in time.
And I can't confirm or deny whether we have kamikaze dolphins, but I can confirm they don't. Ultimately, any follow-on effort, if there are mines identified, would be something that some of our units could undertake or the world could undertake. But right now we know we have a lane of safe passage that commercial shipping can flow through.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Last 24 hours or so, Iran's fired at us, we fired at Iran. Just going to ask you more directly, is the ceasefire over?
No, the ceasefire is not over. Ultimately, this is a separate and distinct project, and we expected there would be some churn at the beginning, which happened. And we said we would defend and defend aggressively, and we absolutely have. Iran knows that. And ultimately, the president's going to make a decision whether anything were to escalate into a violation of a ceasefire. But certainly we would urge Iran to be prudent in the actions that they take to keep that underneath this threshold. This is about the straits. This is about freedom of navigation. This is about international waterways. This is about free flow of commerce, all the things that happened before, and only Iran is contesting. So right now the ceasefire certainly holds, but we're going to be watching very, very closely. Absolutely.
Secretary
James, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. General, thank you. I want to first express my gratitude and admiration for the work you do and for everyone involved in our armed forces, and also for the accomplishments of Operation Epic Fury, which I think are too often dismissed too lightly. But those accomplishments don't obscure, I think, a central default that has occurred here, and I would like you both to address it. On the first day of this conflict, President Trump addressed the Iranian people directly and said, when we're finished, take over your government. It'll be yours to take. And then on the seventh day of the conflict, in a Truth Social post, the president said, quote, there will be no deal with Iran except, all caps, exclamation mark, unconditional surrender. What happens to that pledge to the Iranians? And when did the president decide to capitulate on his demand for unconditional surrender?
Well, James, I wouldn't, you started out nicely, but you ended exactly where we knew you would end. The president hasn't capitulated on anything. He holds the cards, we maintain the upper hand, and Project Freedom only strengthens that hand. And so he will ensure that whatever deal is made or whatever end state is reached creates ensuring that Iran never has a nuclear weapon, which is number one, and he's been focused on that, and the deal and discussions are centered on that. And what the Iranian people take advantage of after the fact is up to them, and he's been very clear about that. And maybe you do it now, maybe it happens later, but ultimately he's also been clear, we're not going to entangle this into some nation-building project. Our objectives are clear. They've been pursued from day one. Hopefully the Iranian people take advantage of that because they're being taken advantage of by this regime. As you know, 45,000 Iranians, innocent Iranians, killed before the outset of this. That's what this government does, kills their own innocent civilians. Getting out from underneath that is going to be a challenge of the Iranian people, and we certainly hope they take advantage of that. Thank you.
Can I have one follow, please?
Go ahead.
If I may.
Everybody else
one
follows directives. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Can you share any information regarding the South Korean ship that was reportedly hit by Iran? Is Seoul in contact with the U.S. military about it? And is there any indication that they would heed Trump's call made on social media to join Project Freedom?
We hope so. We're in contact with that ship, CENTCOM, I should say, and the Maritime Coordination Forces are in touch. And I think targeting like that is a reflection of the indiscriminate nature of what Iran is doing. We hope South Korea would step up, just like we hope Japan would step up, just like we hope Australia would step up, just like we hope Europe steps up. But we're not waiting for them to do so. We're looking to set the conditions to hand to them. But the president was clear in his truth message that, hey, this is your ship. You should take part in helping to defend it. We very much hope they do. James, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, in terms of new U.S. intelligence reports suggest that the timeline for the war in Iran to get a nuclear weapon has not changed since last summer, still at 9 to 12 months. Is that intelligence wrong? How can this be after so much bombing? And for General Kane, going on back onto what you're talking about, the Strait of Hormuz, the president recently said that the blockade is even more effective than bombing. So why didn't we start the campaign with the blockade? And initially, how many planned ships do you plan to escort or take through commercial ships to the Strait of Hormuz today or in the coming days?
Well, we don't discuss the specifics about intel, and anybody that does shouldn't be, and I can't confirm or deny whether that is indeed correct. Speculation, as far as I'm concerned, coming from you. But ultimately, what Operation Midnight Hammer did in the obliteration of those facilities was set back their program. And then, because of the efforts of that 12-day war, the president was able to recognize that this threat, while they continued to seek nuclear capabilities, their will was still there to seek a nuclear bomb. Ultimately, they were creating a conventional umbrella of so many missiles and so many capabilities that no one would want to challenge them. Think of the North Korea. This is the North Korea strategy. We have so many conventional capabilities, you won't do something about it. And underneath that, we're going to develop more nuclear capabilities. So the will was still there. President Trump had the courage to say we have to dismantle and take on those conventional capabilities while the nuclear facilities are watched 24/7 and overwatched. And we will ensure one way or another, hopefully Iran chooses a deal, that they give up those ambitions, give up those capabilities, and we're able to confirm that every step of the way. So that has been, President Trump's been focused on it. He's set them back like no other president. He ripped up the terrible deal that would have given them a bomb. He took care of it in Midnight Hammer. We're watching it right now, and ultimately feel good about the fact that the end state will ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. Go ahead.
Sir, I'll let CENTCOM talk to the number of ships they're going to take through because they're the nearest ones to talking to the commercial shippers, and I don't want to get out in front of them. On the order and sequence around the military objectives, that's a decision the President and the Secretary go get us at, and at the time we were focused on the primary objectives that were in front of us. Thank you.
Ryan, go ahead.
Ryan Morgan with the Epic Times. On Friday, President Trump notified Congress that the hostilities that began on February 28 had terminated. That came on the deadline of the 60-day war powers deadline. Will this administration be seeking congressional approval for any further military operations if the ceasefire breaks down?
Our view is the one you described, that ultimately with the ceasefire, the clock stops. If it were to restart, that would be the president's decision. That option is always there, and Iran knows that, and that's why, their choices in Project Freedom are important. The president retains the opportunity and the capabilities, more capabilities than we had at the start of this, to restart major combat operations if necessary. If Iran is not willing to follow through on its side of the bargain or make a deal, then the War Department is postured, locked, loaded, and ready to go. We hope it doesn't have to go in that direction. But Admiral Cooper and our forces are in a three-point stance and ready to go. Yeah, last question.
Thank you. Liam Cosgrove with Zero Hedge. In recent weeks, both Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's head of Mossad have stated their intent not to cease combat with the Iranians. Netanyahu put this on Twitter. Israel's head of Mossad said Israel's goals are not finished until the Iranian government collapses. And so they're referring to the government that President Trump has brokered a ceasefire with and is working on a lasting peace in the region with. And so that's something many Americans, especially American farmers, are hoping he does get to a lasting peace. And so if President Trump is successful in that and the Israelis are explicitly stating their intent to continue fighting at a later date, how roped back into a war if that comes? And secondly, with Netanyahu comfortable tweeting something like that out, and also Netanyahu has continued bombing Lebanon despite President Trump explicitly telling him not to.
I would say your question is based on the false premise that somehow President Trump is being pulled in by Prime Minister Netanyahu to any of these actions. And that's where you're going. Just to be clear, President Trump has led at every step of this based on his view of American interest and America first. And we're grateful that Israelis have been very capable partners at many steps of this, and they may have some objectives at times that are slightly different than ours. But there's only one hand on the wheel ultimately directing this, whether it's Project Freedom or previously Operation Epic Fury, and it's President Trump. So we're grateful for their input, their insights, the existential nature of the threat they face from an Iranian bomb, the capabilities that they can bring to that, but ultimately the coordination will happen with the leadership of President Trump. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we have been listening to Secretary Pete Hegseth and Chairman General Dan Kane with this press conference at the Department of War this morning on two things, really. I mean, the overall Operation Epic Fury, where things are with the war in Iran, and most recently since Sunday and the last couple of days, Project Freedom, which he explained is separate from the offensive part of the war. This is a defensive strategy temporarily to protect the innocent commercial shippers out there, the navigable waterways. Once those areas are secure, returning that back to basically the rest of the world.
And then General Kane also just talked about some of the fire that has been going back and forth between Iran and the U.S. As well as the UAE, saying that it's below a threshold currently laid out in a ceasefire. So operations do not have to start back up with those different things that are happening. So still a lot more to unpack from there, but we're going to send it to a quick break and we will be right back. All right, 8:30 here on our Tuesday morning. Thank you so much for staying with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Appreciate you watching today. Julian Sador on special assignment. Meteorologist Ted Payton says if you enjoyed yesterday, today, what, maybe two more degrees?
2 more degrees,
Okay.
yeah.
All
Not
right.
too different, a little warmer, just a little breezier as well. The winds are going to pick up a little bit, so it might feel the same.
Balances out.
Yeah, not going to be too different. We are going to have the clouds build late in the day, playing into rain chances that come in on your Wednesday. So something to watch out for here. as we take a live look from our tower camera out of West Charlotte, seeing the Queen City in the distance and looking at mostly sunny skies for the start of your Tuesday. Feeling nice and cool with those temperatures here in those 50s early on. We were in the mid 50s, now upper 50s as temperatures warm up effectively. South-southwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour, anywhere from 9 to 15 degrees on the warmer side compared to where we were this time yesterday. Low 60s, Charlotte, Monroe, upper 50s, Albemarle, low 50s, Boone and Jefferson, with our day planner hosting those clear conditions for the most part. A few partly cloudy skies build late in the day. We'll get into the 70s by lunchtime, highs peak in the low 80s this afternoon. Southwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Breezy this afternoon. Overnight lows settle into what will be the low 60s overnight into your early morning hours, with your high temperatures sitting anywhere from those low 80s to upper 70s Wednesday into Thursday. Average highs typically hit the upper 70s. Your pollen count stays medium to high heading into midweek and again lingering into the weekend. I'll break down more of your overall forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, appreciate that. 8:30 half hour. Let's step outside, check out our traffic around the Crown. Things are moving a little bit. There we go. Even in the last 10 minutes, that curve, I-77 southbound, was not even moving under LaSalle Street. Now it is at about 40 miles an hour. So, hey, progress. We will take it this morning. Beautiful sunrise, though, all around the Crown. We've got about, I don't know, 6, 7. Not that I was trying to say that, but we do have 6 or 7 incidents that are out there this morning. And none of these really major wrecks causing big time delays. A lot of these are just ramp slowdowns, people trying to get on interstates. Still have a little bit of slowdown on inbound Independence, just north of Sharon Amity Road. So Central Avenue or Monroe Road might get you going a little bit quicker, even with the stoplights. We've now gone down from an hour down to 50 minutes from Monroe, trying to make your way into Uptown. So again, progress, we'll take it. Every half hour, things continue to improve just a little bit. Quick shot coming down from the Lake Norman, Cornelius area. Don't be distracted by your cell phone. We will wrap up your traffic and give you drive times to the airport coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour.
Charlotte City Manager is asking council members to raise property taxes to pay for public safety improvements. Manager Marcus Jones tells leaders that the change would increase the average homeowner's property tax bill by about $5.70 a month. In his budget proposal to the council, Jones says he wants to fund an $85 million investment in police and fire. It would cover things like raises for officers and firefighters, new dash cams, and new fire engines. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber has more.
This is a pretty big budget. It's a $4.5 billion budget. The first time we have crossed that threshold with $1 billion general fund. I also believe it's the moment for us to connect our residents to this transformational opportunity.
And within Charlotte's $4.5 billion proposed budget for the next year is a requested $85 million spend on the city's police and fire departments.
It's not a small amount. And to put this in perspective, what we put in the current budget in public safety is about $36.3 million in FY26. So FY27 is more than twice the investment.
For Police City Manager Marcus Jones says the $85 million will cover new police cruisers, dash cameras, and radios and equipment. For Fire, CFD will get a new engine, additional support positions, and gear. The investment will also cover salary increases for both departments. To pay for the investment, Jones is asking the council to approve a 1.89 cent increase per $100 of a property's value. According to officials, that would translate to a $5.71 increase per month for the average homeowner. Jones argues his proposal would ensure Charlotte residents still have a relatively low tax bill.
We would still be the lowest all-in for government services of any city in North Carolina with a population of 250,000 or more.
That was Andy Weber reporting. The public will be able to comment on the proposed budget during a hearing set for May 11th. The council will then have a few weeks to make changes before a planned vote on a final version on June 8th.
People living in Mooresville say that a situation involving their mayor caught with his pants off in Town Hall is a stain on the reputation of the town. Last night, commissioners were set to discuss the future of the mayor's office. However, that was tabled since the mayor and the commissioner who presented the motion were not present. That didn't stop residents, though, from calling for more action from commissioners.
I'm highly vexed over this entire mayoral situation that is dragging the town of Mooresville through the mud nationally and internationally.
The town also recently filed to block the release of surveillance video from the night that Mayor Carney was in town hall with his pants off. The appeal came back on April 22nd, right as the deadline approached for the town to release that footage. Officials say the appeal was not meant to shield the mayor or to dodge transparency about what happened. The first black golfer to ever make it to the PGA Tour will be immortalized here in Charlotte this morning. Charlie Sifford will be getting his own statue. The tribute will go up this morning at Elizabeth Park just before the start of the Truist Championship, which is Thursday. Sifford joined the tour back in 1961 before capturing the Greater Hartford Open and the Los Angeles Open back in '67 and '69. President Barack Obama awarded him the National Medal of Freedom just before Sifford's death at the age of 92.
Another night of hockey and another win from the Carolina Hurricanes. We're looking at the epic comeback and overtime action from Raleigh. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Our award-winning Hometown Series is continuing through the spring, and we've got a couple more stories that we can't wait to share with you. Tomorrow morning at our 9 o'clock hour, join our hometown team to explore why we play and the people that make sports so special. We're going to be live in our communities throughout the Queen City. If you have missed any of our hometown stories over the last couple of months, you can always catch them online. Just go to our website, qcnews.com. If you went to bed before the third period of last night's Hurricanes game, you might find it hard to believe they won. The Canes are now keeping their winning streak alive in much-needed overtime against the Flyers in round 2 of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Carolina Sports Live's Joey Ellis breaks down last night's game in our morning sports.
Well, in the Stanley Cup playoffs, it has been well documented. Philadelphia and Carolina this season have played very even, competitive games, and that was no difference in Game 2 Monday night with Carolina and Philly going to the 5th overtime game in 6 meetings so far this season, with the Canes somehow coming out victorious to grab a 2-0 series lead. Teams who had went up 2-0 in a best of 7 with an 86% chance of winning the series. Philly might have heard that number. They had an ideal start in this one, though. On the man advantage, Tyson Forrester gets things going. Jamie Drysdale sticks with it, beats Freddie Anderson. He's been so good. That was Carolina's first time trailing in nearly a month, since April 7, the last time they were down. They were in a 1-0 hole just like that. The hole got bigger 39 ticks later. Sean Couturier with a weird angle somehow would beat Anderson. It's 2-0. Looking like this might get out of hand, but Carolina just stuck with it. Never panicked. Closing seconds of the power play. Jackson Blake, Nick Ehlers pots his first of the playoffs. Canes were down 2-1 after 40 minutes. So in the third, Carolina just stuck with it. Ehlers with a sweet feed. Seth Jarvis buries his 33rd on the year. First of the playoffs, this went to overtime. We had free puck in Raleigh, looking like we were going to head to a second overtime. Taylor Hall drives the net, gets rewarded. What a time for his first career playoff overtime goal. Third of the season, of the postseason. Carolina outlasts Philly in overtime 3-2 to grab a 2-0 series lead. It's now 6-for-6. Carolina is in playoff games, with the series now swinging over to Philadelphia. And this game was just crazy from the start. Carolina outshot Philly by 5, but in the overtime, Philly dominated until they just could not contain them anymore. More than 90 hits total in this game. It was a very physical game. Both teams were not stellar on the power play. Refs decided really what they wanted to be stars of this one. 13 total penalties, just 2 power play goals, though, 1 for each team. Hall, who had the overtime winner, hit a number of blocked shots for Carolina, who also dominated in the faceoff circle, just destroying Philly in faceoffs 45-28.
To be down 2 and just kind of stick to our game and wait for our opportunities and capitalize, I think that was huge. It speaks a lot to our leaders, to Roddy, just keeping everyone calm and trusting the process.
All right, so here's the rest of the series now as we head into the city of brotherly love. At least that's what some of them are calling it. Xfinity Mobile Arena, it is going to be hostile. We're going to wait until Thursday, though, to get Game 3. Puck drop at 8 o'clock for that one in South Philly. Game 4 in Saturday, 6 o'clock puck drop. And then, should we need any extra games, Monday would be Game 5, with then Game 6 in Philly next Wednesday. And then somehow, if it does go the distance, goes to 7. Next Saturday would be that 7th and final game in Raleighwood. And football, it never sleeps. And next up for the Panthers, rookie minicamp this weekend, with the star of the bunch, the offensive lineman Monroe Freeling, getting his first action with the Carolina Blue on camp. Will last 2 days and is more of a welcome to the team. We get equipment fitting, physical testing before they arrive once again for OTAs just a few weeks later at the end of the month. And if you need a reminder of who's coming this weekend, besides Freeling, you're going to get the Fridge, the defensive tackle Lee Hunter, and then the University of Tennessee standout, the wideout Chris Brazel III. You get cornerback Will Lee III out of Texas A&M, and here's a guy who will be in a position battle really as soon as he gets here. That's the center out of Kansas State. Sam Hecht is a very good player. And then you get the hard-hitting safety from Penn State, Zachy Wheatley, and the linebacker from Miami of Ohio, Jackson Kawach. And then you get the UDFAs. It stands for the undrafted free agents. Those are the guys who will be looking to crack this roster, or at least stand out enough that they can get signed elsewhere. And it starts with a dual-threat quarterback we've talked a lot about out of Georgia Tech, Haynes King, and then a little local flavor with Coastal Carolina wideout Malik Mega. And then you get another set of hands in Baylor's Kobe Prentice. And then on the offensive line, they're bringing in Albert Reese IV, another local guy, defensive tackle Austin Hall. He's coming from Duke. And then you get the edge rusher Isaiah Smith from SMU. And then you cap things out with 3 corners. Jalen Gilbro, he comes from Texas. Rutgers is Cam Miller, and then Devontae Smith. No, not that Devontae Smith. This guy comes out of Notre Dame as well. So a lot more to get to in terms of Carolina Panthers football, with rookie minicamp and now gearing up towards summer training camp as well. And we'll get a lot more on the Carolina Hurricanes holding that 2-0 lead. We'll hear from Rod Brindamore and set the table for a pivotal Game 3 for Philly back at their place Thursday night. We got all that and a lot more to get to tonight at 11 o'clock on Carolina Sports Live.
That's it. Annie, if you stay up till 11 o'clock, you'll be able to catch all those updates.
A mere 11 o'clock.
Yeah. Just an easy turnaround for tomorrow.
With a 3-ish a.m.
Yeah.
wake-up call.
Yeah, it's all good. You can
Sounds
sleep
good.
on the weekend.
Our Apple Watches just don't like us. They're
Yeah.
like,
Good.
hey.
Get some more
you
sleep.
Didn't sleep.
Get some more sleep. Ted, as
Worth
far
it.
as weather goes, rain coming in, what, couple days Thursday?
Yeah.
First day of the tournament?
First day of the tournament now. Speaking of overnight waking up, we could have some rumbles of thunder Wednesday night into Thursday. We're looking like an overnight impact. So something to watch out for as we hold on to those nice, comfortable conditions this morning. We'll transition to a little stormy second half of the work week. 59 degrees, south-southwest winds coming in at about 7 miles per hour. There's that slowdown on Independence Boulevard near Sharon Amity Road. Low 60s, upper 50s kicks off your Tuesday with those low to mid 50s up through our mountain counties towards Boone and Jefferson. Low 80s to mid 80s around the Queen City. Low 70s Boone and Jefferson for our higher elevations. Mountain counties will be a little bit on the cooler side, but still warm by any stretch. As I look at that stationary front turning into a cold front approaching the Carolinas, we'll be dry today. Cloud cover increases before rain and storm chances ramp up through the Gulf states into the southeast. So right now, Louisiana into Mississippi, Alabama, could see some of the heavy rain heading into Wednesday. Some of those storms embedded in that, indicated by the yellow. That will stay off to our west. A marginal risk for severe weather, level 1 out of 5, pushes into the western Carolinas Wednesday afternoon and evening. That includes a little bit of our mountain counties as well, so holding on to a chance for those storms Wednesday night into your Thursday. Clouds and radar ushers in more of that cloud cover later on this evening, Tuesday into Wednesday. Increases that moisture. Rain chances ramp up along the I-40 corridor in your morning and then tapers off as we head into the afternoon and looking at Wednesday night into Thursday, bringing the potential for downpours and isolated storms that linger into the second half of the work week. Thursday could see a pop-up shower or two as a cold front crosses, giving us the storm potential for the second half of the work week. Friday, more dry than wet with a little bit of that extra rain trying to move in. I think most of this will be to our south. We'll have to have our high-resolution models really hone in on that forecast for the end of the week here. Anywhere from an inch to what could be an inch and a quarter of rain when everything is said and done. Overnight lows will settle in the upper 50s, low 60s heading into your early morning hours. We'll see more in the way of those 70s Thursday and Friday. Saturday gets back into the upper 70s, 80s return heading into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
One of the most important questions of the day. Here we go. Are you a window seat person, an aisle seat person, or a middle seat person? If you're not willing to pay extra to pick out your seat on your next flight, you're more likely going to get stuck with a middle seat, but there is a reason for that.
I just want to know who prefers the middle seat, right? If we're asking that question. So many people have made posts online showing they're in a middle seat in the front of the plane while the back half of the plane is almost empty. It all has to do with weight and balance, where people sit on the plane, or where people sit on the plane, a major factor for balancing the plane's center of gravity. If the weight is not properly balanced, the plane may not be able to take off safely. So that means if you haven't paid for and picked your own seat, you will be used to fill in the gaps, so to speak, to help keep that plane balanced. Now, do y'all pay extra? I think we've had this debate before of whether or not we will pay for the better seat. Depending on the flight and how much, I will pay for the better seat.
Yeah, to me, it's anything anything around like 3 hours or more.
Yeah.
I'll pay a little extra just because I have long legs and I would like a little extra room, right?
Yes.
So I can at least stretch my legs out. That's all I'm asking for, just be able to stretch them out. I don't really care. I mean, I don't like the middle. I right out of the gate don't like the middle. I'll take the aisle, but lately I'm more of a head bobber.
Yeah.
And I fall
so
asleep.
You
So I'm kind of liking the window. I like the little wall there.
Either one is my preference. I don't mind the aisle. I don't have the bigger frame with the elbows.
Big chicken wings.
I could still get bumped, but that's okay. I kind of like the easy access if I have to use the restroom.
Yeah.
I try to not. Because, those things are small and scary.
Yeah. I get bumped in the aisle. I don't mind. If I'm flying by myself, I really don't have a preference. I'm not paying extra. Put me where you got to put me.
Yeah, but I mean, let's say you don't even have to pay extra. Are you ever going to intentionally choose the middle?
If I don't have, I never choose the middle.
Right.
Okay, all right.
It's not the
so that's never your first
It's not the
choice.
preference. Yeah. It's not the first choice, but if I end up there because I was cheap and I'm flying solo, my arm.
So be it.
So
Get 2 armrests.
That's it.
That's a whole other debate.
There we go. Oh, man, this conversation could keep going. All right, listen, we got an hour and 5 minutes left. Don't go anywhere. Beautiful start to this Tuesday. We'll be back with more of Queen City News.
Well, this week is all about going screen-free. The event started back in 1994 as a TV turn-off week, but has since evolved into including apps and other online devices. The International Play Association encourages people to think about what kinds of screens they interact with every day and then set a limit, whether that's no screens for a whole week, good luck with that, or just an hour a day. Researchers at Penn State University say, though, we should actually start thinking more about the quality of what we're consuming, not the amount of time on the screens themselves.
Because 1 minute for someone might be the best minute of their lives and they interacted with people they've never met and combated loneliness, whereas for someone else, 1 minute could actually be very deleterious to their mental health. I would say that some of the bad ways we use screen time are essentially scrolling to combat feelings of anxiety or depression.
Researchers say it's also good to check your emotions after screen time to see how that particular activity made you feel. So if doom scrolling makes you depressed after, that's not high quality time on your screen. Your last hour Queen City News Now is straight ahead. That gets underway right now.
Queen City News starts now.
It is 9 o'clock. Welcome everyone on this Tuesday morning to our final hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sador is on special assignment.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast, and we are going to be looking at that sunshine throughout most of today. Clouds will build, winds pick up, and then rain chances move in mid portions of the work week into your Thursday.
And Thursday, we should also note, is the first round of the Truist Championship at Quail Hollow. So, yeah.
So there you go.
So there we have it.
And you've been telling us yesterday and today that it's not just going to be like a little possible sprinkle Thursday morning when they get set to tee off. We might actually have thunderstorms.
Yeah, I think the thunderstorms will be mainly an overnight impact.
Okay,
like Wednesday, good. Maybe 2 a.m. waking you up a little bit.
Yeah.
Some lingering showers into your early morning hours on Thursday. So probably just going to have some wet greens for the most part before a round of storms can come through Thursday afternoon. So it's all going to be dicey heading into the second half of the work week. Our Charlotte Motor Speedway seeing lots of sunshine here, clear skies for the most part. We are going to be holding on to more of those impacts as we get into your later work week. But for right now, low 60 southwest winds, 10 to 15 miles per hour as we hold on to a warmer start to your morning. 10 degrees warmer, 7 degrees warmer, Rock Hill into Charlotte. We're looking at low 60s for Monroe into the Queen City with mid to upper 50s Boone and Jefferson. Day planner holds on to mostly sunny skies. We're going to have some of the clouds start to roll in. Second half of the work week, upper 70s, low 80s peak heating hours of the day. Winds will be relatively light out of the southwest before picking up this afternoon. Breezy for your Tuesday. I'll break down more of your setup here coming up in the next few minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, I appreciate that. Charlotte city leaders are now looking to invest millions of dollars into public safety.
City leaders say that it's in order to increase property taxes for the first time since 2024.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live near Uptown with a closer look at the dollars and cents. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jason and Annie. City officials say that they utilized all cost-cutting options during their budget planning process to try to keep any potential property tax hike as low as possible. They say that a 1.89 cent property tax increase would fund about $85 million to go to the police and fire departments. Now, officials estimate that that would be translating to about an additional $5.71 for the average homeowner in Charlotte per month of an increase if this property tax hike passes. Now, it would fund more than double for what the city currently invests in public safety. It would also provide 7% raises for firefighters, 10% raises for police officers, plus new dash cameras and vehicles. City Manager Marcus Jones says that they're also aiming to raise the salary for all full-time city employees to $25 an hour, something city employees have been calling for quite some time. Now, if approved, the nearly 2-cent property tax increase would take effect the same day that the new voter-approved 1-cent sales tax increase for public transit does. Jones told council members Monday Charlotte would still have a comparatively low tax bill.
We would still be the lowest all-in for government services of any city in North Carolina with a population of 250,000 or more.
Now, the current funding bill, or the funding proposal, rather, it translates to $4.5 billion for the city for the next year. Now, it's not finalized yet. In fact, on May 11th, city officials are looking to get more public feedback during a hearing, and then city council members will vote on June 8th. Reporting live just outside of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. State Elections Director Sam Hayes has hired one of North Carolina Republicans' go-to lawyers to defend the State Board of Elections in a lawsuit this year. Now, this is despite that lawyer representing clients with active lawsuits against the board in 4 other cases in state and federal courts.
Phil Stratch represents Republican legislators, the Republican National Committee, and the state Republican Party in redistricting and election cases. As Hayes sought to hire Stratch asked Hayes to sign a waiver acknowledging that his firm was also representing board adversaries in other cases.
All right, so we're going to bring in our chief legal analyst, Collie Frodes. This seems like a pretty big conflict of interest, or is this normal?
Well, yes, it is
yes.
It is normal, and yes, it is an extremely big conflict. So I'll do a couple things. First, when looking at some of the things that the party has said, they talked about we need individuals that know how to do this work, and they said, these are their words, that there are not many individuals within our state that recognize and understand how to operate in this election type of law type of cases. So an individual with a history of bringing these type of cases is what they're looking for. So that portion is understandable. I mean, it's a specific type of industry. It's not like someone that does criminal law could just jump in there and start doing that. Mm-hmm. However, the other aspect, what I would say is also normal, is the conflicts component. I'm a former professor that taught ethics, and so this is right along my line. This is a conflict of interest, probably a concurrent or current client conflict is what I would assume is there, because he has 4 clients that he has represented that is suing the board, but now is also representing the board. So those 2 folks would at some point been on opposite sides of a legal matter, and so he would have an obligation to at least inform them, and that's why he has them sign the waiver. Your consent signifies a waiver of any and all conflicts on behalf of other firms' clients, which may exist, because when you get a new client, you're going to do this conflicts check already. You're going to say, hey, have I ever represented this person? Have I represented someone else that they're going against? All right, conflict may be there, and I need to bring and make them aware of the conflict. Both parties need to be made aware of the conflict before they can move forward, and that's exactly what was done here. That's why I mentioned that part's normal. Mm-hmm. The non-normal part is just something of this amount of lawsuits being brought against one individual, or I should say one company, and then going out and hiring that same person.
Does the legal expertise of this specific attorney outweigh the ethical concerns?
I don't think it can ever outweigh the ethical concerns. If the ethical concerns are there, you have to go through the proper steps, specifically notifying the client of the conflict. I mean, and I go right to the rule. The North Carolina Rules of Professional Conduct lay out a couple of things. A lawyer shall not represent a client in representation involving a concurrent conflict of interest. And if the representation of the client will be directly adverse to one other, or the representation of a client may materially limit the lawyer's responsibilities to another client. So you talk about that expertise. Mm-hmm. A person with having expertise in that field would understand if they have an ability to do that. But then the rules give 4 other guidelines, and this is where I think it gets a little bit murkier. The representation is not prohibited by law. That's not an issue. Each affected client is given informed consent in writing. He did that. That's great. The representation does not involve the assertion by a claim by one or the other. That's not the issue, but this one. The lawyer reasonably believes that the lawyer will be able to provide competent and diligent representation to each affected client. If you're representing someone that you now have sued in the past, can you diligently represent that other person if at one point you were tearing down their arguments and now on this other side you're defending their arguments? I think out of all the 4 things that the rules list as a potential issue, I think that may be the one. Yes, he checked the box for conflict. I think he did exactly what I would want him to do, but that's something that he's going to have to be able to make a determination, and no one else can, at least until he's put in front of the board, a different board, a board of attorneys.
Yeah, certainly interesting. We haven't been able to really talk about something like that before,
Yeah,
so Cully,
it
thanks
is.
for your insight.
It is 9:08 right now. We need to get it over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton this morning. Ted, we're looking at rain here in a couple days.
Yeah, next couple of days we'll increase those rain chances first Wednesday, then heading into Thursday. We could see some of those showers, isolated storms roll through, an overnight impact into your early morning hours. We have that cold front well off to our north and west, impacting the Midwest, delivering the showers and isolated storms. And I'm looking at dry air in place, water vapor satellite imagery, not showing too much action as of right now. We are looking at that brown indicating the lack of moisture in the atmosphere. More of that moisture is focused west towards western Kentucky and into parts of Illinois. Drought conditions continue. Level 4 and 5 out of 5. That's the extreme drought in the red. More of the exceptional drought just east of Uptown. Quiet on radar this morning. Not seeing much activity, but we will be keeping an eye on this as we head into your Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Drought conditions continue. Exceptional drought east of Charlotte with our deficit over 25 inches behind where it should be from the past year. Looking at a 1 to 2 inch deficit with our weekend. Dry to start. Rain chances move in by Sunday. We'll have another check coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. 10 after 9. Let's wrap up our pinpoint traffic reports for today. We're on the backside of rush hour. Still seeing a couple of slow spots around the Queen City. Just north of Uptown, you got I-77 southbound traffic on the right. Going underneath LaSalle Street, a little bit slow up around the bend, but again, not too bad considering the amount of people still trying to make their way in and through Uptown. Overall, a couple of accidents still sprinkled on the board, none of these causing major slowdowns or any kind of accidents around the Queen City. So we're grateful for that this morning. Now inbound Independence is moving freely. That's great. It's been slow for about an hour, hour and a half. So like to see us wrapping up that way, moving into Uptown. Drive times definitely improving. Monroe down at the bottom there was almost an hour. And so now we're down to 43 minutes. So that's looking really good this morning. And then quickly, here's a look coming down from Lake Norman. A little bit better. Cornelius, this stretch through Huntersville is now moving, whether you're in the toll lanes or not. So that's good news. And then a little closer to Uptown, West Boulevard, I-77 north and south. That stretch also looking pretty good. Here's those drive times. There we go. Slowly improving for Mooresville. It was 45 minutes. So now that's cut almost in half. Just don't get a speeding ticket today, whether you're headed to the airport or not. Put the phone away, don't be distracted, and be respectful for your other driving neighbors that are out there. It is 9/11 this morning. We want to take you out live at this statue honoring the first black golfer to ever make it to the PGA Tour. He is going to be immortalized this morning in Charlotte. Again, this is a live look on the left side at Elizabeth Park, where Charlie Sifford, as they're going to be unveiling that statue right there. This tribute comes before the start of the Truist Championship at Quail Hollow this week. Sifford joined the tour back in 1961 before eventually capturing the Greater Hartford Open and then the Los Angeles Open in 67 and 69. President Barack Obama awarded him the National Medal of Freedom just before Sifford's death at the age of 92. So that statue there still covered up. They're going to be unveiling that here momentarily. A beautiful morning at Elizabeth Park, and just honored to have Mr. Sifford and that permanent statue unveiled coming up later this morning.
Still ahead, honoring and celebrating the U.S. Navy. Our Chief Transportation Correspondent, May Beeler, is showing off what makes the Navy important as they make a visit all week long to the Queen City. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
It is 9:15. Welcome back. It is all hands on deck for Charlotte Navy Week going on right now. It's the first Charlotte Navy Week in nearly 2 decades, and the program serves as the Navy's principal outreach effort.
Performances, educational programming, military civilian engagement activities, and more, featuring 75 sailors, is going on this week, and all of them represent a wide range of naval specialties. So to get into the spirit of all of this, Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot May-Kay Beeler is ready to hit the high seas, so to speak, at Charlotte Douglas International. Of all places, May-Kay, what is going on at the airport today?
Well, I know there's no water here, but there's a boat here. But first, let me show you. We are here at the Charlotte Overlook, one of the finest airport overlooks in the country. Great views of the terminal, the runways, the new runway, all the airplanes you can imagine. But yeah, there's a boat here today, and it's all for Charlotte Navy Week, the first one in about 2 decades. Come on over here. We've got Chief Darren Kent. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
We've been talking all morning, and just such incredible folks you are. Tell us, why the Navy? And tell us about this fabulous 34-foot patrol boat behind us.
So this is a 34-foot patrol boat from Maritime Expeditionary Security Squadron 2. Why the Navy? Just like with America's 250th birthday, we're showing off all the American public that might not have the access to see what all the Navy does. And the strength of our country is the diversity, and that's the strength of our Navy, is the diversity of everyone in it.
Now, this is a coastal shallow water craft. It's for harbor security. Tell me a little bit more about that. Looks like you got some big guns up there. How fast does it go? I think you told me 40 knots. How many service members? What do you use it for specifically?
We use it for coastal patrol. We also have embarked security teams that we can put to go on land or board other vessels, things of that nature. Yes, 40 knots is what it has, and typically a standard crew minimum is 4 personnel.
Now, the neat thing is folks can come out here today between 9 and 5 o'clock and talk to team members, to talk to folks like you about the boat and about the Navy. And I've been talking to them all morning. It's fascinating. So bless you for your service, and I hope folks come out and talk to you. And right now we're going to talk with Alexandra. So Alexandra, come on over here. Alexandra, Ensign Alexandra Fiorte Puyu. Did I say it right?
Fiore Puyu, but you're almost there.
Okay, with Public Affairs. So tell the next generation why the Navy and what it's like serving your country.
I think there's a lot of mystery about the Navy. So if you're in Charlotte this week, I encourage everybody to come out and talk to the sailors here. We're very excited to be here in the Queen City. There are a lot of mysteries about what we do, and we can show you what we do every day is very different. And talking to people, getting to know us, that brings a new appreciation to what we do in the Navy.
And Navy Week, this is rare for us because Charlotte hasn't had a Navy Week in nearly 2 decades. Right. What is the purpose of Navy Week? You travel all around the country to maybe cities that don't have a high presence of Navy service members. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am. The Navy Week is what we do in Navy Office of Community Outreach. It's the most significant outreach event that we put out every year. We stop by cities that doesn't have a lot of Navy presence, but we would love to give it back to the community and then show them what the Navy does. So we stop by between 12 to 15 cities every year.
We are so glad you're here. Week-long activities, even at the Truist Golf Championship. The Navy, or the Leapfrogs, the U.S. Navy parachute team is going to be here also.
Yes, they will be part of the Truist Championship opening and closing ceremony.
Wonderful. So all week going on, we'll have information on our Queen City News website. If you have time, come out today here to the airport overlook and check out this fabulous 34-foot Navy patrol boat. It's really neat, folks. You will not be disappointed, and learn all about the Navy, and bless our service members. Thank you so much. All right, you guys, back to you from Charlotte Douglas International Airport. May-Kay Beeler, Queen City News.
Oh, May-Kay, I love it. You spent all that time behind flight controls. Now you're talking boat controls. I love it, but we are very thankful for our men and women of the Navy and all of our armed forces. Thanks, May-Kay.
All right, now if you want to go out and about in Charlotte, maybe you're heading up to the Truist Championship to see those naval activities.
Yeah.
Ted, today is a nice day to go out and find one. Thursday might be a little wet.
A little dicey as we get into the second half of the work week. Wednesday night into Thursday brings some rain and storm chances. Thursday afternoon, you could see another round. Southwest winds right now at 10 to 11 miles per hour. Could see up to 15 mile per hour winds. Wind gusts even faster than that. Dew points well below our current temperature, so not concerned about visibility. We're in the low 60s, warming up nicely, but still relatively mild. A little bit on the cool side in our mountain counties, mid to upper 50s. Heading out the door this morning, we'll aim for the low to mid 80s peak heating hours of the day. I'm looking at low 70s for our mountain counties as sunshine dominates for the most part for your Tuesday. Moisture well off to our north and west. Wednesday brings rain and storm chances through Louisiana and our Gulf states up into parts of Tennessee and western North Carolina. Yellow indicating where the storm activity could focus in for parts of Louisiana into Mississippi and Alabama. More of that marginal risk for severe weather. Western Carolinas, we could see the green where those rumbles of thunder impact more of the higher elevations. Our storm chances linger into Wednesday night into Thursday morning right along that I-40 corridor. So walking you through it, we still see the cloud cover build on Tuesday. Here's your rain moving in Wednesday, first in the morning along that I-40 corridor, and then coming through later in the afternoon. An isolated pop-up shower or storm can't be ruled out. And then here's your overnight impact, rumbles of thunder into your overnight on Thursday. And there's Thursday morning with some of the light rain turning into some isolated downpours with a possible thunderstorm Thursday afternoon. Friday could bring another round. We'll have to watch that closely as rain chances could finish off the work week, but dry by this weekend. I'm looking at 1 inch to 1.25 inches when everything is said and done, helping to climb out of our drought conditions, but overnight lows bottom out in the low 60s, upper 50s. 7-day forecast shows 70s Thursday, Friday, back into the 80s Monday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Massive backlogs, annual caps, and fraud allegations are all threatening a visa program designed to help victims of crime. For a person living in the country illegally, the visa program provides a possible pathway for lawful permanent residency. Applicants have to be a victim of certain crimes and suffered substantial abuse or mental harm as a result. They also need to be willing to report and assist law enforcement in the investigation. Now, there are growing calls to crack down on the visa. The annual applicants far exceed the annual cap of 10,000, sparking claims that people may be staging crimes in order to qualify. The claims follow a case in Boston where prosecutors say 10 Indian nationals were indicted in what investigators describe as a coordinated scheme. They allegedly staged an armed robbery in Boston so they could later claim victim status and qualify for U visas. Some participants are even accused of paying to take part in the fake crimes. Experts say the case highlights potential vulnerabilities in the program. Now, some Congress members are looking to make changes. Texas Congressman Chip Roy is pushing new legislation to help protect victims while stopping fraud. He stated, quote, "Since its inception, the U visa has been a full factor for illegal immigration, serving as a last-ditch effort for illegal aliens to skirt deportation and stay in the country. It's time Congress repeal this program that has eroded the rule of law," end quote. Immigration attorneys, though, say the program needs to be protected.
I've worked with a lot of clients who have been witnesses or victims of really horrific violent crime. And because these people stepped forward and testified and gave their information as witnesses or victims, the police were able to go after the perpetrators of those violent crimes. And for politicians who say that they care about stopping violent crime in this country, they need to not go after the U visa because that encourages investigation and cooperation with the police for witnesses and victims of crime.
Even without fraud claims, the program is facing a major backlog. More than 400,000 applications sitting for review despite a strict cap of just 10,000 visas issued every year, leaving many applicants waiting 5 to even 10 years or more for full approval. Taylor, good morning. What's coming up?
Good morning, Jason. A major shift is coming to how people pay for college, and for some, the option to borrow could be disappearing completely. Coming up, we break down who could be left scrambling to cover the cost. You are watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
9:30 on the nose this Tuesday morning. Thank you so much for being here with us. I'm Annie Sadowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Julian Sador is on assignment today. Ted says a couple degrees warmer, but a real nice day ahead.
Yeah.
And we're going to start to notice, maybe later tonight with the wind, start to notice some changes that are coming over the next 24 hours or so.
Little dominoes start tipping over. First, we have the winds, and then the clouds start to build, and then we'll get a little bit more moisture in the air as we head into Wednesday. Could be a little bit of a dicey Wednesday afternoon and evening, heading into Thursday, where those rain and storm chances start to roll in. So that's going to be the progress and the progression of the deterioration as we see the next few days, bringing in more of the spring-like storms. Right now, we're looking at southwest winds, 11 miles per hour. Breezy today with those low 60s on tap heading out the door. These temperatures land anywhere from 4 to 7 to 8 degrees warmer than this time yesterday. And then we are going to have those low to mid 60s. Charlotte, Monroe, upper 50s, low 60s. Boone and Jefferson. Looking at your day planner, hosting that good sunshine with a few clouds starting to build heading into your afternoon. So mostly clear for the most part. Highs land near 80 degrees. I'm looking at a low 80s for your afternoon highs. Southwest winds will be breezy, can gust as fast as 25 miles per hour at times. Overnight lows settle in the low 60s heading into your early morning hours. So I'll expect to see a nice transition back into the low 80s Wednesday. Cloud cover builds, rain chances ramp up. We'll have those 70s linger for Thursday into your Friday. Average highs typically land in the upper 70s this time of year. We'll be well below that to finish off the work week, but rebound back into the start of the weekend into the upper 70s. Pollen count stays medium to high here heading into the rest of the work week. Mountain counties bring 70s for your Tuesday and Wednesday. Rain and storm chances more pronounced for your Wednesday and Thursday. For the higher elevations, 60s on tap heading into the weekend. I'll break down more of our setup here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. South Carolina tops the nation in foreclosures.
And Iran remains in focus on Wall Street.
Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. So, Jane, investors are watching the headlines from the Middle East as always, but especially today.
That's right. And, every day until this is settled, it seems to be on the back burner so far, though. And we're focused more on earnings, which have been pretty strong that we've gotten today. Pfizer among those. Now, oil is trading lower, down about $4 a barrel. And the Dow is up 250 points so far this morning.
And Jane, foreclosure filings have hit a 6-year high, and South Carolina is mentioned in here.
That's right. So ADAM data shows nearly 119,000 U.S. properties had foreclosure filings in the first quarter. That was up 26% from a year ago. And analysts blame insurance costs and also property taxes. South Carolina had the highest foreclosure rate in the nation, which was up 37% from a year ago. North Carolina was 16th on the list.
All right, Jane, this is big. United Health is making a big change that'll make it easier for patients to get a range of procedures.
Right. The Wall Street Journal reports that United Health will reduce required authorizations by 30%. So that will ease access to some tests and surgeries and therapy. And doctors have long complained about all the paperwork they have to complete to get insurers' permission for care. That can lead to delays, denials. And United Healthcare will stop requiring sign-ups for tests including echocardiograms, some chiropractic care, and certain outpatient surgeries, as well as some outpatient therapies.
All right, Jane, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. We'll catch up with you early tomorrow morning. Coming up on 9:34 now, starting this summer, it could get harder to pay for college, especially for grad students who've relied on federal loans to cover the full cost.
The government is pulling back on how much it will lend out, and that could push more people towards private loans.
Our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young, joining us this morning to break this down. Taylor, this sounds like this change could lead to fewer options for people.
Yes, I mean, this is one of those changes that sounds really technical, but there are real impacts here. So starting July 1st, the government is capping how much people can borrow to pay off their education. And for graduate students, that could mean this option really going away entirely, because think about it, they're the ones that are paying more for school because they're in school longer, right? So what this means is that for some families and even undergraduates who go to more expensive schools, they could be scrambling to come up with a difference in order to attend.
Okay, so who is this most likely to affect? People with certain degrees, a certain kind of borrower or what?
Yeah, this really centers around graduate students, specifically those in higher cost programs like medicine, law, business. And a lot of these programs already exceed this new cap already. But in fact, some estimates show about a third of all professional programs would exceed these caps. So that's a lot of students that we're talking about. So for many students, again, they will have to kind of find another way to cover that gap, and that answer for many could be private loans, which is risky as well.
Okay, so talk about those risks and how many people may not actually qualify.
Yeah, I think the tricky part about the private loans is the fact that, number one, they're higher interest rates for them, right? But also there's fewer protections. So, you have the federal student loans that you can make income-based payments, right? And also another thing to think about for these private loans is the qualifications, right? Federal loans do not look at credit scores or your income because you're a student, right? You don't necessarily have longevity in the job market to kind of have an income to prove or a credit score, but unlike federal student loans, these private student loans do take that into effect. So it's estimated that 40% of students may not even qualify for private loans at all.
Wow. So are you seeing this kind of as a sign that the shift, the burden of the cost is now going more onto the borrower?
Yeah, I think for a long time, the federal government has kind of been seen as a safety net for students, especially on the graduate level. But yeah, I think with these limits tightening, a lot of that burden and responsibility is falling onto the students, the borrowers themselves. And I think the bigger question is, debt, right? Are we going to be able to even get ourselves into debt? But I think it also comes down to access. Is this going to make people not be able to go to college? Like, it's not even an option to get a higher degree other than a bachelor's degree. And as we know, the trends show that more people are getting their master's, their higher education, because the job market is so tough. And college only is getting more expensive. So I think that this could have a real impact on people on whether they go to college or get a higher education. Yeah.
All right, Taylor, thank you very much for that. We'll certainly be watching where this goes. Thank you.
Today marks day 2 of the U.S. military operation to guide commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. The operation is testing the ceasefire as both countries fired shots in that critical oil passageway. News Nation correspondent Gabrielle Caracciolo reports.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says this is a separate defensive operation that doesn't involve Iranian waters or airspace. He says so far at least 2 commercial ships have safely transited the Strait of Hormuz and that more are lining up.
For too long, Iran has been harassing ships, shooting at civilian tankers from all nations, and trying to impose a tolling system.
In an effort the Trump administration's dubbed Project Freedom, U.S. forces are guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz, a critical oil passageway, and battling Iranian forces in the process.
These international waters belong to all nations, not to Iran to tax, toll, or control.
The U.S. Central Command says vessels stuck in the Arabian Gulf represent 87 countries. The effort to restore traffic comes as gas prices continue to climb, and Democrats remain critical of the administration.
Right now, with fuel prices, this is a self-inflicted wound. This is something that Donald Trump and his administration single-handedly caused. This is not the result of any traditional market factor. It's the product of Donald Trump starting a war with Iran.
The president continues to say gas prices will quickly come back down when the war is over, but an exact timeline for that remains unclear. In Washington, Gabrielle Caracciolo, News Nation.
Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says that his wife is still recovering after being bit by a copperhead snake. This happened at the couple's Union County home last week. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell met with the mayor, who says he wants his wife's story to be a warning to other people to watch where you step this summer.
We were grilling salmon outside. I'm on the deck. My wife's in the backyard, actually by our rope swing. And sure enough, she's out there talking to her dad on the phone. And I hear, "It's not good, babe, it's not good." And I'm like, "What's not good? The salmon's gonna be great, honey. I don't know what you're talking about."
Monroe Mayor Robert Burns says within seconds, his wife Lauren realized that she had been bitten by what they believe was a 4-foot-long venomous copperhead snake at their home last week.
And I look, and there were 2 puncture wounds that were bleeding by the top, like right above her ankle.
Burns says his teenage son tracked down the snake in the backyard and eventually killed it as he focused on rushing his wife to Atrium's hospital in Matthews.
Her ankle was swollen about the size of like a softball. They were quickly taking her vitals. She could actually feel it tracking up her leg, getting to her hip.
Burns tells us while his wife is still dealing with some excruciating pain after being treated, thankfully she'll be okay.
They are a native species. We do coexist with them here in the south.
Reptile experts like Patrick Camberos with Cold Blooded and Bizarre say copperhead snakes remain prevalent in the Charlotte area.
And it's important to stay situationally aware, look where you're walking, because in the summertime down here, there is always the potential of snakes being out and about.
Camberos tells us 95% of copperhead snake bites typically involve a person trying to bother the animal, and that this attack involving the mayor's wife is a pretty rare one.
If you are unfortunate enough to get bit, proper protocols involve keeping the affected limb above your heart, staying very calm, taking off any restrictive jewelry. Definitely don't suck on it, don't bite it, don't cut it, don't tourniquet it, nothing like that.
And of course, get medical attention quickly. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
The first black golfer to ever make it to the PGA Tour is being immortalized today here in Charlotte. You're looking live on the left-hand side there at Elizabeth Park in Charlotte, where Charlie Sifford, they're going to be unveiling his statue here shortly. The tribute comes all before the start of the Truist Championship at Quail Hollow this week. Sifford joined the tour back in 1961 before capturing the Greater Hartford Open and then the Los Angeles Open in 67 and 69. President Obama awarded him the National Medal of Freedom just before Sifford's death at the age of 92.
We're kind of athletic and fun, but we don't take ourselves too seriously.
Getting competitive while having a couple laughs. The colorful characters who are in a league of their own right here in Charlotte. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Our award-winning hometown series is continuing through the spring. We've got a couple more weeks worth of stories to share with you guys. Coming up tomorrow morning in our 9 o'clock hour, Julian is going to be joining our hometown team to explore why we play and the people that make sports so special. Julian is a professional player. So I mean that like in a sporting kind of way. That didn't sound good. Listen, we're going to be live in communities throughout our Queen City tomorrow. It's going to be great. I promise you, regardless of me reading the script. If you have missed any of our hometown stories, you can always catch up online. Just go to our website, qcnews.com. You know, I mean, an athlete kind of players.
Exactly, yes.
All right, I'm going to put the shovel down before it gets deeper. Listen, many weekend warriors play sports like softball, golf, and soccer.
That's right, but some in Charlotte interested in something a little bit more relaxing tap into a weeknight throwback sport, bocce ball. Queen City News storyteller John Lee takes us to the artificial turf where there's a real sense of connection.
Outside Lucky Strike Bowling Alley, there's a different sort of rolling sport.
Hey, come on, you scared?
Don't worry, they're all friends here.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. No warm-ups, man. Get right into it.
I don't need a warm-up. At Charlotte Bocce League, a sense of humor and flashy t-shirts are welcome.
People that play bocce are just cool.
And it sounds like they had a ball with team names like
Slow Your Roll, Kiss My Bocce Balls.
Our team is Lawn Guacamole.
The Naughty Knockers.
Rolling on the floor laughing comes with the territory.
Fun, because apart from the sweet French too.
At least for now, Brad Herber is locked in.
Oh man, that one checked up. Yikes. It's not so much about power, it's about precision.
The object, throw the bocce ball closer to the Polino, the small ball, than your opponent.
That one?
Oh my goodness!
Al Zelenka has played for 30 years.
Hook, hook, hook. Go. I see it. I see it. I don't like it, but I see it. I love the competitive edge. I love all the camaraderie. I love the teammates.
Beautiful.
We're kind of athletic and fun, but we don't take ourselves too seriously.
Actually, she has it.
Bocce ball actually has ancient roots going back to about 5000 BC in Egypt. It caught on in Greece and then made its way to the Roman Empire, and here we are in the Queen City.
It's approachable, so you get people of all backgrounds and all ages. And it's relaxing, which is nice.
It's nice to have like a little community of people who's all like into something random.
Good line. Kick it. Nice shot, Kath.
Kathy Templeman has competed in softball and basketball for years.
Then I got old, and I just thought this would be something fun to do.
Yeah! It's high drama every time the tape measure comes out.
Red's closer.
Ah, dang it.
And by the end of the night, everyone has something to chuckle about.
Nice. Ish.
You kind of look like that Homer Simpson meme.
I'm getting into the bush. I'm trying to because we're losing right now.
In Charlotte,
good shot.
John Lee, Queen City News.
In Charlotte, bocce ball is Tuesday and Thursday nights outside Lucky Strike Bowling Alley on Montfort Drive in Charlotte. The league's commissioner says the public is welcome to stop by and see the game up close before determining if they want to sign up.
Well, 2/3 of us have not played bocce ball. That would be
right.
you.
I haven't played.
That would be me.
It looks like fun, though.
Ted, have you played bocce ball?
Yeah, how'd you know I played bocce ball? Was that an assumption or you?
No, I just didn't know if all three of us
I feel like that's an
would say we.
assumption.
Yeah, I actually have a bocce ball set.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
Where do you play? At the beach or
We
or
played
where?
in the backyard. You could play at the beach.
Yeah.
Some kids, like my nephew, likes to get creative and play with like obstacles and stuff.
Ooh,
that gets a
I
little
like
crazy.
that.
That gets a little crazy. But then it beats up all the bocce balls and it gets all scuffy and whatnot. Protect the bocce balls.
Man, checks and balances, man.
Good to know. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
How's bocce ball weather?
Well, bocce ball weather is fantastic. You don't have to worry about much rain or anything to get in the way of your bocce ball playing. Even the winds are not an issue. Come on, those balls are pretty heavy. Southwest winds coming in at 11 miles per hour. Temperatures in the low 60s. Dew points low 50s this morning. Low to mid 60s around the Queen City. So we have a relatively mild, comfortable start to your morning. Upper 50s, low 60s, Boone and Jefferson will be warming up and heating up pretty nicely heading into the peak heating hours of the day. I'm looking at low to mid 80s, Charlotte into Monroe, low 70s, Boone and Jefferson. Our I-40 corridor, nice and warm with dry conditions here across the Carolinas. Not seeing much in the way of cloud cover. Sunshine dominates before clouds build later on this afternoon and evening, but winds will stay breezy as that stationary front well off to our north and west provides more of the showers here impacting the Ohio Valley region. So taking a look at your storm potential and your rain potential for Wednesday, that's going to focus towards Louisiana, into parts of Mississippi, Tennessee, northern Alabama, Georgia, and parts of the Carolinas, stretching further north towards Virginia and Kentucky. We'll have that wet weather approach as we head into the second half of the work week, but the storm potential focuses on that yellow, which is where I could expect to see a little bit more of those rumbles of thunder, damaging winds, and large hail associated with that slight risk for severe weather. Level 2 out of 5. Your level 1 out of 5 for the marginal risk for severe weathers in that green shading impacting the western Carolinas. We could see a little bit of the run-of-the-mill thunderstorms holding strong and holding together long enough to impact our mountain counties north of I-40 here heading into your Wednesday. So we'll look to see a late Wednesday afternoon and evening into your Thursday impact. As of right now, partly cloudy skies climbing as you head into the afternoon. Tuesday gets a little bit more of that cloud cover. I'm looking at showers moving in for your Wednesday morning north of I-40. More dry than wet for uptown with some light rain pushing through late morning, early afternoon. Could start to see more of the introduction of those isolated showers, an isolated downpour ahead of that cold front, which sets up along the Tennessee border heading into your Thursday morning. So overnight impacts from some rumbles of thunder. Another low pressure system tracks east over the Carolinas. That swings a cold front across the Carolinas, giving us more of those pop-up thunderstorms for your Thursday afternoon. Then Friday could bring another round late in the day, 6 to 7 p.m., finishing off the weekend with some rain chances, but we'll hone in on that forecast as the weekend approaches. We'll be dry for Saturday. I'm looking at anywhere from an inch to what could be an inch and a quarter at best. By the time we get into the weekend, overnight lows, upper 50s, low 60s, holding together as we bring in more of those 80s for Wednesday, 70s, finish off your work week, then rebounding in the upper 70s, low 80s, heading into Sunday and Monday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Taking one last look at that pinpoint weather forecast. Low 80s this afternoon. Clouds build late in the day. Winds will be breezy, picking up out of the southwest. Then we'll usher in the rain chances heading into your Wednesday, as we'll have a pop-up shower or storm through the Wednesday afternoon. Overnight into Thursday, bring some storm activity. Could be a little dicey heading into the second half of the work week. We'll keep an eye out for rain chances on Friday, but dry to start the weekend on Saturday. Low 80s heading into early next week.
All right, we're ready for it, Ted. Bring it on. It sounds like a story here behind a new animated kids movie, right? So listen, a female Russian bear cub has made friends with a puppy, and the relationship has now helped pull her out of a funk. The 3.5-month-old female named Little Melon was discovered in Russia, hiding in a log in log piles by a passerby.
This is always in Russia, right? She was introduced to Little Watermelon, and the two have become best buddies ever since. They play and they roughhouse. The caretakers were previously worried about the cub's mental state, as Little Melon was showing signs of depression, but her new friend has certainly helped her open up. That is straight out of a Disney
It
movie.
is. You got Little Melon and Watermelon. Happened in Russia. Depressed animals that are now overcoming their mental, health
Struggles.
issues. I can already just the live action, film and the musical.
I'm here for it.
Which Liza would probably, want to be a part of.
Yes.
We've got Liza and
We've got
Alicia
the ringleader of the
with
animals.
positively Charlotte standing by. Liza, if this were turned into some kind of Disney musical, would you partake?
Oh, of course, I'd want to be the little bear cub.
Okay,
That's what I would want to be.
I knew it.
You know, of course. I think that this could be a great children's book, turned into a movie, turned into a musical.
Yes, girl. Yes, do it all, Liza Mahachek.
You know, I think
You guys, what's Teacher Appreciation Month? So we're celebrating one local institution who's honoring teachers with a new program.
That's right. And then also we are talking about Mother's Day gifts. So there is a nonprofit here where you can support both their cause and also find a great handmade gift for mom. And also we're talking Met Gala.
Our top picks and our worst dressed.
That's a big one. All right, that
Jam-packed
was last
show.
night. It is. Make sure to stick around to watch the ladies. Alicia, Liza, thank you very much. Have a great show. We are out of time on this Tuesday morning. Have a great Cinco de Mayo. Adios. See you tomorrow.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up next on Positively Charlotte. It's Tuesday. You know what that means? We're getting to know our nights.
And we celebrate Teacher Appreciation Week with Dr. Taylor Spencer, saluting those who take care of our future.
It's Cinco de Mayo, so what better way to celebrate than with a round of trivia to get us ready for all the festivities? Happy Tuesday, aka Cinco de Mayo on a Taco Tuesday. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. I'm Alicia Quarles.
And I'm Liza Mahachek. I just realized that it is the perfect day for Cinco de Mayo because it is a Tuesday.
This is like a true holiday.
That's so true.
Love a Taco Tuesday. We love a margarita. The weather is good.
Right?
Like
It's beautiful out. It's sunny.
Yeah, this is great. Okay, not only is it Cinco de Mayo, but since it's Tuesday, it's time for us to get to know our nights.
So come along with us as we ask the team and the staff the hard-hitting questions.
Alicia and Eliza here to get to know your nights. We've got Angel Rosario with us right now. Are you ready for your first question?
Yes, sir.
If you weren't working in professional baseball, what would you be doing?
Maybe teaching.
A lot of your players have said that.
Yes, maybe teaching because that's what we're doing down here.
Right. Coaching a secret.
I like it. Okay, so what is your
Oh, sorry.
it's okay. What's your go-to ballpark snack?
I don't know how to say about it because all the time when I go out, it's just go out.
You're focused. You're focused.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay. What is your favorite hype song before a game?
Salsa.
I like it.
Salsa.
Very nice, very nice. Okay, do you have any pregame rituals?
No, eating my snack and just get out listening salsa most of the time.
I like it.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Lock
that's
in.
What is your favorite part about being a knight?
It's city. So we got a really good city down here, and we got all the stuff that we need down here.
Love his energy. You know what he said? His snacks. That's what my little kids say. They want their snacks. I get it.
Exactly. That's what I'm always
Get
needing.
it. All right, guys. Well, our latest episode of Unhinged is streaming now on our Queen City News Plus app.
And the show is all about the good, the bad, and the ugly of dating. This week, we discuss catching the ick. Take a look.
Weird stuff will just make me side-eye you a little bit.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, if you're rude to servers, you're like that is huge. And also that was on Reddit as well, where a lot of people were saying that. But it's also just like that. I think is indicative of how you treat many people in your life.
If you're cheap, it's a deal breaker. I'm not expecting to be a sugar baby over here, but don't be cheap. I can't stand a cheap person.
That's fair. Absolutely not. Oh, you ever have somebody bad freestyle rap at you?
No.
Yeah.
When did that happen to you?
Why?
When did that happen to you?
Yeah, who's freestyling rapping to you, Savannah? Or they'll just be like, it's like someone's got a beat going, or they got.
Where are you hanging out? Who has beats going? Who's in a cipher?
It's just.
She said I can't name names. I can't name names.
I'm not naming names because I'm sure he thought he was very good.
I don't know who Savannah is
She
talking
had a whole
to.
list of icks, okay?
She did. You gotta watch this. You can see the episode on the Queen City News Plus app under Originals on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire Stick. That girl's got stories.
Savannah has lived in her young life. She's lived.
All right, well, it's a beautiful Tuesday, and it's also Cinco de Mayo. So why don't we test each other on the holiday, Alicia?
That's right, Liza. It sounds like a plan. So I'll start by asking you a multiple choice question. You guys play along at home. Let us know how you did on our socials. Are you ready, Mahachek?
I'm ready.
Okay. Which famous Mexican beverage is made from fermented agave and is often consumed during Cinco de Mayo celebrations? Is it A, mezcal, B, tequila, C, reposado, or D, añejo?
It's tequila, right?
Tequila.
Because tequila's made from agave.
That's right. Yeah, girl.
There we go. Okay. Now on to our next one. Which country did Mexico defeat in the Battle of Puebla? Was it the United States, Germany, Spain, or France?
I feel like it's Spain.
It actually is France.
Wait, Mexico fought France?
Yeah.
Interesting. I thought they were always trying to be freed from Spain.
Yeah, Interesting. It was France.
All right, well there we go.
You know,
okay,
I feel like the thing is that you learn this in high school. We need to have classes to brush up.
Like adult
you know,
history, right?
I want an adult history class.
That's a good idea.
That's fun. You know, give me a little cider to go
like
with
trivia, adult
you know,
trivia.
exactly.
Night for
but then
history.
we get educated on the history.
I'll check. That's $1 million idea. Okay, you ready for your next one?
I'm ready.
Okay, which is a rare chili pepper from the Puebla is used in the classic dish chiles en nogada? Is it chile poblano? Is it chile casabel? Is it chile de arbol? Or is it chile pasilla?
Wait, can you say it again?
Oh, yeah.
Also,
I'm on the wrong question. Wait,
I think you might be reading the wrong question for us,
Yeah, my
sister.
bad, y'all. My bad. Okay. What is the phrase Viva Mexico?
I was like, man, we're talking about peppers?
I was looking at my card at the screen. Okay, Liza, that was just a preview. What does the phrase Viva Mexico mean? A, life is Mexico. B, we are Mexico. C, long live Mexico. Or D, Mexico for life.
Viva means life or live, so I think it's long live Mexico.
Girl, you're 100 out of 100. Long live Mexico. Viva la Mexico.
That's right, babe. That's right. Okay, all right. Which U.S. president first recognized Cinco de Mayo as a significant celebration, Alicia?
Okay.
Was it John F. Kennedy, Andrew Jackson, Franklin D. Roosevelt, or Harry Truman?
Okay, so I feel like Roosevelt was real cool. He was beloved. JFK was cool too. Andrew Jackson, that was too far away. Truman, I don't know a lot about you. So I'm going to go between Kennedy and Roosevelt, but I'm going to go ahead and say Roosevelt because I feel like he was trying to bond the people.
You were really close. It was FDR.
That's what I said.
Oh, you said, sorry. I thought you said John F. Kennedy. And I said, no. I said, no, Alicia, you got it wrong. No, that's right. Yes, you were correct, Alicia. It was Franklin D. Roosevelt. What is going on? You know what? It's a rough day. Yeah, exactly. We got to wake up.
Okay, which red chili pepper? Here we go. Which red chili pepper from Puebla is used in the classic dish chiles en nogada? Is it A, chile poblano, B, chile casabel, C, chile arabol, or D, chile pasilla?
I'm going to go with A, chile poblano.
How'd you know that?
I mean, I would assume, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but Puebla and poblano, like, they sound similar, but also I know the term poblano, so I'm like...
You know your Mexican history. You got 100.
Yes, girl! Thank you. Okay, in which decade did Cinco de Mayo celebrations become widely commercialized in the U.S.? Do you think it was the 1960s, the 70s, the 80s, or the 90s?
I think we're going to go with the 1960s. I think Americans have been wanting to party. We're going to party as soon as we can.
It was the 80s. I'm so sorry. It was popular in the 60s, but commercialized in the 80s.
Okay, you know the 80s was all greed, so that makes sense.
But you know what? We're going to be celebrating today. Yeah. We're going to be out there getting some chips and margs and having a fun time celebrating that culture. All right, well, Charlotte's coffee scene is getting a global flavor upgrade, and it's coming soon. So a new spot called Carrick House Coffee is getting ready to open in Uptown, bringing Middle Eastern-inspired coffee, teas, and desserts to the Queen City. So the cafe is planned for late summer and will be located on North Pine Street, right in the heart of Uptown. So the star of the menu is Carrick Tea, a bold spiced tea made with black tea leaves, cardamom, and milk that is huge around the world, but it still feels new here. And Carrick House Coffee also plans to serve specialty coffees and sweet treats featuring flavors such as pistachio, rose, and saffron. The goal is more than just a quick coffee stop. The owner says that they want Carrick Coffee House to be a place where people can stay for a while, meet up, work, or just hang out and try something different in a warm, welcoming space. So it's not open just yet, but if you love discovering new flavors and new spots around town, it is definitely one to keep on your radar. So this will be fun. You know I always love trying out new
I love it. I was just in Uptown. I know exactly where this is. It has beautiful advertising, so I'm excited to see this one. Yeah, definitely.
I'm always thrilled anytime that there is a new spot opening up. I'll add this to my list.
I wonder if it's like a Haraz coffee. Like
I know, probably. I think it'll have some similar vibes.
Yeah, little vibes.
All right, well, coming up after the break, some gorgeous jewelry for an even greater cause. We talk with BraveWorks about how you can find the perfect Mother's Day gift in their shop.
And speaking of coffee, that wonderful cup of coffee you know and love may have another added benefit. After the break, we tell you all about it.
And you're taking a live look at West Charlotte. There's some traffic down there, but it seems like it's moving along. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. Well, with Mother's Day coming up this Sunday, we've got some gift ideas that are both unique and empowering. BraveWorks' mission is to equip women overcoming trauma while creating handmade pieces right here in the Queen City. And we've got Lauren and Kyla here to tell us all about it. It's so great to have you ladies. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Of course. So I want to talk a little bit about your mission, because not only do you guys have these gorgeous pieces, but it's all going towards a really great cause. So can you talk to us about what your mission is?
Yes, so we really like to help women who are healing from trauma, but we do it in a very unique way. We utilize creativity to help them through the healing process, and that's where our beautiful pieces and jewelry come from.
Yeah, and you know, with your jewelry, you guys are wearing some of it right now. Talk to me about, you know, the different pieces that you guys have, and I know you got a new spring collection too, right?
Yes, our spring collection launched last week.
Yes, Friday. So fun. Now, what are these? Talk to me about the different bracelets. I know you've got some Mother's Day items that are also perfect for Mother's Day as well. Talk to us about those.
Yes, so on our website, all of our spring collection, it's called Rooted and Rising. It's officially launched. We have some pieces specifically for moms, for grandmoms, for nanas. And then we have some really statement pieces, some really bold pieces, bold colors. We've used a lot of blues and blacks and yellows to capture some of the spring essence. And again, all of our pieces are created by our women that are working through their stuff.
Now, also your earrings, I love. Talk to me about those, because they're so unique, so fun, so colorful.
So I love spring at BraveWorks because we do a lot of bold colors. I am wearing a Brave skirt, and I love that you can like match it with sneakers. So it's really comfortable, but you can also jazz it up if you need to.
Now, so it's more than just jewelry. You guys also have clothing. What all do you guys, you know, sell, and what are all your products?
Yeah, so we offer candles, we offer skirts. Our skirts are sewn locally. Some of our fabrics are imported from Africa. We work with artisans in Africa. We offer jewelry. We offer nice brass pieces. So this is a wonderful Abraham bracelet cuff that I'm wearing.
It's beautiful, and I feel like those cuffs are in right now.
They are.
Those statement pieces.
They are. You can dress them up. You can dress them down.
And then we also have bags.
Oh, and
so,
bags
like, for the
too.
girls, like everyone has to have a bag.
Exactly, because you can't. You know, you got all the accessories, you got the clothes. You know, head to toe, you guys have got it all. But something that I love is that you also have these fundraising events that people can partake in. So, you know, maybe if they're like, okay, I'm not necessarily looking to dress up my wardrobe right now, there's still ways to support you.
Yes.
So talk to me about the different fundraisers that you guys have coming up in the next few weeks.
So June 6th, we are hosting our Stand in Bravery event at Legion's Brewery in South Park. It's just going to be a fun evening where we'll have some therapeutic comedy, we'll have a live DJ, a great way to come out, learn more about our mission as well as support the cause. And then in September 12th, we'll be hosting our first annual Brave Walk at the Whitewater Center. So the walk is going to be a way to kind of share some of our artisan stories, but also to bring community and family together for a day of celebrating healing, hope, and bravery.
And I think community is so important in terms of healing. So can you talk a little bit about the success that you guys have seen for the women who are within this program and working with you guys?
It's really beautiful to see the women kind of come in survival mode and then they leave transformed. Many of our artisans, after they graduate, they still come back, they still talk to us, they still check in even on weekends. It's really beautiful just to kind of see them just utilize creative expression to bring about healing, to learn different coping skills, job readiness skills, and then once they are employed, they just kind of flourish and they're a little bit more confident.
That's amazing.
Than when they come in.
And I think that, you know, creative expression is one of the most important things that we can do. So, so appreciate you guys coming in. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing for our community. And everybody, make sure you go visit them for Mother's Day. You guys got some great gifts for it. Thank you so much, ladies.
Thanks for having us.
Of course, it's our pleasure.
Okay, here's a question. Is someone telling you coffee is gross and bad for you? Well, you know what? Just show them this story. So new research suggests your morning cup could be doing more than just waking you up. A study conducted at Texas A&M finds coffee may activate a receptor linked to aging, stress, and chronic disease.
And researchers say that it's not the caffeine, but the plant-based compounds in coffee that may play a bigger role in slowing aging. While more research is needed, the findings really could help explain why coffee has long been linked to lower risks of cognitive decline and other health issues. So pour up a coffee with pride and, again, it's helping us more than we realized. Just not too much, because you don't want to be wired. Well, we're clearly needing it this morning. I'm
you know what, girls, doesn't matter. It's a national holiday. Give us some grace.
That's true. Exactly.
We do the best we can.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere in our brains right now.
Right. In our brains, we're already.
I feel like we're always looking for ways to prove that we should be drinking coffee. And you know what? At this point, just drink it.
I'm always trying to justify going to buy my coffee because I'm like, I could be saving that money.
Yeah.
But I'm also like, this brings me happiness.
Yeah, exactly. And here's my thing: is that if you give that up and that's the one thing that you have that makes you happy in the morning, it's not worth it.
It's not worth it.
Life's too short.
Yeah, it's too short. Let me get my Starbucks.
Let her get her Starbucks.
All right, guys, on the other side of the break, we'll talk with the Kane Center, all of the arts, all about the new changes that you're going to see very soon.
And here's a live look at Bank of America Stadium. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back. Thanks so much for sticking with us here on Positively Charlotte. May is Brain Tumor Awareness Month, and we have a message that can make a real difference. David Pollack is known to many as a former NFL player, college analyst, and recently a new author, but after his wife Lindsay's brain cancer diagnosis last year, this issue became deeply personal. Now he's using his voice to encourage others not only to put off important screenings and early detection, plus his role as an Aflac check for Cancer Champion. So it's so great to have you, David. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me, Liza.
Of course. So your new book, Every Day Counts, talks a lot about perseverance, including your wife's battle with brain cancer. So tell us a little about your family's journey.
Well, definitely not interested in writing a book about to share like all the great things that we've done in our lives. It was literally to share all the struggles. And we've had some high points, but we've had some low points. And I think the last, obviously year and a half with a couple surgeries and just learning to do things over again. I wouldn't have known it was Brain Cancer Awareness Month this time last year. And so we've learned that, and walking through it with my wife and the struggles and the hard that comes with it. And it's been amazing to watch God move too, Liza, in this time of struggles. But this has been something that now we're going to be continuing to be passionate about because we've seen it, we've experienced it, we've felt it, we know how hard it is, and we've seen the support of others and people around us that helps my wife celebrate like that right there in the video.
And I think community is so important throughout this entire experience, like you said. So what has Lindsay's experience really taught you about the importance of early detection?
So huge. So my baby doll, she had this pain in her ear. And because of that, it made us go get checked for her brain. She got some images, and they called it just a mass, Liza, at first. And then after a couple of years of monitoring it, it finally started to grow a couple years down the road, and just extremely, extremely thankful. Without knowing that, we wouldn't have known anything was going on until you get the headaches and the seizures and all of the bad sides. And there's a lot of growth. And then at that point, obviously, it's not like you can't beat it still, but it's a lot harder to beat. So don't wait. That's the message, Liza, for everybody. Don't wait. Make time for your cancer screenings and your checkups. Your body is important. You only get one of these things, right? We ain't getting another one. And so make some time out of your busy schedule to go get checked. There's so many stories every single year, and they're great stories of people that find something that's life-changing and life-altering, and it changes their battles and the way they look at life.
Now, what's your message to people who put off checkups and screenings? Because it's so easy to just say, I'll wait a couple months on that doctor's appointment. I'll wait until next year.
It's pretty simple. Don't wait. I mean, the checkered pattern I think is pretty cool because it's just it's a mental reminder for everyone when you see the check, like go get checked. But it is important to get checked. The survival rates are through the roof. The stories every single year that you hear about. So go to aflac.com/check-for-cancer. Get this taken care of. Make some time for it. Your health is important, and stop putting it off, because I'm just thankful, Liza. I'm thankful we're having a different discussion this year, because it could have been something different with my wife if we hadn't found it faster. So we're extremely thankful that we did.
So why are screenings and preventative care so important right now?
Well, because you get some information. Like, I think we all feel like our bodies are doing great, right? Like a lot of times, or we feel like, man, we're just getting old, right? Because that is a fact, Liza, that I 100% know now as I get older. Like, oh, this is normal. This is supposed to feel like this. And a lot of times it isn't normal. So, and then you find out something's wrong. And man, when you find out something's wrong really early, it gives you a chance to really fight at a much higher success rate. So I think sometimes those aches and pains and those oldness that we feel, and that sometimes it's a little bit more than that than we think.
Now, I know you've just been named an Aflac Check for Cancer Champion. So what does that title really mean to you?
It's kind of cool because it means you've walked through something that's really, really hard. You start to get compassion and sympathy and empathy, and I think it just makes you want to share more. Like, there's so many people now that we come in contact with consistently that have something with their brain and some form of a brain tumor. And there's so many different kinds. Like, that's what you're realizing. You're becoming an expert in this field. Nobody wants to be an expert, Liza, in this field, but you're starting to learn, and the influence and the power that you have to talk to other people and share your story and hopefully help people walk through something and hopefully find something, obviously sooner than later, that we can hopefully be hopefully be something that's a light to people.
Yeah, I think that's the silver lining of any challenging experience, is that, you gain this wisdom that you're able to help other people. So where can we go to find your book and find more information?
Well, you can go find the book at anywhere you get books, which is cool. But again, if you don't want to be challenged, Liza, and you don't really want to take some steps and start challenging yourself and make life a little bit more difficult for yourself, don't get the book, please. Like, I know I'm supposed to tell you to buy the book, but get the book if you really want to challenge yourself and start to. We need to develop a scoreboard in life. Like, a lot of times we stop competing the older we get. It gets hard, and we stop doing the things that are hard for us. So this book will really challenge you and make you make every day count.
Awesome. David, thank you so much. We really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you, Ms. Liza.
Of course.
Well, Dr. Spencer is the owner of the Wonder Academy. She's a former elementary teacher turned entrepreneur, children's author, and YouTube creator. And she's built a growing platform that blends education, creativity, and real-world impact for children and families. Now she's launching her new initiative, the Early Childhood Honors. You're here to tell us more. Welcome to the show. First of all, what is the Early Childhood Honors?
Yeah, so great question. Thanks for having me today. Early Childhood Honors is the premier platform for honoring early childhood professionals through storytelling, encouragement, as well as these celebratory galas.
Okay, so you said this was really inspired by, you met an educator that couldn't buy a dress, or what's the story?
Yeah, so when I came up with the concept, I was very much so kind of toying with, like, do people want this? Will they even want to show up? And so when I first launched it, a comment that I heard from a teacher was, wow, I would really love to come to something like this because I've never had to purchase a fancy dress or like a gala formal wear being an early childhood teacher.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us about, like, when are the galas? What exactly happens?
Yep, so we put out nominations for all of the teachers that we are going to select to be honored by the selection committee, and then we let them know to show up to the event. We also invite other early child professionals to the event, not just the honorees, so it's a celebration for all early childhood professionals. We're talking DJ, 4-course meal, the 360 booth, just like a celebration and an honorable experience that is formal for them.
For these potential honorees, what criteria are you looking for?
Yeah, so we're really looking for teachers that are just operating in excellence, early childhood teachers that want to create a quality experience for children, teachers that have integrity. Parents drop their kids off and hope for the best when they release their kids at a preschool, and so we want to ensure that we celebrate those teachers that are getting it right and that take this industry serious.
If we have some teachers that we want to nominate, what's the deadline? How do people apply?
Yep, so it's already over now. We actually have our first event this coming Friday. Yep, so we have about 50 honorees that will be honored this Friday. So think of it as like the Oscars of early childhood. It's coming up.
Cool.
Yes.
Okay, so Oscars night, what's going to happen?
Yeah, so that evening we're going to have a whole red carpet. It's going to be a whole grand entrance. The teachers are going to come in. There'll be a little mocktail hour at the beginning. We'll then have our program, our dinner and our program, where we'll have the honorees. We'll have a keynote speaker, and then we'll have a celebration. That last 30 minutes will be dancing and fun and pictures and things of that sort.
And before we wrap, tell us about the Wonder Academy. That was your first baby.
Yes. So it's actually my preschool. So I have a preschool. It's a creative arts preschool. We honor and serve kids 6 weeks to 12 years old, and we have 135 students now actively looking to grow, and actively looking to grow our summer camp this summer as well. So we serve elementary students for that, and just love doing that. That's kind of what led me into wanting to create this honorable space.
We love you, and we so appreciate you. Have so much fun honoring these teachers this Friday.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, coming up, we give you our thoughts on the gorgeous, the wild, and the that we saw at the Met Gala. That's after the break.
You're looking live over Independence Boulevard. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Well, the Kane Center for the Arts is working on something special. They're having a ribbon cutting tomorrow morning.
And here to tell us all about it is Justin Dion, who is the Executive Director for the Kane Center for the Arts. Lovely to have you in studio.
Thanks, so glad to be here.
Yeah, we're so excited. So tell us a little bit, for those who aren't familiar, give us the rundown on the Kane Center and what all you guys do.
All right, so Kane Center for the Arts is the home for arts and culture in the Lake Norman region. We opened up in 2023. We focus on bringing exceptional visual arts, performing arts, and social experiences to that Lake Norman region.
Yes.
And we do that through performing arts programs, visual arts programs like exhibits, arts education, and also community impact.
Perfect. Okay, I talked about that ribbon cutting, but you've remodeled 2 historic buildings, right? So we've got the Puckett Pottery House and the Goodrum House that we're showing right now. So tell us about the renovations.
Oh, it was such a wonderful project to get to be a part of. We worked with a great Nicole Perry Architecture there in Davidson, a great architectural firm we worked with, and then also RJK Construction, local to Cornelius. And it really was a team effort between all of us, and it was I don't want to call it a full restoration,
okay.
Because there was a lot that had to come down to get it back to where it was. But we call it a cultural restoration. Right, so really restoring the buildings back to what they would have looked like in the culture of the area at that time.
Yeah.
So making sure the street frontage hits that Victorian style that the houses would have been as well. It's been a really fun project to work on.
Super beautiful.
Now you guys have a ribbon cutting like Alicia mentioned, so lots of excitement tomorrow.
Yes, thank you. Ribbon cutting tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. The Lake Norman Chamber will be running that for us. Also have a little celebration after, so people can come by, free to the public. And then also on Thursday, we're having a public open house.
Right.
So we want to always make sure the arts are accessible to everyone, and this is just a free kind of just grand opening party, live music, food trucks, like cotton candy for the kids, bring the whole family.
You guys stay busy. So what else does the Kane Center have coming up that the community needs to know about?
Oh, wow, so much. So we have live performances going at all times. We just had a sold-out magic show this past Saturday. That was wonderful, and we're continuing shows like that as well. We have a Beach Boys tribute coming up, a yacht rock show. We also have Adam Rapp and Anthony Pascal from the original cast of Rent.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Coming in June.
That's cool.
Yes, going to do
That's
a
cool.
show in June. We have summer camps. Summer camps are on sale now. For
Parents need to know about that.
Parents, summer camps now of all types, and a lot of them will be in the new Ceramics Center. So come and get your kids involved in ceramics. Summer concert series again,
Yes.
Lost at the Lake, is coming up. Excited to launch that, and we want to keep all the things going.
And you guys also have some physical art as well within the Kane Center too. So if people want to come in and see what installment you guys have, they can do that too, right?
Yes, yeah, appreciate that. We do. We have right now our exhibit is called Homegrown, and it's local art from the Lake Norman area, really hyper local, unjuried, so anyone can submit, including kids.
Oh,
And all of our exhibits, you can come see them anytime, free to the public, Tuesday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Kane Center for the Arts.
Perfect. Well, congratulations on the ribbon cutting and the renovation of two buildings, and we appreciate all that you do for the community.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
We got the information right there on your screen for their different activities going on. Thanks so much. We really appreciate you coming in, Justin.
Thank you, ladies. Appreciate you.
Of course.
All right, well, fashion's biggest night, it did not disappoint. The Met Gala took over in New York last night with some jaw-dropping looks, over the top, and plenty of wow moments. And photos from inside the event show just how extra the night really was. From the grand staircase, the dinner tables, the star-studded guest list, all of it was about high fashion. Think sculptural gowns, dramatic trains, bold colors, and details you really have to see up close to believe. Even the party energy was serving runway realness.
Inside, the vibes were equal parts high art and Hollywood party, with celebs mixing, laughing, and actually having fun after making those iconic red carpet entrances. Bottom line, the red carpet may grab the headlines, but inside the 2026 Met Gala is where the magic and the best photos really happen.
Okay, and really the fun of the gala is for all of us, you know, the peanut gallery, we get to talk about the looks. So let's do that. Of course, the dress code was fashion is art, and here are my best dressed, not Anderson .Paak. I don't like that one.
Oh,
okay,
you
so
don't? I liked his.
ASAP Rocky right here. I
So
love
good.
this. He's rocking Chanel. To me, this man could show up, though, in a paper bag, and I'd still be like, oh, my God.
true.
But I love this blush pink. I just think it's so beautiful. And Chanel just did a custom bag for his daughter. It was really cute. So
He's always dressed so well.
Just immaculate.
He's a fashionista.
Also, Rihanna as your like arm candy doesn't hurt.
I know, true.
Okay, so then I loved also Lisa from Blackpink. She's in Robert 1. And if you can tell, first of all, this took 3,000 hours to craft. And you can't tell by this photo, she has 4 arms in it. So those are 2 upper arms. If you look up, those are 2 arms replicating her arms. So I thought that was just very artistic and interesting. And then also Coleman Domingo. He looks so good. He's in Valentino. He's wearing Boucheron jewelry, who he's worn like all award season. I just think he looks like a work of art. And he was on the red carpet. He was dancing. He was having a good old time. Okay, but you know what? Everybody can't be a winner. Let's talk about my worst. She should have stayed home. Blake Lively. I thought she looked, I cannot stand this look. Are we going to pull it up? Can we pull it up? Where is it? Come on.
Well, I think we might have to go to, maybe we're doing best
Are we doing best first? Okay, what's your best? Okay, my bad. Who's your best?
So one of the people that I absolutely loved was Sabrina Carpenter, because you know I love
that's
Sabrina.
your girl.
So, you know, she was in this dress, and it was created from film from the movie Sabrina.
Ooh.
So it was so cool. You know, it was Dior and is it Chopard?
Chopard.
Chopard. So yeah, it was Dior and Chopard, and you know, I absolutely loved it. She had a bustle that was made of film, and it was really great. And then she also performed and had another really cool look inside the Met Gala as well. Another one that I loved, Emma Chamberlain. You know, some people might not know exactly who she is. She started out as a YouTuber, influencer, and now she's kind of moved into more of like the interviewing space, but she is more of...
Looks like art.
Just, yeah,
Yes.
she's really into fashion. She's, you know, I think just very artistic with the way that she dresses.
Mugler.
Yeah, she was in Mugler, and so it was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I really liked her look, and she's not afraid to go bold, which I feel like you have to do at the Met Gala.
Yeah,
You know,
what's the point?
It's don't be boring.
Yeah.
So Audrey Nuna, she was in Robert 1 and Messica, and look at this. I absolutely loved this look because this is something where my bar was like, would you be able to wear this to a regular, you know, runway or a regular old, you know, movie premiere? This is not something that you would wear, but she looks so great. I love that it was all black and white, so very fun.
All right, let's go to our worst. Now it's time. Blake Lively. Let me just take a moment to drag her because I cannot stand this look.
Yeah.
So this is Versace from 2006. She's wearing a Jude Lieber clutch. I guess her kids did some kind of artwork on it. She styles herself, and she'll gladly tell, I styled myself. And it's like, all right, girl, you could have kept this in the drafts. I just didn't like it at all. The train is cool, I guess, but if you see it up close, it looks like a prom dress from like 2003. It's just, it wasn't good for me.
I feel like a lot of her looks, you know, she really likes the train for
likes the train.
Yeah,
the
for the Met.
Mm-hmm.
Now, moving on to the one that was not my personal favorite, Emily Blunt. I normally love her looks. She was doing great with the Devil Wears Prada, you know, all of her outfits for that. But this just felt like elevated business casual to me.
Yeah, she looks like she's getting strangled.
You know,
Yeah.
I wasn't a huge fan. But also, you know, maybe there's some story behind it that I'm not aware of.
Yeah.
But, you know, again, and that's the thing is that with a lot of these looks, you know, there's
Gotta
a reason
stalking.
behind it.
Yeah.
So, you know, and they're the ones who are at the Met Gala. So who are we to hate?
Hey, it is what it is.
Well, when we come back, we're getting a clinic on financial wellness from Mary Ware, and you don't want to miss this one.
Well, Mary Ware is a senior wealth advisor and managing partner at Carnegie Private Wealth. She works to help people create plans and strategies to pursue their financial dreams.
And she joins us now with some advice on how you can pursue financial freedom and tell us things that every mother should pass down to their children when it comes to financial literacy. And I think that this is an issue that a lot of families have. You know, how do we educate not only ourselves but also our kids on this?
Yeah.
So what's the #1 lesson that parents really should be teaching their kids?
We have to start early, right?
Right.
So, I mean, we underestimate kids and like their ability to grasp things, but I think if we make it simple and we emphasize there's really only 3 things you can do with money. You can spend it, you can save it, or you can share it.
Right.
And so, you know, trying to make it easy and approachable, I think we get caught up on money being taboo and something we
Right.
don't talk about. And so I think as a parent, you have to start early and often.
So when's a good time to start talking to your kids about money?
I mean, I would say as early as 4 and 5,
Yeah.
when they start getting gifts for birthdays. You know, it starts with a piggy bank, or it can start with a lemonade stand, and just making it simple about, okay, you know, what are we earning, right? What are we saving, and then ultimately what are we sharing?
This reminds me, recently my kids got $50 each for their piggy bank for their birthdays, and I was taking it. My daughter goes, "Mama, give me my money," and I'm like, "How does she know what money is?"
It's my money.
I was shocked, but they know.
So true. They catch on really quickly. And so I think the more we can make it something that we talk about regularly. In our family, we don't talk about people being rich or poor. We talk about families either have more than enough, enough, or less than enough.
Wow. So what is the mistake that a lot of families make?
I think it's, just not being comfortable, right? So it's like maybe we don't feel like we know enough, so therefore we don't really talk about it. I mean, I grew up middle class and we didn't talk about money as a family.
Right.
And so I knew how to balance the budget, and that's important. But ultimately, I think we really need to be transparent about what we're doing as a family.
1000%. Speaking of families, I think we have some photos of your family that I'd like to pull up and show, because your mother, your grandmother, they taught you some things about money. What are some things that are important that you want to tell our audience?
Sure. So my mom, even though my parents have been married for over 50 years, always talked about, as a woman, making enough to support yourself, right? So having skills, even if you're serving in a different role within your family, you know that you've created enough expertise and skills that if you had to live on your own one day, you could.
Absolutely.
And so no matter what life can bring, just pouring into your expertise and then ultimately being confident enough to just be able to make it no matter what.
You're just in case, that's right.
That financial freedom, financial independence.
Stay ready so enough to get ready, because
Exactly.
you never know, you never know.
That is right. So, if you were going to leave people with one piece of advice in terms of finances, what would that be?
I would say that oftentimes we focus a lot on passing money on, but sometimes what's most valuable is that wisdom on how to manage money.
Oh my gosh, I think that's
That's the most valuable thing. And so talk early and often.
Why do you think so many people are money adverse, meaning not wanting to talk about it, not wanting to pass that wisdom on?
I think it probably comes from just a lack of confidence, like that they're saying the right things. And so we put pressure on ourselves, and really it's just starting small and being transparent and knowing you don't have to be an expert. There are folks like me that are experts that can help.
I like Mary, you're so cool. I love talking to you so
Thank
much.
you.
You give us such good info.
Thanks so much for having me.
It's our pleasure. Well, a legal drama involving Blake Lively and actor and director Justin Baldoni may be coming to a quiet end. And according to a PR expert, that's a very smart move. So reports say that the two sides have reached a settlement following a dispute connected to their upcoming film project. While details of the agreement haven't been made public, a public relations expert says that settling now helps both parties avoid dragging the situation out more than it already has been, and keep the focus on their work, not on the courtroom headlines.
And the expert notes that legal fights can quickly turn into image problems, especially when big names are involved. By resolving things behind the scenes, both Lively and Baldoni can move forward without prolonged bad press or speculation. So if your goal is to protect your reputation and keep the spotlight on your project, not the drama, a quiet settlement can be the cleanest exit. I think, though, it's too late for these two. They've already dragged each other's names through the mud. So I think, obviously, I don't think this is going to be a win-win for either in court. So it was smart to finally cite it. But this has been going on since 2024.
I wonder what the correlation was with, it ending yesterday and Blake showing up at the Met Gala, because it was a surprise to many people that she was there.
Yeah, you know what? I think that right now, because she got dragged the most, her reputation has taken a huge hit. So I think right now she needs all the good press. So showing up, smiling on that red carpet, being like, my kids made this design, it was good for her. All right, so do you guys remember, because I do, when Razor phones dropped in the 2000s? Well, Rich DeMuro takes us to the future with the newest installment of the foldable phones. Here's your latest tech report.
Usually when tech companies launch a new smartphone, they typically throw an event at a specialized place, maybe a corporate campus filled with media types. Well, this time around, Motorola is taking a different approach, a Hollywood movie-style premiere for the launch of their latest foldable phones. Let's go take a look. Motorola rolling out the Indigo carpet for their latest foldable phones, surprising attendees with a fashion show and celebrity guests, including Paris Hilton.
The idea behind the show was to just deliver the phones.
Motorola unveiled its new Razr Flip series in various colors, including Orient Blue, a natural wood called Cocoa, an earthy shade called Mountain View, plus hematite, violet ice, sporting green, and bright white.
As an example, you hold it up in different lights. It's ivory, it's silver, it's bright white. It's fabulous.
Choreographed dancers and runway models strutted in front of a crowd of media and influencers, blending tech and fashion to show off the devices.
I think there's a huge movement towards technology that that it's not just functional, but as some sort of fun.
And there are some fun tricks. A double chop to turn on the flashlight, a twist to open the camera, another to switch to selfie mode, plus a half-folded camcorder mode, where you can twist to zoom while the video stays level.
Razr this year become #1 flip phone in the world, and it's coming back better than ever with all the innovation.
Motorola also announcing its first book-style foldable, the Razr Fold. It has a new Google Photos AI feature that can catalog your wardrobe and help you mix and match outfits.
I wonder what it would be like.
Also on display, a little Motorola nostalgia. That was my first, right there, the StarTAC. I never had this big one. Back when their iconic flip phones were the must-have device, whether they fit in your pocket or not.
I think everyone would love to have the feeling of closing the phone again.
It is satisfying to hang up with someone by doing like that.
And you know the call's over.
And you know it's over. You're not like, bye-bye, bye-bye. Did I click the button? No.
That's the best part. Everyone said
bye.
I've been to a lot of tech launches over the years. This was definitely one of the more memorable ones, and I will say, I think that fashion show actually worked. Now, the new Motorola Razr lineup for 2026 starts at about $800. The top of the line Motorola Razr Fold will retail for $1,900. The new phones are in stores on May 21st. In Hollywood, I'm Rich DeMuro. That's Rich on Tech.
Well, there's plenty more positivity coming your way, including one sweet dog with a job for the upcoming weekend. Stay tuned.
And here's a live look at Dallas. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We will be right back. Thanks so much for sharing an hour of your day with us here on Positively Charlotte. Well, if you didn't have enough adorable dog videos in your life, guess what? We've got another one for you. Champ the Retriever, along with the Bat Dog from the Durham Bulls and the Tea Retriever of North Carolina State football, are being trained this week to deliver flowers to moms at this weekend's Major Truist Championship golf tournament right here in Charlotte.
Oh, I'm going to be out there. We're going to find them. So we love a dog with a job. Yes, King. These three are working hard to be ready for all the moms out there. What a doggone delivery. They're so cute. Okay, guys. As always, before we go, we want to share our closing thoughts with you, and here's mine for today. Dip yourself into a pool of self-love and you'll never drown from other people's judgments about you. And that's from Vex King. Love yourself. Don't worry about anybody else. Once you love yourself, nothing else really matters. I mean, obviously you're going to attract love, but if you love you, that's the ultimate love.
That's the truth. I think it's something that comes with age and wisdom of being okay with people disliking you.
I've got the age, and I've got the...
She said, I have it.
I got the age. Sure, and you're, yeah.
Okay, here's my quote. Spread love everywhere you go. Let no one ever come to you without leaving happier. And that's Mother Teresa.
Love it.
I think that it's always, good to give somebody some joy.
That's right. Guess what's going to bring me joy?
What?
That margarita that's waiting for me at 5 o'clock.
That's right,
celebrate
sister.
this holiday.
That's right. Exactly. Let us know if you're celebrating, where you're going, because I don't have a reservation. I'm about to be rolling up. I'm about to be crossing my fingers, rolling up. I got a table of 8.
She's like Positively Charlotte.
Exactly. I'm like, call me if you would have my group of 8 people at your restaurant, please.
Have a great evening, y'all.
See you tomorrow.
Evening day.
Hey, welcome into Queen City News Plus. Today we got Order in the Court with Queen City News anchor Brian Blakely.
And I'm Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes.
Khalif, always good to see you. As we got court is in session right now for Order in the Court. 3 topics today we're going to be talking about. One, it's something that's not talked about a lot, but instead of right to life, we're going to talk about right to die. That is going to be the third topic. And the second topic is going to talk about declassifying marijuana, what the implications are going forward. But first, we want to talk about Elon Musk is in court today with a lawsuit trial. Jury selection starts today against his ChatGPT maker, OpenAI. And so this is a really big case because Sam Altman, CEO, executives there, they believe that he deceived Musk and betrayed OpenAI's original nonprofit mission when it evolved into a profit arm, for-profit arm. So let's talk about this case today and how we got to where we are right now.
Elon Musk gave them $44 million over a number of years with the expectation that it continued to be nonprofit. That's probably the easiest way to look at it. At some point, Elon Musk was there in the leadership, making determinations, making decisions, and then he gets kind of ousted and leaves. Once he leaves...
2018, right?
2018, then they make the determination to shift and go to this for-profit model. And it has been approved by the courts. This model wasn't something they did on their own. Why was it approved? Because it was going to get oversight by the foundation. So there were a number of things in place that would give it protections to still be with the root cause and the thought process of its orientation. But Elon Musk is saying, listen, that's not what we agreed to. That's not what I gave my original money to. You've turned this into this money-making scheme for profit gain. And because of that, I think you've misled me. I think you misled donors. And I believe that now this should be reverted back to a nonprofit status. And the money that I'm asking for, 130+ billion in damages, not million, but billion, that he's saying, I don't even want a dime of that money. I want it all to be given to the nonprofit organization aspect that this company should have been.
Yeah, this is a personal grudge match, it seems like, here between Sam Altman, who a lot of people know, but maybe not so much outside of the tech world and the financial world, but Elon Musk, everybody knows about him. But this jury selection here, there's been questions about how this jury is going to be selected today. And going forward, this trial's supposed to last about 4 weeks. What's your take on that?
It ain't going to be easy. Let's start with there. Trying to find a jury of your peers in Silicon Valley, like you say, that folks were going to know him outside of him as Sam Altman. Folks outside of there won't recognize him with his face. But on the other side, you got Elon Musk right here on the screen. You could pick him out instantly, and probably every kid will know who he is because he's everywhere, from SpaceX to Tesla to he has his hand in so many things that, yeah, you're going from X, you'll find him, right? And so I think finding a jury of your peers that can be fair and impartial is going to be extremely hard. And the judge recognizes that, decides to bring in 3 panels that are 3 times the size of what they normally would, because he recognizes that these individuals are going to add some confusion to the jury selection process. But the judge isn't going to let that happen and without attempting to stop it. The question that will be asked is, okay, you may know these individuals, but can you be fair and impartial? And do you have any biases against these individuals? Okay, I do. Well, can you set those biases aside? And if the answer is yes, I can set those biases aside, the judge is going to keep them on the panel, in the juries. But if you can't, then the judge is going to do something to attempt to rehabilitate these individuals and say, look, well, if I direct you to be fair and impartial, and, walking them through the steps that the court is going to require, then it's going to be hard for a person, unless they have a truly, genuinely held bias against them that they can't set aside. And it's not something like, hey, I just got to go to work. Hey, I just don't like Elon because he blocked me on X or something. But it's a genuinely held belief that if I'm here, I cannot be fair and impartial. Yeah, it's probably going to be hard to pick a jury, but not impossible.
Well, talk to me about that a little bit. You've been in trial yourself, obviously, as a criminal defense attorney. And how do you go about saying, put yourself maybe in these type of shoes from either side? What do you want to see in picking a jury?
Well, both folks are going to want a couple different things. I think when I'm picking a jury, first I got to figure out, well, what am I trying to prove if I'm the prosecutor? And on the defense side, what am I trying to anticipate they're going to say about my client and what issues does my client have? And so in this regard, looking at what Elon has to prove, he's going to say, well, was there an enforceable nonprofit commitment? And so, and was that commitment broken? So I'm going to be looking, if I'm Elon, for folks that are able to follow complex, negotiations that maybe have some nonprofit work in the past that are able to understand what a nonprofit does and what impact they have on the community. On the other side, if I'm Sam Altman, I'm looking for folks that have some familiarity with OpenAI, recognize what it's like to transition from a nonprofit to a for-profit. Because on my side, I'm saying that, listen, there was no commitment to stay nonprofit. And if anything, Elon Musk knew. That's what Sam Altman is saying. That's what his team will have to be alleging. And that there was no binding promise. This was just an mission that could evolve. So also looking for higher educated people that can follow and track. And sometimes when you're in a jury, trying to find the perfect juror doesn't, always happen. It's not as easy as it looks on the movies. But it is a science to it. You're looking for people that fit and will listen and follow the narrative that you're trying to direct them to. And so sometimes if you recognize when picking a jury that, hey, this person ain't even paying attention while I'm talking, it's going to be hard for them to follow for 4 weeks when I'm asking questions to potential witnesses. And so those are small signs. But as you dig deeper, as you start asking these questions about who they are and what they've done, you're trying to pull out of them, is this person a thinker? Are they someone that will be easily pushed? Will they be someone that will listen to me? Will they listen to the other counsel? Will they listen to the judge's instructions? And you're doing all this in real time and with the assistance of other counsel to make sure you don't miss anything.
The other thing, too, here is there's a lot on the line, obviously, for both individuals here, this whole thing. But Elon Musk has got what's the impact, the potential impact that this could have on Elon Musk going forward?
Well, Elon Musk, obviously, he has. Once he left OpenAI in 2018, he started his own AI, XAI. So he has a vested interest in ensuring that OpenAI removes itself from the for-profit space and goes away so that XAI can be in that space and now fill the void that would be created with OpenAI leaving. And so there is a financial connection to this from Elon Musk, even though he says he wants none of the proceeds from the actual case. I talked about this before, that the things that happen in this courtroom won't have just a lasting effect scenario. It won't just be a dollar amount that's associated to this case. It will have impacts outside of there in the stock market. It will have impacts within the tech market, the tech world. And so this case will have a massive impact on Elon Musk and on Sam Altman. I mean, you have a IPO that's around the corner for OpenAI.
Mm-hmm.
This case will impact that. So you ask about impact, it will impact everybody. And I'm talking about like crater size impact, not small.
Yeah, and also going to be testifying too. Obviously, it's going to be Sam Altman, could be Elon Musk, but also could be Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. So this is a who's who of billionaires that are going to be out there testifying, and everyone's going to be covered in this case, not just in Silicon Valley.
It is definitely going to be the who's who, but I take it back to the original thing. When you get up in that jury box here, you've made it to the panel, but then they put you into the box for asking selection questions. Everyone, I mean, unless you're under a rock, is going to have familiarity with the names that are going to pop up hearing. But now, can you set aside any connection, any association, any biases that you've created about these people? I mean, because Elon Musk is extremely vocal. He's someone that doesn't shy away from saying what he wants. And so he may have made a post that offended you. Can you set that offense aside and still be fair and impartial? That part of the process, which is the most important part of the trial, is picking a jury that can listen, be open, and be fair.
We will keep following that for you when it comes to this trial involving OpenAI and Elon Musk and also CEO Sam Altman. The other topic we're going to talk about coming up after the break, reclassifying actually medical marijuana and the federal government, also the impacts of that going forward and the legal implications of that as well. You're watching Queen City News Plus Live with Khalif and Brian. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Queen City News Plus with Khalif and Brian. Second topic of the day, we're going to be talking about, Khalif, and that is reclassifying medical marijuana. On April 23rd, a few days ago, Acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche, she signed an order changing the federal classification of medical marijuana. That move, which came at the behest of President Trump, it's going to make medical marijuana now a Schedule III drug. It's going to bring enormous tax benefits for medical marijuana producers in 40 states. It's going to speed up a lot of the process on when it comes to reclassifying medical marijuana. Where do we go with legally this for the business standpoint and also for personal?
It's a couple of things. I mean, you hit it right on the head that President Trump's executive order signed December of 2025 said exactly this, that it required that medical marijuana and cannabis research be increased. And how do you increase it? Well, the first step is to remove this classification status as a Class 1 drug and make it to a Class 3 drug. So now you get an opportunity for medical research to not have these extra hurdles they would have to jump through. I mean, before it was on the same standard as some type of opioids and things like that, and attempting to do the research that was required and could be used for it just wasn't possible. So now lowering that standard, it allows you to be able to get access to it on a lot easier basis. So for the medical research purpose, it's going to be great. Now, the issue that I would have with this process, or I should say not the issue, but the timing. A lot of folks will say, well, what does this mean today, right? Am I able to start grabbing, or purchasing it or doing that? And no, this isn't okay, now it's legalized on the federal level. No, this is just a reclassification standard. And so that order doesn't affect any legalization of cannabis. I want to make sure that portion is extremely clear, because people see these types of things and like, hey, the government's now not criminalizing it. That's not what this says. It's primarily for research purposes, because it's placing both FDA-approved drug products and medically municipal marijuana products subject to the qualifying state-issued licensing. And that is the part that I think is probably the most immediate thing that folks will see. This shift from Schedule 3 to Schedule 1 is going, because even within marijuana itself, those two classifications of marijuana, just the FDA approved and the state legal medical, doesn't account for all other marijuana that wouldn't be covered under this executive order or FDA standard. And so that is probably the biggest issue that folks will have when looking at this. This is solely for medical purposes.
So this happens if there's a research firm out there, there's a company that's out there, and they've already been charged with something. Can they go back and say legally, hey, look, we changed the rules on this. Does that pertain to me in any way?
Yeah, I'd say the answer is no. Most laws are not going to be retroactive unless the language inside of any type of law, guidance, or rule would be retroactive. It would say something like that. But you'd have to go back. First of all, a person or a company that would have some type of charge connected to having medical marijuana would have been brought probably on the state level or on the federal level, depending on the severity and the amount that they've had. And so I would say that First, that it would be no retroactive aspect. Second, this isn't even the final order yet. Yeah, they've issuing this thing saying that, but there still needs to be a hearing and an opportunity for folks to be heard on this topic.
Okay. So in businesses going forward, they can go ahead and continue or ramp up if they want to do that. And the laws differ really because it comes down to the states too, in as far as with North Carolina and South Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, folks will definitely be able to, if they're in that space, and I got to be clear, if you're not in the space of medical marijuana, if you're not using FDA approved or state issued and approved medically licensed marijuana, this doesn't apply to you. So this is fast tracked full rescheduling, and that will begin not today, but it says immediately, and that's the part that I want to make sure I'm looking at. It says a new DEA hearing starts June. So even though this is going out and to become effective, this hearing still has to take place.
All right. Yeah, we're seeing certainly a lot of shifts with that. Another subject.
Well, I mean, it's a core policy shift. Let's be clear on that. Other administrations haven't wanted to touch this. The Trump administration has talked about it for a number of times. President Trump was clear in December that this is something that was a priority. Go ahead and make it change because now businesses, companies, research industry can get a jump on doing the much needed research that folks have been asking to be done for years.
All right, good deal. That'll wrap it up for our second segment there, Khalif. Coming up, we're going to be talking about something else. Dying with dignity, assisted dying here. It's something you don't really normally talk about, but it is being talked about in several states, and we'll talk about that on Queen City News Plus, An Order in the Court. when we come back. Welcome back to Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian, as we're going to be talking about our last segment today. And it's something that's normally not talked about, really, but it is considered when you have someone who has been in a lot of pain, they have a terminal diagnosis, that's assisted dying, or it's called medical aid in dying with dignity. It's legally for mentally competent adults in 13 U.S. states, in Washington, D.C., and a number of other states. North Carolina is considering this legislation of something like this, not really in South Carolina. But discuss that a little bit about the legalities with someone who is really suffering, and then instead of a right to life, they want to have a right to die.
Yeah, this is not euthanasia, so that's the first thing that people think about, like Dr. Kevorkian, like assisting people to die. That's not the same as this, and as you mentioned, it's legalized in 14 jurisdictions: California, Colorado, Delaware, D.C., Hawaii, Illinois, Maine, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Vermont, and Washington. Montana has pending court legislation going back and forth about that now. North Carolina does have some things on the books where they're attempting to get something like this passed. House Bill 410, a bill that directs North Carolina, this is the key part, directs North Carolina Institute of Medicine to conduct comprehensive study on medical aid in dying. So not something that would pass there to say, okay, now once that's passed, you can do it in our state. This is saying if this bill passes, it will allow research to be conducted to see if this is something that would help individuals in our state, different than some of these other states that have already passed it. Oregon was the first to pass it in 1997, but you've had a number of states looking for things like this.
Yeah, and we've had the states that are talking about it is providing a legal option for a peaceful death. Laws they would require like a 6-month prognosis, self-administration of a medication. This requires it further along with the research. But we all probably in our sphere or somewhere along our lives have seen someone that's really suffered in their last years, whether it's, I have a family member who has tremendous neck pain right now. It's just can't deal with it. Someone who has a terminal diagnosis, well, I'd rather not go through the end of the life of those type of things. But it does provide the option of whether you want to do that. But it's still a very, very painful decision because you think about that because we have this with animals. You can do that with animals. Assisted euthanasia when you know that their time is done. But this is a lot different to that. But it's certainly something that is being considered more and more now.
It's definitely being considered more and more. But I start with a couple of things. It's that palliative care treatment that's there already. That ensuring that the last months, the last days, the last weeks of a person that has a terminal illness are ones that their pain is diminished, right? You're giving them things that won't cure, that won't heal, but will ensure that that process is there and is a slower, process where they can enjoy their last few days. And so this works on that thought process. And it's ironic that we just covered the medical marijuana process when we talk about palliative care, because a lot of individuals that are going through that state where they are with chronic pain that's not treatable would connect to the medical marijuana research that would be used to assist them as well. I just think there are states out there that are probably not right now ready in their general assemblies to entertain the actual implementation of this in their states. I mean, if you're looking at the ones that I read, most of these are going to be either out on the West Coast or northeastern states. There isn't any state in the South, North Carolina being probably the only state that's on this list that has even remotely entertained that type of thing. I mean, it's just, I'm not sure we're here yet in the South for that type of legislation to pass. And so I think it will be a state-by-state thing as you see it. It won't be anything that's nationwide because our laws don't work like that. And you need general assemblies in every state to adopt something like this. And then you'd have, massive challenges to this. You'd have folks that are saying you have a constitutional right to this, similar to abortion. And the courts, I would think this rendition of our Supreme Court, if this case came before it, would say, no, that you don't, that this is not a constitutionally protected activity, and that they would kick it to the states to make the decision. And that's why the states are making it.
All right. Yeah. I hate to end on the bad note here, talking about such a morbid topic or somber topic, but it is something that legally has some issues that are going on right now. But Khalif, go out and live your best life. as we have this week.
That's the goal.
That is the goal. So everyone out there as well, if you're watching Order in the Court with Lee and Brian, go out and live your best life today. We appreciate you watching.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, we're heading out in the field. We're going out in the wild. We're doing an interview with Duke Energy at their Cohen's Ford Hydro Station. Operations being reduced there due to ongoing drought conditions. We're speaking with them about their low inflow protocol, the stages that go into it, and if we could move into a mandatory restriction stage of water coming up soon. Plus, the drought continues to get worse. But are we headed towards that 2007, 2008 level? We'll detail just how we could get there and if there's any weather features that could stop this historic drought from happening again. It's all coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University. It starts right now. Weather University, my friends. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen News Plus. Always want to shout out those that are watching us on YouTube. And if you're connecting with me on IG or on X at WXBrandon9, I appreciate you tapping in over there. Also getting some followers from this show in general. You probably see me post a lot of NASCAR stuff on there. I also do a lot of NASCAR stuff on the side. So you'll see me post weather, climate, and a little bit of horsepower in there too. just talking about NASCAR, the rest of the sport. I do enjoy talking about it as well. So if you happen to catch some of that stuff you enjoy, let me know. And again, continue to send me ideas for our show here on Pinpoint Weather University. The drought's obviously a big story here in the Carolinas. I want to go ahead and pull up the current drought for you as of Wednesday, April 29th. Now, again, we're actually going to get a new drought monitor on Thursday, April 30th. I don't think it's going to change much. We did see a little bit of rain over the course of the last week. It's not necessarily enough to end the drought, and it's not necessarily enough to really put a dent to the drought, but it could keep the drought from getting worse this week. I do expect extreme conditions and drought conditions to remain on the map, something we'll be watching again on that Thursday, April 30th outlook. But again, this is a drought that has been growing for quite some time now, and Duke Energy's been monitoring it. They have these stages, the low inflow protocol stages, and it's a part of a big group. It's a group called the Catawba Watery Drought Management Advisory Group. It essentially includes Duke Energy, but it has several other organizations, a bunch of water companies along the Catawba River, including Charlotte Water. We have also federal and state officials that are part of that group, and they come together on the 1st and 16th of each month to decide what stage we should be in when it comes down to drought weather. Let's talk about it here. We've got 5 stages. Stage 0 is the watch stage of the low inflow protocol, and it goes all the way up to stage 4, which is the emergency stage. That has never been used. No one knows what that looks like. Now, again, this was a stage, a low inflow protocol stage that was used to get us through the historic 2007-2008 drought. Let me show you where we were then. You see it here. This is the historical drought of 2007-2008. This is actually December 2007. Pretty much the entire Queen City News viewing area and much of the Carolinas were under exceptional drought, which is level 5 out of 5. Extremely dangerous drought conditions. I remember when I was a kid, I was very young. I was only about 10, 11 years old, but I just remember a lot of folks buying water from grocery stores and different things like that around this region. I lived up in Concourse, growing up there. And I want to point out at these stages, we got to stage 3, the mandatory severe water restriction stage during that drought. Right now, as of Wednesday, April 29th, we are in stage 1, the voluntary water restriction stage, which includes much of the Charlotte area. Stage 2 is the mandatory restrictions. That is when you are, you legally have to conserve water. Now, stage 3, that's when it starts impacting more of like the businesses like golf courses and different things like that. Now, again, I want to mention these stages because I actually went out in the field for this episode. This is a little funky. This episode is going to be a little different than it usually is. I went out to Cohen's Ford Hydro Station, which is the largest conventional hydroelectric power plant that Duke Energy has. It actually powers, it generates about 300 plus megawatts of power. It's a big time station. Hydropower, it's a very efficient way to produce power. It's also a kind of a cheaper way to produce power as well, but you need water to do so. And operations have been reduced in that area due to the drought conditions. So operations have been reduced when it comes to hydroelectric. Now, luckily, Duke Energy has other ways to produce power. Nuclear power plants, even solar power plants have been doing really well. You've got battery storage at those plants that can allow that energy to get onto the grid and help power our homes, our businesses, things like that. So let's head out to Cohen's Ford Hydro Station and let's listen to this interview that I had with Duke Energy that talks about the low inflow protocol and just where we're headed when it comes down to these stages.
So talk to me about where we are today, Brett. Yeah, we're at Cohen's Ford Hydro right now, and Cohen's Ford is the youngest of our hydro stations. We provide clean, reliable power, probably the most efficient power source that we have. But it does take a lot of water, which I think is why we're here to talk today a little bit about drought and some of the impacts on generation and broader uses.
Now, you were mentioning like the floodgates itself, they aren't like always coming out,
right? Yeah.
The things have changed here at the hydro station.
Yeah, so very, very common misconception is that these floodgates are something that we kind of open and close on a regular basis, but the primary way that we pass water through is through the hydro station itself. as we generate. So the majority of water that passes from one reservoir to the next actually goes through the powerhouse, not through the floodgates. It's when we get in excess that we have to use floodgates in certain situations.
Let's talk about the drought program. How does the drought program work with you guys at Duke Energy?
So a little bit of background, Duke Energy is part of a broader collaborative group known as the Catawba Wateree Drought Management Advisory Group. It includes not only Duke, but a lot of the municipal water users, some of the larger water users in the area, industrial water users, and of course some of the state and federal agencies. And what that group does is they're essentially the group that will communicate out when we end up in a drought situation. What they're communicating out is basically our drought playbook, known as the low inflow protocol. And it helps us when we get in these drought scenarios to reduce water loss, essentially to extend our runway until we get measurable rain or a shift in the forecast that can help bring our reservoirs back to normal target.
And there's different stages in this program.
That's right. That's right. So there's 5 stages of the low inflow protocol. The first stage is a watch stage, stage 0. We spent a good portion of the last 2 years in stage 0. We've had the driest October to March timeframes that we've had since we started recording that data in the early 70s. So the previous October to March 24 to 25 was the driest, and now we have gone past that in 25 going into 26. But yeah, the low inflow protocol, as we move from stage 0 to stage 1, we here at Duke Energy, we're already making water reductions, release reductions to how much we're passing from one reservoir to the next. But we're also asking the other members of the Drought Management Advisory Group to ask their customers to make voluntary reductions, to start thinking about what impact that they're having and making small changes in their day-to-day lives that can help conserve water.
How do you determine how to go from one stage to the next?
Yeah, so we have some pretty specific triggers in the LIP. The first is our reservoir levels or our reservoir storage compared to what it should be this time of year. Right now, we're a little below 75%, which still sounds like a lot, but we lose a lot of water over time from a lot of different uses. The other triggers are the U.S. Drought Monitor, and stream flows or flow into the system is really what replenishes our reservoirs after long, large rain events.
And then you mentioned there's a lot of organizations. What are some of those organizations that are a part of this group itself?
Really, most of your municipal water intake or water users, Charlotte Water's a member, City of Rock Hill, there's various members all up and down the chain. What you may not know, this Catawba Wateree system is an 11 reservoir system that stretches from all the way in western North Carolina down into South Carolina. So this system alone provides drinking water for over 2 million users. Very important, although small river basin, probably the hardest working river basin, arguably in the Southeast.
And do you guys meet every once in a while?
Yeah, so we meet on a monthly basis, but once we move into the further stages of the LIP, we'll start to meet every 14 days, which is when we make determinations on what stage we're in or what stage we're going into based on those metrics I gave you.
And with the drought continuing, what is your level of concern when it comes down to going to maybe some more of those upper stages?
Yeah, so one of the things with drought, it's a long game. It took a while to get us here, and it'll take us a while to get out. So we don't want folks to panic. We do want folks, though, to take action. You may think it's small to make small changes like not leaving the water on while you brush your teeth or shave, or maybe taking showers instead of baths. This time of year, irrigation is a big thing. Folks want to water their lawns and water their gardens. There's very small changes that cumulatively can have a very large impact on slowing down that water loss in the system.
And this is a drought that started really in the winter. So what's the difference in water usage versus the winter versus now the hotter months of the summer?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that I think gets taken for granted, especially during the summer months, is just simple evaporation. We can lose over 200 million gallons per day from the system just to evaporation. Of course, water uses for things like swimming pools, I mentioned irrigation. Water demand's definitely way higher in the summertime. So it's also much more visual to folks that we're in a drought in the summertime, as things that are traditionally green during that time period maybe aren't so green in drought stress.
Hey, Brett, what are your long-term thoughts when it comes down to this drought? Do you feel like we'll be okay through the summer, or is it something we'll continue to have to monitor?
So this is something we're going to have to continue to monitor, keep our eye on in the long term. Again, it takes a long time to get out of drought. I know folks are seeing rainfall over the past couple of days. That really doesn't have much of an impact to get us out of drought. So it's going to be a long-term thing. This isn't like storm preparedness where it's here and it's gone in just a couple of days. We're really going to have to put focus on conserving for the long term to bring us back out of this drought stage.
And then how long has the Drought Advisory Management Group been around?
Oh gosh, the DMAG or Drought Management Advisory Group has been around since the relicensing time frame in the early 2000s. That's a really important piece of this. That LIP, or the low inflow protocol, is a proven playbook. It's been used before. The drought of record back in 2007 to 2009. The LIP was successfully implemented to basically keep water resources available for all of those different users, but also to help us scale things back as needed to slow this drought down.
Definitely brings a little bit of ease knowing that it has worked in the past.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're not pulling things out of the air. We do have a proven playbook. We just need folks to do their part to help conserve water and slow this thing down.
And lastly, what would you say your message would be to the public?
My message to the public would definitely be that you play more of a role than you think, and just some very, very small changes can have a huge impact on how long we're able to outlast this drought. Rain will come at some point, but we're asking everybody to do their part. It's a shared resource, and everybody has a shared responsibility to help us slow that down.
And then is there any world where water can be depleted completely?
I think that's an unknown, but certainly something that we have a playbook for and can help reduce the impact on folks within the region long term.
All right, thanks, Brett. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The episode does not stop there. I've got more to chat about here on Pinpoint Weather University, including just what stage we could be in soon when it comes down to the low inflow protocol. We'll also be discussing just how long we've been in this drought and what could get us out of it. Details coming up next on Pinpoint Weather University. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. I was mentioning the drought that's been here for a while now, and it's something that a lot of folks haven't really started to talk about until like the last couple of weeks, and that's because the water restrictions have been put into place. And the water restrictions obviously impact everybody. When it comes down to wildfire, the fire danger doesn't really apply to everyone when it comes down to burn bans, because not everybody burns. I know a lot of people that do burn brush or have their fireplace, but I also know a lot of people that don't mess with fire at all. So water is something everybody uses. Everybody has to use water. And that is why I feel like the drought is getting more attention, because it's now impacting everyone. We are being asked to voluntarily conserve water. But I do think there is a really strong opportunity with lack of rain here lately that on May 1st, Friday, May 1st, those could be mandatory water restrictions. Now, how do we get here? Again, this is a drought that's been here for a very long time now. We actually started our rainfall deficits in September when you look at the streak. September, October, November, December, January, February, March, and April so far, we've had rainfall deficits. When you look at this chart here, and including January too, you're looking at some months like November, January, March, and April, where the rainfall deficit's like around 2 inches. It's a significant rainfall deficit, and it is causing major issues for us here in the Charlotte area and across the Carolinas. Now, the drought wasn't as noticeable during the winter, and we actually talked about that a little bit with Brett Hardis with Duke Energy, as you just heard from the interview. It wasn't as noticeable during the winter because everything was dormant. Everything's dead. You're not going outside and you're cutting your grass in January. You're not doing that. Matter of fact, we did a lot of shoveling snow and ice in January, more than we did anything with our lawns. But now that things are growing, and we're in the growing season, and we're also seeing livestock get raised, the impacts are getting worse for our area. And also, people want to get their boats out. People want to get their boats out in the lake and the streams and rivers. And unfortunately, boat launches are being closed because the water is too shallow at the boat launches. So be careful with that. You don't want to end up with your trailer or your truck stuck in the rivers because it's too shallow. Abide by those closures. It's very important. And also, we've seen a lot of boats get scraped up from the bottom as well, just because of how shallow some of the water is in some of our lakes. So just keep that in mind when it comes down to some of the drought conditions here. But again, I wanted to point out, this has been a drought. We're talking about 15 to 20-inch rainfall deficit in some areas. That is a significant rainfall deficit to be in. And it's something we're going to continue to be in because we're not getting enough rain. Now, we did have some recent rain here lately. And I kind of want to talk about how that helped us and how it didn't help us. So how the rain helps, there's some relief here. So pulling up this full screen, the wildfire threat was lowered. Now, there are still burn bans in place for North and South Carolina as of Wednesday, April 29th. The reason why is because we're so dry that even though the topsoil and the ground is saturated from some of the recent rains and we have a little bit more moisture in the air, we can dry out just as quickly as we moisten up a little bit when it comes down to the atmosphere. Also, I, for one, am excited about the rain because I am breathing better than I have breathed in 2 months. My allergies have been terrible. I've been sniffling and blowing my nose. I've got people in my newsroom here, coworkers that are using toilet paper. It's just so bad, the pollen. And luckily, pollen has been washing away. And we're getting into a time frame where pollen is actually going to become lesser of an issue when it comes to tree pollen, because as we get more towards early May, mid-May, tree pollen will start to settle down a little bit. We're peaking right now, but pine pollen's already kind of slowing down, but the rest of the tree pollen should start to slow down as well. But again, pollen washed away with some of the rain. And as I mentioned before, it kind of slows down the worsening drought that we're in. So again, we're in a drought. We're in it for the long haul, but we have stopped it from getting worse, I believe, at least this week. But that doesn't mean that restrictions and stuff are going to change. It doesn't mean that we're going to see things evolve in regards to greening up when it comes to the grass. It just means that this week we actually got some rain and we're not worsening a drought that has been worsening over the last several weeks. So we've also been cooler too, and we've talked about how that can cause temperature, that can cause more evaporation of water. Matter of fact, I believe I was with Brett Hardis of Duke Energy. He was telling me during the summer, 200 million gallons of water can just be evaporated just from the heat itself. Because remember, as you heat the ground and warm up the atmosphere is able to hold more moisture, so it evaporates a lot of that moisture out from our soil, our streams, our rivers, creeks, things like that, and we lose water that way. Now, I want to talk about some ways we can get out of this. We mentioned it last week on Pinpoint Weather University, but I want to talk about it again. The cutoff low pressure system is one common rainy scenario that we see. Cutoff low pressure systems are essentially an area of low pressure that gets cut off from the main flow of the jet stream, and it just kind of meanders around a certain area, and it can lead to several days of rainfall and continuous Gulf moisture over our area. We see this a lot during the late spring, early summer months, and this is something we would have to hope for. It's one weather phenomenon that doesn't lead to a whole lot of disaster, right? You don't tend to get too much flooding with this because it's just a constant moisture source. You don't usually get a lot of heavy rain with it. But if you're already in saturated ground and you've already had like a week of rain, it can lead to issues there. But overall, cutoff low pressure system, that would provide plentiful rainfall in 1 week and help us out a little bit, at least get us back to normal for a month or so. Now, something else that I've talked about that nobody wants around here would be a tropical system. But I'm going to talk about just why I don't think the tropical system will be as big of a concern coming up just here on the other side of Pinpoint Weather. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. One more quick segment before we go here. Just want to talk about tropical systems. So during the fall months, we average about 4 inches of rainfall each month during the fall months. You're looking at September, October, November. A lot of that rain can tend to come from tropical systems, whether they're decaying tropical systems or stronger tropical systems, we can get a lot of tropical moisture from the Atlantic during hurricane season. Now, hurricane season isn't expected to be as strong this year, and it's due to an El Nino. Now, let's point it out for you. I've actually shown this chart before. I'm very interested. We should get the new odds of an El Nino coming up on May 1st from NOAA and the Climate Prediction Center. But essentially, this is showing the odds of an El Nino as we get later into the year. I know you can't see that axis here. Let me kind of pull it out here, and you can see it. Like the bottom, that's showing March, April, May. April, May, June. If you look at that stats, it's the kind of the bottom part of it. I might actually be able to scroll my mouse over. You can kind of see my mouse there, my cursor. So that's looking at March, April, May, June, May, June, July. So we're looking at 3-month pairings. But notice as we get into kind of like the July, August, September, October, look at how these odds really, really go up when it comes down to El Nino. So El Nino is definitely going to be present by late summer, early fall. And that is when we're going to start seeing hurricane season pick up. Getting into August and September, you're starting to get to the peak of hurricane season. However, when it comes down to El Nino, and as we've shown before on the show, an El Nino can lead to a lot less tropical activity because you get wind shear from the warmer waters out there in the equatorial, central, and eastern Pacific. So again, those weaker trade winds lead to warmer water, high moisture content, but you also get a very strong subtropical jet stream along the southern branch of the jet stream of the U.S., and that leads to more wind shear over here out in the Atlantic basin, and wind shear can tear these systems apart. So that's why I'm not too worried about a tropical system, but again, I don't want one, and nobody really wants a tropical system around here. But let's say we do get into more of a drier pattern in the fall, we'll be talking about a worsening drought even later this year. Something we'll have to monitor closely, and something we'll continue to monitor together here on Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Again, thanks for stopping by. Hopefully you enjoyed us spending a little bit of time out in the field. If you did enjoy our time out in the field, let us know. Again, you can connect with me on Instagram at WXBrand9, on X at WXBrand9, and also you can send our Queen City News Facebook and X page as well, a message, Instagram, or at Fox 46 Charlotte. But if you type in Queen City News, you'll be able to find us. But send us a message saying, hey, I enjoyed having Brandon out in the field for this episode of Pinpoint Weather University. Let us know so we can get more out in the field for you and give you some more interviews on different topics, especially this one, since it's so dire for the area, with water restrictions possibly becoming more mandatory across the region as the drought worsens. Meteorologist Brandon Lawson, my friends. As always, take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together. Be safe.
More in property taxes if a planned budget is approved. How the money could be spent to boost your safety and security. Brandon.
Yeah, we're tracking some welcome changes here at the Pinpoint Weather Center. We've got a cold front back to our west. That means midweek rainfall and beneficial rain for the area. We'll talk about just how much rain your area could see. We'll also talk about if this will help us out at all with the drought this week. Coming up here at noon.
All right, it's a bird, it's a plane. Don't get whiplash. It's a boat. Why the Navy ship is docked at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. We'll tell you why. Good afternoon to you. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First at noon, a check outside as we take a live look here around the Queen City. I mean, look at the weather outside, turning unsettled midweek right now. But a nice stretch of the weather ahead for us today as the dry conditions continue to plague much of the area. But rainfall may not be far behind. So let's talk about it and get right over to meteorologist Brandon Lawson in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So Brandon, we're tracking some much needed wet weather this week.
Yeah, we're already kind of getting a sign of that moisture that's on the way. It's a strong southerly breeze out ahead of our our next cold front here. So we've got the wind gusts around 20 miles per hour right now, strongly out of the south, and that is out of ahead of our net system. This cold front that is back to the west, and that's going to be gradually working its way into our communities as we go over the next 24 to 48 hours. Already getting some moisture with it back to the west. As that moisture gets pulled out of the Gulf, it'll be spreading our way again over the next couple of days. Radar is dry for now. We'll be dry through the day today. Today looks like one of the more pleasant days of the work week, so I would get out and enjoy it if you can. We've got temperatures in the low to mid 70, 73 in Charlotte, 75 Concord, 74 Salisbury, 70 in Boone right now. So it's going to be likely a little bit warmer than what it was yesterday. I'll get us in the low to mid 80s today, so another warm one with that strong south-southwesterly breeze helping temperatures boost up. But that's also going to continue to bring moisture our way. So Tuesday, most of the moisture is to our west, but tomorrow that moisture starts to press east. We could even start to see a few thunderstorms in the forecast as early as tomorrow afternoon. We'll time out when this rain will move in and move out. Coming up in just a bit, Alicia.
All right, thank you so much, Brandon, for that. So new at noon right now, 3 people are now facing charges in connection with a homicide investigation. This is out of Cheraw. It happened yesterday on Brangus Lane. Officers say that they found Landon Sellers dead inside of a pickup truck. Well, investigators determined the incident stemmed from an exchange of gunfire around the corner on Shorthorne Road. So right now, 18-year-old Zion McCrae, 19-year-old LSJ James, and also 18-year-old Maurice Brown Jr. all were arrested. Brown is charged with obstruction of justice, while McCrae and James's charges include assault and battery. Investigators say that more charges are pending. Also new at noon, an Anson County Fire Chief now facing drug charges. So deputies say William Stubbs was arrested last week following the investigation. So the fire chief is now facing a wide range of charges ranging from malicious use of explosives to trafficking in opioids. Stubbs is now being held in an Anson County jail under a bond of more than $42,000. There's no word on what led up to the arrest at the time, but detectives say the investigation remains ongoing right now and more arrests are expected. Queen City News did reach out to the Moravian Fire Department about the status of the employment that we have not heard back at this time, but we'll definitely keep you posted. Charlotte leaders now looking to invest millions into public safety, and city leaders now say in order to do this, they need to increase property taxes for the first time since 2024. So Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is near Uptown with a closer look at the dollars and cents.
City officials say they utilized all other cost-cutting options that they had during the budget planning process to keep the proposed tax hike as low as possible. They're asking for an increase of 1.89 cents, less than 2 pennies for property taxes in order to make $85 million for the fire and police departments. So that will translate to about $5.71 per month extra for the average homeowner. And it would more than double the public safety fund, provide 7% raises for firefighters and 10% raises for police officers, plus provide new dash cameras and vehicles. City Manager Marcus Jones say they're also aiming to raise the salaries for all full-time city workers to $25 an hour, something workers have been calling for some time. If approved, the nearly 2-cent property tax increase would take effect the same day as the new voter-approved 1-cent sales tax increase for public transit. Jones told council members Monday that Charlotte would still have a comparatively low tax bill.
We would still be the lowest all-in for government services of any city in North Carolina with a population of 250,000 or more.
The funding plan comes to a total of $4.5 billion, but it's not set just yet, as the City Council will hold a public hearing on May 11th to get residents' feedback, and then Charlotte City Council members will take a vote June 8th. Reporting just outside of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Thank you, Savannah, for that. Healthcare leaders from Wake Med and also Atrium Health now set to be able to give more details on a controversial merger today. So this all comes as a proposed merger of 2 of the largest healthcare providers in North Carolina was officially delayed. This happening on Monday. So the deal between Wake Med and Charlotte-based Atrium Health has received major pushback from some state leaders and Wake County commissioners. North Carolina State Treasurer Brad Greiner worries a partnership would reduce competition and lead to higher health care costs for patients.
You observe when you see mergers like this is always the same, and that's the prices go up, whether it's 6% or 10% or 12%, it's never zero, and quality doesn't seem to go up. In some cases, it goes down.
Wake Med disagrees and says that the merger will improve affordability by expanding financial assistance from 300% to 400% of the federal poverty level. Well, people living in Mooresville say a situation involving the mayor allegedly pantless in town hall and now is the stain of the reputation of the town. So last night, commissioners were set to discuss the future of the mayor's office. However, that was tabled since the mayor and commissioner who presented the motion were not present. So that didn't stop residents from calling for more action from commissioners. Take a listen.
I'm highly vexed over this entire mayoral situation that is dragging the town of Mooresville through the mud nationally and internationally.
The town also recently filed to block the release of surveillance video from the night Carney was allegedly in town hall with his pants off. The appeal came on April the 22nd, right as the deadline approached for the town to release the footage. Officials say the appeal was not meant to shield the mayor or dodge transparency about what happened. Let's take a live look here over at the nation's capital now. So today marks day 2 of the U.S. military operation to guide commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. And the Trump administration dubbed the operation Project Freedom. Officials say this is a separate defensive operation that doesn't involve Iranian waters or airspace. They say right now, so far, at least 2 commercial ships have safely been transitioned there through the Strait of Hormuz, and then more are lining up. U.S. Central Command says vessels stuck in the Arabian Gulf represent 87 countries. The effort to restore traffic comes as Democrats remain critical of the administration.
Right now, with fuel prices, this is a self-inflicted wound. This is something that Donald Trump and his administration single-handedly caused. This is not the result of any traditional market factor. It's the product of Donald Trump starting a war with Iran.
The president continues to insist prices will come down when the war ends, so the timeline for that still remains unclear. Meanwhile, U.S. drivers still facing high gas prices. As of this afternoon, the national average in the U.S. has now climbed up once again, up over 30 cents from this time just last week. That's according to AAA. So in North Carolina, that average is now over the $4 mark at $4.12. South Carolina drivers are also paying $4.08 on average. It's Charlotte Navy Week, and for the first time in nearly 20 years, the U.S. Navy is hosting a week-long series to recruit future sailors. As Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot May-Kay Beeler tells us, that's why travelers may see a boat at Charlotte Douglas today.
We're here at the Charlotte Overlook where we have so many great views of the terminal, the new parallel runway under construction, airplanes, everything you'd expect at an airport, except today there's something unusual. A boat, and not just any boat, a U.S. Navy 34-foot patrol boat. Wait, what? Welcome aboard. It's all part of Charlotte Navy Week, the first in nearly 20 years, this time commemorating the 250th birthday of America and the Navy. And to celebrate, sailors are here participating in more than 100 events across the region. One of the events right here at the Charlotte Overlook, where the general public is invited to check out this 34-foot Navy patrol boat and engage with sailors on STEM and Navy career pathways, showcasing Navy equipment and capabilities.
We're showing off all the American public that might not have the access to see what all the Navy does. And the strength of our country is the diversity, and that's the strength of our Navy, is the diversity of everyone in it.
There are a lot of mysteries about what we do, and we can show you what we do every day is very different. And talking to people, getting to know us, that brings a new appreciation to what we do in the Navy.
Okay, come on out today at the Charlotte Overlook to check out this beautiful U.S. Navy patrol boat. It's your opportunity to get aboard, take a tour, and meet with the sailors and learn all about the U.S. Navy. At Charlotte Douglas International Airport, May-Kay Beeler, Queen City News.
Thank you, May-Kay. Very exciting. Also staying with exciting news here. The first black golfer to ever make it to the PGA Tour is now immortalized in Charlotte. This is a look here at Elizabeth Park where Charlie Sifford now has his own statue. A tribute went up today in Elizabeth Park ahead of the start of the Truist Championship. And those in attendance say that Sifford's legacy means so much to the sport.
If you work hard and have a dream, you can succeed. He wanted to make it easier for younger kids coming up behind him, someone to actually teach them how to play the game the proper way rather than the way he had to learn. hit it, run, hit it, let's keep on going without any proper training.
Siffer joined the tour back in 1961 before capturing the Greater Hartford Open and the Los Angeles Open in 1967 and also 69. President Barack Obama awarded Siffer the National Medal of Freedom just before his 2015 death at the age of 92. North Carolina is one of 10 states where cannabis isn't legal for medical or recreational purposes, but new legislation would allow voters to change that. Plus, budget cuts continue to hit North Carolina schools, so why parents say this will hurt the mental health of their students. And landlords upset over pandemic losses. Well, Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes weighs in on the new lawsuit aimed at getting their money back. Brandon.
And coming up in your forecast, really the main headline is let it rain. We absolutely need it. We've got a cold front moving in that could bring us the most rain we've seen in a single day in 2 months. We're talking timing and specifics, and also if that could interrupt things. And for the Choice Championship, Quail Hollow will detail that for you. Coming up next on here at noon.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Let it rain. Yeah, make it rain. We need money, we need rain, we need it all. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. A group of landlords is suing the federal government for $1.5 billion in relief for unpaid rent. A lawsuit filed by more than 1,500 landlords argues that the federal eviction moratorium during the pandemic violated the Fifth Amendment by denying them compensation. Well, the ban was a public health measure aimed at keeping tenants housed and slowing the spread of the disease. So it lasted from September of 2020 through July of 2021, when the Supreme Court now ruled congressional authorization was needed. So Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes joining us here to talk us through all of this. This is kind of a complex lawsuit for people to understand. It's a federal lawsuit that claims that the CDC violated the Fifth Amendment. Kind of take us through this, Clive.
Well, they claim a number of things. That is just one of the claims. But this compensation is at the root core. That this $1.5 billion with the B that they're asking to be compensated is something that is unprecedented, unexpected, and something that they weren't anticipating to have to go and do. You're saying that did the lower court get it right? That's the first question. How do we get in front of, the Supreme Court for a question like this? Because the lower court on the district court side, U.S. District Court, ruled against these landlords. And then they took it to the federal court claims, Court of Appeals. They ruled in favor of the landlords. So this is a case that the Supreme Court in the past has already addressed. 2021, Alabama Association of Realtors versus Department of Health. They sued saying the CDC didn't have authority. So that's the basis of what this argument is. They're saying they didn't have authority to do this anyway, and the Supreme Court's already addressed this. So now we should be able to get our money back. Specifically, a couple of things. The CDC exceeded their power. They exceeded their authority. They exceeded their regulatory authority using the Public Health Service Act, and it only allowed them to use it, they argued, in limited scenarios, not in widespread scenarios.
Okay, so given that the CDC lacked clear congressional authorization, can the federal agency, though, impose nationwide housing restrictions?
I mean, the court said no, and then that's pretty clear that the court said no. And again, this argument is using what the Supreme Court has already said to piggyback off that argument and say, hey, because they didn't have authority to do this, and it cost me this billions of dollars, we should be able to get compensated. On the other side of the argument, the defendants in this claim are saying, Department of Justice and advocates that are speaking out against this are saying, well, you guys were already compensated. You guys were given a $46.5 billion, what to be, federal emergency retail and rental assistance program.
Right.
So those types of programs were put into practice to allow landlords to recoup their money. The landlords are saying, that wasn't enough. Even though we got $45 billion, that there are still this $1.5 billion that's out there that we weren't able to recoup through that process. And because of that, hey, you guys need to pay us this money back.
So if it's so clear cut with that, Kali, if that's what I was missing, like why then are we having this federal lawsuit saying we want more money?
Well, in litigation, we're a litigious society. So that's the first thing. I won't say people like to sue, but if you don't get your answer that you want from trying to have a conversation with an entity or a person, typically the next step is to sue. If we don't want a society that goes fisticuffs and start fighting. So it's, hey, you don't agree with what I'm asking you to do, I'll take you to court. And that's what we have here. This is the Department of Justice saying we're going to fight this. And originally they were. Once they won in the Court of Appeals level, now the Department of Justice is saying, okay, we'll negotiate with you. And that's the step that we're at now. I think the landlords have a winning argument based on what the Supreme Court ruled. The Supreme Court said that the CDC lacked authority. If they didn't have authority to do it and it cost you some type of injury, and you can directly connect it to the causal connection of why you lost money, to me, it seems like a no-brainer, and I agree with what the Court of Appeals decided. That's why now the Department of Justice is in the Justice Department is sitting down and saying, okay, we'll figure out how we can make sure that this is made whole.
So where does it go from here?
Just that conversation with the Department of Justice will take a long time because you're talking about, as you mentioned, 1.5 billion, 1,500 property owners all across the country. Some individuals owning, 200 plus units, some owning, 50 plus units. All of those individuals will now have to state their claim and try to figure out, well, how do they get their pieces of pie back?
Time. Takes a lot of time. You always say that. All right, College Road, thank you so much. All right, speaking of time, it's 12:19. Let's take a live look here over Monroe right now. It's another great day to get started. Right here, 73 degrees outside as I bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Brandon, so our weather pattern, though, we're going to see some of the rain that we desperately need in the area, right?
Yeah, so radar isn't going to be as quiet as this right now over the next 24 to 48 hours, Alicia. We're talking about a good amount of rain Wednesday and Thursday, and even some thunderstorm possibilities in there, too. There's still some question marks about just how much rain we'll see over the area. Some models are still a little bit spread out on that, but I am confident that we're at least going to see beneficial rain over some parts of the region, if not all of the region. Here's a cold front back to the west. You can see the moisture being drawn out of the Gulf and heading out ahead of that front. So that's going to bring rain chances up. Tomorrow, we're looking at scattered showers and storms. Very hit or miss. Not everybody's going to see rain, but if you do see a storm, it could be heavy with rainfall and maybe providing some isolated gusty winds. But tomorrow, for Thursday, I should say, 80% chance of rain. We're going to see rain Thursday, especially for the first half of the day. Then we get drier towards the weekend, but there are signs that early next week, we might get into more of an unsettled weather pattern then too. So this is the pattern we need to be in if we're going to start chopping away at our drought deficit. So we're dry for the rest of today. I just kind of zoomed through Futurecast there. But notice tomorrow morning, a few light to moderate rain showers getting into the mountains. Could even see a few isolated showers around the Charlotte Metro tomorrow morning for daybreak. So just a heads up, there could be some rain spreading over the area as early as tomorrow morning. And then as we go into tomorrow afternoon, we get a little bit of a lull. And then here comes the front. Wednesday, 4 or 5 o'clock, showers creeping into the mountains, and then we'll start to see those storms move a little bit further to the east here As we go into the rest of the day, really towards the evening there, you can see those showers really spreading in. So again, sorry, pardon my interruption here, just having some issues with my clicker. So I'm going to come over here and just kind of slide forward here. You can see Futurecast showing those showers over the mountains. And then as we get towards the evening, you can see isolated showers over the Charlotte Metro. And then notice as we go into the overnight hours, Wednesday night, we start to see more widespread light to heavy rainfall building over the area. Even a few thunderstorms will be a possibility. So it looks like a washout Wednesday night and a Thursday morning, but then as we go into Thursday afternoon, we start to dry things up a bit. Notice only a few isolated showers and storms there. Still could be a few storms around by Thursday evening, but still at least bringing some rainfall to the area. So at least an inch of rain possible for the region, if not more, with some of these locally higher amounts. And you're talking about isolated potential for even high water issues, especially if you see repeated storms. And then the low-end threat for gusty storms is a possibility too. So again, temperatures here as we warm things up this afternoon, low 80s, 81 tomorrow, but then we get cooler with the rain and storms by Thursday. A cooler pattern into the weekend, and then another chance to get more unsettled as we head through the upcoming week.
Thank you, Brandon, for that. So riders of the rapid transit system in Gastonia could see a rate hike, the proposal from city leaders who say it's a necessary expense. We'll talk about it next. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Time now is 12:22, 73 degrees outside in the Queen City. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. Gastonia city leaders could be looking for more cash from riders of the rapid transit system. So the city switched from 6 fixed routes to the rapid transit model in 2024. And at that time, fares doubled for regular and reduced fare riders. So this time, the proposed rate hike would now raise fares from $2.50 to $3 for a one-way trip, while the price tag for the reduced fare riders would go from $1.25 to $1.50 one way. So many people say that they may have to be able to budget a little bit more for the fare increase, but the convenience outweighs the cost.
50 cents is okay with me. To have a ride back and forth for sure.
For me, I just take those offers. $1.50, hey, it's better than nothing.
Well, the city will also start charging $1 for rides over 5 miles on regular fares and then 50 cents on rides over 5 miles for reduced fares. So if approved, the new fare takes effect July 1st. There's also a public hearing at the next meeting. The United States Postal Service now releasing 8 stamps to mark 100 years of the iconic Route 66. So the route now, which crosses 8 states, is more than just a road. For some, it's a symbol of freedom and mobility. While later becoming a supply route during World War II, officials now hope that the stamps will inspire people to travel the road and support the small businesses along the way. A major shift is coming to how people pay for college, and for some, the option to borrow could be disappearing completely. So who could be left scrambling to cover the cost? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Our top stories are following at this hour right now. 3 people are facing charges in connection with the homicide investigation in Ross. This all happened yesterday on Brangus Lane. Officers say they found Landon Sellers dead inside of a pickup truck, and investigators now determined the incident stemmed from an exchange of gunfire around the corner on Shorehorn Road. 18-year-old Diane McCrae, 19-year-old Ellis J. James, and also 18-year-old Maurice Brown Jr. all were arrested. Brown is charged with obstruction of justice, while McCrae and James's charges include assault and battery. Investigators say more charges are pending. Also, an Anson County fire chief now facing drug charges. Deputies say William Stubbs was arrested last week following an investigation. The fire chief is now facing a wide range of charges, ranging from malicious use of explosives to trafficking in opioids. Stubbs is now being held in an Anson County jail under a bond of more than $42,000. No word, though, on what led up to the arrest at the time, but detectives say the investigation remains ongoing and more arrests are expected. Well, the first black golfer to ever make it to the PGA Tour, now immortalized in Charlotte, and a tribute went up today in Elizabeth Park ahead of the start of the Truist Championship. Siffer joined the tour back in 1961 before capturing the Greater Hartford Open and the Los Angeles Open in 1967 and also 1969. President Barack Obama also awarded Siffer the National Medal of Freedom just before his 2015 death at the age of 92. Let's take a live look here over at Gastonia to see what it looks like outside. 73 degrees here in the Queen City. As I bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Brandon, so we have some rain headed our way and we desperately need it, right?
Got a cold front headed our way, and it's going to be moving here as early as tomorrow, bringing in a few scattered showers and storms tomorrow, and then a more chance for widespread rain as we get into Wednesday night and Thursday morning. So here's the cold front back to the west. You see a few showers over western Tennessee, western Kentucky. That moisture is going to continue to move off to the east. Now, it won't get here today, but as early as tomorrow morning, I think we could have a few showers, if not some rumbles of thunder tomorrow morning around here. But radar is quiet for now, and out ahead of that front, we're getting that surge of south-southwesterly winds. So our gusts is around 20 miles per hour right now. Now, south-southwesterly breeze is making our temperatures warmer because it's more of a warmer flow, but it's also adding more moisture to the atmosphere. So temperatures are about 4 degrees warmer compared to this time yesterday. We're at 75 in Charlotte, 75 Concord, 68 in Boone, 76 Morganton. Our friends at Shelby at 74 there in Cleveland County. And today's highs will probably land about 2 to 4 degrees warmer than yesterday, right around 70 in the mountains, and then up towards the Charlotte Metro, we're looking at temperatures in the low to maybe even mid 80s. So when you look at the rain potential for Tuesday, for today here, it's off to our west, the higher flood potential over the Kentucky and Tennessee valleys. But as we get into tomorrow, notice that moisture spreads a little bit further east. Even the chance for more heavier rainfall starts to become more likely over the western Carolinas. So coming up next, let it rain. We need it. We'll time out the rain and the specifics with the cold front coming up here for the next couple of days in just a bit, Alicia.
Thank you, Brandon. So 2 men are now facing trafficking charges after police say they attempted to sell drugs near an elementary school. Investigators say last month they made a controlled buy of suspected methamphetamine from a man on Fleetwood Drive near Brooklyn Springs Elementary School. Deputies say they then executed a search warrant on the property where another suspect attempted to run away before being detained. Authorities say that meth and marijuana were also found on that suspect with more drugs inside the home. Jamie Ergel and Octavius Lee were both arrested, and they're now being held at the Lancaster County Detention Center. Ergel is now facing a wide range of charges, including trafficking methamphetamine and possession with intent to distribute in proximity to a school. Well, from a criminal charge to constitutional change, so a new push could put the future of cannabis in the hands of North Carolina voters. So one Senate Democrat who represents Mecklenburg County is part of that trio that introduced the legislation. Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh has all the details.
Senate Bill 1072 wants to put 2 constitutional amendments on the November ballot.
Ultimately, we wanted to put it up to the voters. I think for over a decade now, the General Assembly has failed to act on this question.
If passed, voters would decide whether to decriminalize limited amounts of cannabis for personal use.
We've seen both folks on both sides of the aisle saying that North Carolina needs to move forward with either a policy or some kind of guidance around cannabis.
And whether to allow medical use for patients with qualifying conditions.
We're not trying to legalize you walking around with a kilo.
But the bill does not spell out details like how much cannabis would be allowed or how a medical program would work. Instead, it leaves that up to lawmakers to figure out later.
We've seen both folks on both sides of the aisle saying that North Carolina needs to move forward with either a policy or some kind of guidance around cannabis.
In April, the Governor's Advisory Council on Cannabis recommended the state create a medical marijuana program in response to the growing and largely unregulated hemp industry. The report also says more than 7 in 10 North Carolinians are in favor of legalization and that the illegal marijuana industry rakes in $3 billion a year. Both hemp and marijuana come from the same cannabis plant, but the latter has higher levels of THC.
That was Shabnam Dinesh reporting for us this afternoon. So the bill would also need 3/5 support from each chamber to be able to pass. So we reached out to Republican leaders for comment, and we're still waiting to be able to hear back. Looking live here over at the nation's capital, the Supreme Court has now restored temporary access to the abortion pill mifepristone. So last week, a federal appeals court sided with the state of Louisiana in its request to reinstate a requirement that doctors dispense abortion pills. Well, the order temporarily allows women seeking abortions to obtain the pill through telehealth, mail, or at a pharmacy. The majority of the abortions in the U.S. are obtained through medications, usually a combination of mifepristone and a second drug. So the order now will remain in effect for 1 week while the court fully considers the issue. Strained school budgets across North Carolina are also leading to layoffs of support staff members like school counselors. It's also sparking frustration for parents worried that their students' mental health needs aren't being met. So experts say anytime there are state budget cuts, there's almost always an immediate impact on mental health counselors. So that in turn leads to students suffering and the remaining counselors taking on more than they can reasonably handle. Gaston County is eliminating more than 170 support staff positions, including counselors, which has now prompted protests. While mental health experts say it's an alarming ratio, right now Gaston County parents are also expressing concerns about dwindling resources for students who require special instruction.
He does not require an EC classroom, but what he needs and what federal law requires is access to a general education classroom with additional supports. Those supports are what is being cut.
Another strain is that in situations like this, they have delayed services around things like an IEP or a 504 plan. So then you have students that aren't getting what they need.
So experts say that teachers also end up suffering when support staff is cut because they have to deal with the issues that they are not trained to handle. All right, starting this summer, it could get harder to pay for college, especially for grad students who have relied on federal loans to cover the full cost. The government is pulling back on how much it will lend, and that could push more people toward private loans. Let's talk about it now with our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young, joining us to really explain and take a deeper dive on this, because it sounds like this change could leave fewer people with fewer options.
Yeah, so this is a change that sounds super technical, but it has real impact. So starting July 1st, the government is putting a cap on how much money students can borrow to pay off their education. And for some graduate students, this could be entirely getting rid of their option to borrow money for that program altogether. And what this could lead to is some families or even undergraduate students who attend maybe more pricier colleges from having to look elsewhere to be able to pay for college, really.
Give us the understanding as to who we're talking about. Is it a certain degree if you have, or certain borrowers, or like kind of size it up for us?
So this really centers around graduate students, specifically those high costing programs like medicine, law, business, and it is estimated that about a third of all professional programs would exceed these new caps. So for many students, again, they will have to look elsewhere in order to find out how they're going to pay for college.
Okay, so explain that a little bit, because not everybody can just all of a sudden switch over to private loans. So how many people qualify? What can you tell us?
Yeah, so this is the tricky part. So there are some estimates that about 40% of people may not qualify for a private loan, because unlike a federal loan, I mean, these private lenders look at your credit score, they look at your income, and if you're a student in college or before you're in college, you don't really have maybe a strong credit score or an income. And, you know, if you do end up qualifying, you know, that other 60%, I mean, the terms can be tougher. You know, there's higher interest rates, and unlike a federal loan, there isn't those protections like those income-based payments. So there's a lot more risks when it comes to taking on a private loan versus a federal loan.
Yeah, and if you're talking about graduate students too, I mean, those degrees sometimes are 2 years, so you could be halfway into your degree.
Yeah.
And you're like, look, I can't afford to be able to foot this bill. I mean, when you look at this is a sign that we're shifting now as to who's really responsible for this?
Well, I think for a long time, the federal government has kind of been the safety net for students to help them pay off of college, right? But with these new limits tightening, I think that burden, that responsibility is really shifting towards the borrowers here. And I think the bigger question too is, what does this mean for access? Because for some, this isn't about debt or can I get a private loan or a federal loan or how much? It's about whether or not they can afford to go at all. And when we're talking about degrees, a master's degree, I mean, these are expensive degrees, right?
Yeah.
And more people are getting their master's degree today because of how tough the job market is. So when when this goes into effect on July 1st, you might have some people questioning, okay, if I can't get this through a federal loan, what are my options here? So it's something to keep an eye on, especially as this limit takes place.
Great information, Taylor Young. Appreciate your reporting as always. Well, when it comes to starting salaries, now graduates in the class of 2026 may have to be able to lower their expectations because college students expect to make $80,000 on average 1 year after graduation, according to a recent report that was found. So in reality, though, the average salary for new grads is about 30% lower. So the average starting salary for recent graduates is more than $56,000, according to the real estate site Clever. Speaking of graduates, former NBA player J.R. Smith will be walking to get his degree from North Carolina A&T University this weekend. Take a look here. So Smith jumped straight to the NBA out of high school. He then spent 16 years in the league, winning 2 championships. So great to be able to see him there. When he retired, Smith says that he needed something else, and he found it at A&T. You might remember while in school, Smith also played on the golf team, but then getting that degree, he says, wasn't easy. Smith says that he had to put in the work, but it's something to be very proud of.
I've seen a lot of my friends get into the game of basketball, get into college programs. I want to help and continuously help A&T build this school up athletically, academically, culturally. So for me, I still got a lot of work to do here.
Oh, that's just so great to see. And he is now set to graduate Saturday. Congrats to him when it comes to furthering his education even more. Smith says getting his master's down the road is still a possibility.
We're kind of athletic and fun, but we don't take ourselves too seriously.
All right, so getting competitive while having a few laughs. Look at colorful characters now who are in a league of their own in Charlotte in today's Faces of the Carolinas. You know that game. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Many weekend warriors play sports like softball, golf or soccer, but some in Charlotte interested in something a little more relaxing. Tap into a weeknight throwback sport, bocce ball. Look at that. Queen City News storyteller John Lee takes us to the artificial turf where there's a real sense of connection.
Outside Lucky Strike Bowling Alley, there's a different sort of rolling sport.
Hey, come on, you scared?
Don't worry, they're all friends here.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. No warm-ups, man. Get right into it.
I don't need a warm-up. At Charlotte Bocce League, a sense of humor and flashy t-shirts are welcome.
People that play bocce are just cool.
And it sounds like they had a ball with team names like
Slow Your Roll, Kiss My Bocce Balls.
Our team is Lawn Guacamole.
The Naughty Knockers.
Rolling on the floor laughing comes with the territory.
Fun, because apart from this, we're friends too.
At least for now, Brad Herber is locked in.
Oh man, that one checked up. Yikes. It's not so much about power, it's about precision.
The object, throw the bocce ball closer to the Polino, the small ball, than your opponent.
That one?
Oh my goodness!
Al Zelenka has played for 30 years.
Hook, hook, hook.
Go, go.
I see it. I see it. I don't like it, but I see it. I love the competitive edge. I love all the camaraderie. I love the teammates.
Beautiful.
We're kind of athletic and fun, but we don't take ourselves too seriously.
Actually, she has it.
Bocce ball actually has ancient roots going back to about 5000 BC in Egypt. It caught on in Greece and then made its way to the Roman Empire, and here we are in the Queen City.
It's approachable, so you get people of all backgrounds and all ages. And it's relaxing, which is nice. It's nice to have like a little community of people who's all like into something random.
Good line. Kick it. Nice shot, Kath.
Kathy Templeman has competed in softball and basketball for years.
Then I got old, and I just thought this would be something fun to do.
Yeah! It's high drama every time the tape measure comes out.
Red's closer.
Ah, dang it.
And by the end of the night, everyone has something to chuckle about.
Nice. Ish.
You kind of look like that Homer Simpson meme.
I'm getting into the bush. I'm trying to because we're losing right now.
In Charlotte,
good shot.
John Lee, Queen City News.
Love that. Oh my gosh, who knew that they talk junk in bocce ball? It's like polite shade, you know, ish, a little bit. Charlotte Bocce Ball is Tuesday and Thursday nights outside Lucky Strike Bowling Alley on Montfort Drive in Charlotte. So the league's commissioner says that the public is welcome to stop by and see the game up close before signing up. Don't be scared. Let's take a live look here over at the Charlotte Motor Speedway right now as I bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Brandon, that package with John Lee, I mean, did you know they talk that kind of junk when you play bocce?
I did. I mean, I talk junk at any competition.
Oh, okay, all right. Be prepared, okay.
We could be carrying groceries in for the grocery store.
You got them eggs?
I'm trying to be in there first and make sure I'm grabbing all the bags and getting them all in. So I understand it a little bit. You know, it comes down to the forecast. We've been talking trash to Mother Nature a little bit because she hasn't been bringing any rain, and luckily that's going to change as we get to the middle portion of this week. Radar staying dry for now, but look at the cold front back to our west. You can see the moisture lifting through Kentucky and Tennessee, and that moisture is going to be increasing in coverage and spreading our way as we get into tomorrow. So tomorrow, scattered showers and storms, hit or miss, not going to rain all day, but there will be a few showers around. Thursday, especially for the first half of the day, that's when we're going to be expecting more widespread rain over the area. We dry out a bit for the weekend, and then early next week, there's signs that we might get into another unsettled weather pattern. So this is the pattern we need to be in if we're going to chop away at the drought deficits that we're currently under. We're dry for the rest of today. Could be a few clouds mix again. We'll have some showers up in the mountains tomorrow morning. Notice as we get into about 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow for rush hour, there are a few isolated showers around the Charlotte Metro. Not a washout, but there could be a downpour or two as you're heading into work tomorrow morning. A few light showers through about lunch, a bit drier for the early afternoon, then mid to late afternoon, showers start to spread back in, especially tomorrow evening. If you have any evening plans tomorrow, that's when I expect the rain to start to turn more widespread. Heavy at times, a few thunderstorms could be included in that rain, and this continues through at least the first part of Thursday. Notice you've got widespread rain moving through, and then about noon on Thursday, that's when we start to dry things out, and we're just tracking more of the scattered showers and storms. This is going to be a question mark too. Thursday, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, maybe you're heading to the Kannapolis Cannonballers game, or you just have any other plans getting back from Truist Field. There's still question marks on whether these storms are going to develop. It's going to be dependent on how well we clear out and how much instability we add to the atmosphere later in the evening on Thursday. But I wouldn't be shocked that we saw a few isolated showers and storms late in the day on Thursday, following the more widespread rain Wednesday night into early Thursday morning. So rainfall forecast, I'm thinking at least an inch of rain for most of the area. Now, as you get further north, there are some question marks about how far north the moisture will get. So rain totals could be a little bit lower along and north of I-40, but towards Charlotte and south, man, it's going to be a good rainfall event for us. We need it. In Charlotte, it's been about 2 months, mid-February, since we've seen an inch of rain in one given day. And we've got up to an inch of rain likely for Wednesday into Thursday. It might not all happen in one day, but over the course of the middle of the week. Locally, higher totals are possible, up to 2 inches if you get repeated downpours or repeated thunderstorms. And that could lead to maybe some isolated high water concerns, maybe in poor drainage, low-lying spots. A low end threat for maybe some gusty storms. I'm not really worried about severe weather, though. Instability is lacking with this system. But if we did see a severe storm, gusty winds would be the main concern. Temperatures mid-70s here at lunch. Honestly, it's a gorgeous afternoon. Get out and enjoy it again, because we are going to be more unsettled over the next couple of days. Right around 70 up in the mountains, and we'll stay around 70 in the mountains today. Highs will be right around the low to mid 80s this afternoon. If you headed out to Truist Field on Thursday for day one, Quail Hollow on Thursday for day one of the Truist Championship, I'm not feeling too bad about that. I do think there's going to be some storms around for the first part of the day, but it does improve for the second half of the day. Golfers will be playing in some wet greens. We're drier by Friday, cooler heading to the weekend, and another chance for storms as we get into Sunday and Monday. You're watching Queen State News here at noon, the most iron and most local news in Charlotte. We'll return after this.
Well, today is not only Cinco de Mayo, but it's also Taco Tuesday, and it comes at a time when avocados demand now is hitting record levels. Get this, Americans were expected to use a record-breaking 235 million pounds of Mexican avocados in the month leading up to Cinco de Mayo. The Avocados from Mexico attributes this to people drinking less and connecting more through shared experiences like food. And as people celebrate Cinco de Mayo with traditional Mexican food, scientists are now shedding light on how diet-conscious individuals could eat less without sacrificing flavor while at a fiesta. Using chips and salsa, researchers at Pennsylvania State University say that if you see making snacks spicier, that could actually help maybe the participants eat less. Take a listen.
So what we found was when you increase the heat level, people eat about 30% slower, which leads to them eating 30% less.
So when we eat spicy food, we experience sort of this burning sensation in the mouth, right? And so maybe there's more time between bites to try and adjust to that spiciness and that oral burn. Maybe we're taking more time to drink more water between bites that can slow us down.
I don't know, because I eat a lot of Indian food and I tend to eat more. But anyway, researchers say this strategy could also be helpful in making sure people don't overeat while snacking. But if you're not a fan of spice, experts also recommend other tips for portion control. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Tracking some much needed rain for the middle of the week. Scattered storms tomorrow, more widespread for early Thursday. That's a bit drier as we head to the weekend.
And before we close out the show, we have to give a big shout out to our very own Brandon Lawson, who put a ring on it this weekend. Oh yeah, he got engaged over the weekend to his beautiful fiance. And look at this. On behalf of the Noon Show, we want to say congratulations. We wish you just a lifetime of love and happiness. If you've been on Brandon's Instagram, you just want to just tear up. I feel like a proud auntie, Brandon.
I appreciate it.
I'm just so proud of you. So excited for you guys.
It means a lot. Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll see you next at 4.
Welcome in to another episode of Morning Edition. Julian Sador, Andy Satowski, Jason Harper, Ted Phaeton, all here. Guys, where's your outfits? You guys didn't.
It's cleaner.
I was gonna say after I left it in the car.
Yeah, after we all attended, obviously, the Met Gala, the gala, however you want to say it. Yeah.
What in the world?
That's Heidi Klum.
That's Heidi Klum.
That's Heidi Klum.
One of the most beautiful people on planet Earth.
Yes.
What is she?
Wow.
So the
Like
thing
a Greek
was
statue or
fashion is art, right? So I think the thing about the Met Gala is I think it just leaves it so open to interpretation, which is good and bad. I think
That
a lot
left
of
eyeballs open for interpretation.
she kind of looks like the Mona Lisa. How is she doing that for real? I didn't notice.
I don't know if that's a floating contact or
maybe.
what.
Right.
But a lot of them tried to embrace, take on like statues and art forms and But that's why it's broad. I think we saw lots of color. Like I love this one. Our producer Austin told us who this is. I have no idea who it is, but it reminds me of the Weeping Willow.
Yeah.
So the dress code was fashion is art, and the vibe said think surrealism, sculptural silhouettes, and literal interpretations of masterpieces, Van Gogh, etc. So some people took it more literal than others, and apparently the red carpet was actually a nod to Van Gogh, featuring ivory swirls of green and blue.
I saw that, and there were lots of flowers hanging.
Is that creepy?
Who is
That's really creepy.
Next slide. I'm
Go to the next one. Go to the next one.
Speaking of creepy,
Man.
And this one, I'm
Oh,
not
wow.
really sure.
This one requires assistance.
yeah.
I think a lot of the
Is that a ship on her head?
I think it
Looks
is.
like
I think she's like Ursula.
I
mean, that's just me.
This was what I think was the best.
This looks really cool.
Look at her tears.
Lots of structure in that hooded part. And then
I think that's amazing.
Now that looks like art. It really does. That's incredible.
It's really cool. I don't know. I think I'm not really big into Hollywood and celebrities and all this. And that's Bad Bunny, by the way. He was
Bad
Bunny. He was
Bunny.
ancient. Oh, man.
Man. I mean, clearly the women are able to, I feel like over the years, they've expressed themselves more than men. But some of the men, they've shown up pretty strong over the last couple of years. I'll give them that.
Like these guys came together.
He was voted best halter by Yahoo.
Best halter.
The best halter.
Oh.
I forget what his name is, but The Rock got best skirt.
Oh,
really?
And it was really cool. It was very understated, like
Sam
all
Smith?
black.
Yep.
But he always
Slays.
plays out. I love
Slays.
it. He slays it.
100%.
Sparkles. But The Rock, it was kind of like longer in the back, so it almost looks like really long coattails. But apparently it was a skirt. It looked really neat. But Ted, you brought up a point with the guy that does your suits. About like what is in now, and you actually saw that in the
What is
video.
in?
So the lapel pins, shout out to my man Ned. I was getting a lapel pin for an event, and I was gonna go with the traditional like flower. And he's like, no. Get this one. It was like a metal flower with the crystals in it and whatnot. He's like, that's in, and he even said like the animals and like the big lapel pins are more in style. And The Rock had like a long one.
It was a big. It had a lot of jewels on it. And I mean, a lot.
There's a
of
big lapel pin right there.
Have you seen
That's
like
cool.
Ryan Clark on ESPN? He's has his like custom ones. He'll have like custom lapel pins.
Yeah.
So I've seen that. I've seen the trend.
They're coming up.
The mixed metals and like mixed medium lapel pins. Yeah, those are popular. Like I would do one going to a really cool event like this.
Right.
I wouldn't do it every day coming into work.
Why not? I want to see it.
Yeah.
Can you do fancy? Can we have like fancy lapel?
I have a feeling. Our boss would probably be like, "It's a little distracting. I feel like it's a clown flower.
What
It's
about
gonna
like
squirt water?"
like what Bad Bunny has instead of a tie? Like,
Say it right.
Look at
Babani.
Anyway, it's super cool. I know it raises money for the Met. That's all well and good. It's a lot. It's over the top, but man, everyone has fun with it. Whether
What
you
would
like
you
it
guys
or you
do?
don't. What would
If you got an invitation, Annie, to go to the Met Gala and you had 30 days to get something together, and like the sky's the limit with something like this, what would you do?
First is calling Versace. Like I need
Is that your
someone.
okay?
I guess. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
literally any designer
agree.
who would take me and create that. I think they need more time than 30 days. But
Probably.
that's how it works, right?
Yeah, I feel
like it.
I feel like I would go more like Babani's route and like do something.
Yeah.
I would do something that could be funny because I can't take myself serious enough to pull off like some of the serious fashion.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
What I mean? I could
Like,
do that.
there's no in my head. I think I'm James Bond, but I'm more like the light blue tuxedo from Dumb and Dumber. So there's the difference. There's this battle of I think I look like James Bond, but I really know I look like Dumb and Dumber, and so I probably would lean towards a little more humorous. I would love some kind of technology on me, like something like that. Like an extra, like a robot version of me out front, or something that did something outside of just what I'm wearing.
Futuristic. I like that.
So like you'd be like an AI art.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah,
I think, or like
futuristic.
Picasso. You know, Picasso, you got like a crazy eye and a nose up here.
Heidi Klum.
Yeah, kind of, something like that.
See, I'd follow suit here.
You go
this?
Cubism.
Yeah.
I would go with like Michelangelo's David. You know what I mean?
No,
Oh boy.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
Out of time.
Way to go, Ted. Perfect time to wrap this up. We are out of time. We have a very interesting conversation coming up, you guys, with the #1 gold medalist when it comes to men volleyball, and we're trying to bring volleyball to North Carolina. Great conversation coming up. So sit tight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Morning Edition. Welcome back, everyone, into Queen City News Plus, our morning edition program with our hero cam. We got some new people in here that I need to introduce you to, and this is going to be super exciting. I cannot wait. You guys already know who this ugly guy is on the left. That's myself. But next to me, we got Coach Karch. Oh, my gosh, we just practiced this. This is your life, Coach. Coach Karsh Karai.
I messed you up with some of the worst ones I've heard and got that stuck in your head.
It's okay. Coach, we're going to come back to that. We also are excited to have John Dunn, who's one of our premier producers here at Queen City News, but is also a volleyball stud, has sidelined himself with a recent injury, but is a legend in his own mind and a coach here with a club team in the Charlotte area. And then we're also excited to have Sarah Conklin, who is not only the Weddington High School boys volleyball coach here just outside of Charlotte, but is also with North Carolina Boys High School Volleyball Association. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is exciting. John, I want to start with you, okay, because you're the one that came to us going, first of all, no one, Coach, in our newsroom talks more about volleyball, especially boys and men's volleyball, than John. And this is something we're not used to hearing all the time. We're in the South. We talk about football, basketball, and baseball, the big three, right? And of course, soccer and other ones are growing. We don't hear about volleyball very often. John, what is this passion for volleyball?
Yeah, I've made it the overwhelming majority of my personality, for sure. I've been playing since I was 13 years old. I now coach in the Charlotte area, and it came across the group that Sarah has put together, a push to officially sanction boys volleyball in North Carolina, now coming from the great state of New York. It is an official high school sport there. And when I found out down here that we are almost at the finish line in North Carolina to get the sport treated as an official high school sport in the state, I told myself I have to do something. I couldn't do nothing. I had to do something to bring attention to this. And I reached out to Sarah. Sarah connected us with Coach Karai, and here we are, honored to be interviewing two legends, a North Carolina legend and a Team USA legend, to try to bring awareness to this push to get boys volleyball officially sanctioned in North Carolina.
Sarah, it's nice to have you. So we got two coaches on here, John, is what's going on.
Three.
Three. Oh, that's true. Yeah, because you are too. I am not, although I have 4 daughters. So I feel like I'm a coach, kind of in my own household. But Sarah, I want you to do the official who is Karsh, right? Because I'm not going to do it justice. You understand the weight of who he is and what he brings to the sport of volleyball. So help people that are watching right now understand this list of accolades as maybe one of the greats.
Well, I don't think you have a podcast long enough to list all of the
I love
accolades. But in shorthand, he is the GOAT. He's the Michael Jordan of volleyball, whether it's beach, indoor. Not only is he is a legend on the court, but he is a champion for the game far beyond the gym. I mean, he's helped us grow the game on lots of levels, but specifically for boys volleyball, he keeps showing up. He's just been so supportive, and I can't help just gush about how great he's been to bring attention to the game and just support us in every way possible. So thanks, Coach.
This is an honor. I mean, the only person to ever win Olympic gold medals in both indoor in 84 and 88, and then beach in 96. I'm from Atlanta. I know all about the 96 Olympics, so that's exciting. What is it for you, Coach? Why do you love, where did this passion start? Did it start as a young kid? Were you just naturally gifted at volleyball?
My dad was born and raised in Hungary, and so, of course, the rest of the world plays a lot of what they would call football, world football, soccer. So I played a lot of soccer growing up, and, of course, my dad was he was nuts about volleyball, as many other countries are, and so he got me started when I was just 6-year-old, bopping the ball back and forth, and just kept playing. Really, he infected me with this passion for the game that I couldn't get rid of even if I wanted to. And so after I stopped my playing days, I got into coaching. I started coaching boys high school volleyball because one of our boys had about the worst season you could possibly have, lost 31 matches in a row, each of them 3-0. And my wife said, you got to help them out and see if they could at least win one set. And so then I got into the coaching side, and I've coached multiple Olympic Games, and so it's been an amazing path.
That's incredible. It really is. John, I got 4 daughters. My second oldest, and Sarah, I was telling you this earlier when you were on our show, that we, for years, went to club and even high school volleyball tournaments, traveled all around the Southeast. I loved it. It was amazing. John, can you describe the difference? Or if you want to ask these guys, boys volleyball, is it the same? Some people go, that's a girl sport. I have a feeling you three would beg to differ.
Yeah. So I'll start. I'll start with a personal story, and my mother will kill me that I'm telling this story here. But when I first went to my parents to let them know that I would be playing or would be trying to play boys volleyball to see if I like it, I needed another sport. I was just playing baseball at the time when I was about to go into high school. I told my parents that I would be trying boys volleyball, and my mother said to me that I should consider playing a sport for boys like golf. Which she now knows, both my parents now know. But there is absolutely that sentiment everywhere else in the country with people who have not experienced the game. So I would love, and Coach Karai, I don't think there's too many people in this country that are more uniquely qualified to answer this question than you. Could you talk to us a little bit about the differences between the boys/men's game and the girls/women's game?
Well, first of all, I would say that both games are great. The men, unlike basketball, the men play on a different height net. And we've got lots of guys in our program who are touching well over 12 feet. The record right now is 12 feet, 5.5 inches. So they're playing 4.5 feet over the top of the net and hitting the ball 80 miles an hour. And people in the backcourt have less than 0.2 of a second to respond. So all you got to do is, if you want to see the beauty and power of the game, is to go on YouTube and just go volleyball, best plays ever in volleyball, and you'll see things most people who have not seen it will be blown away by the height above the floor that guys play, above the net, the power at which they propel the ball, whether it's serving or attacking. And you see the same thing just not only on the boys' side, and you see it at the highest level. And so they're two very different games. They're both beautiful to watch, but there is something amazing about what the men do playing over 2.5 or about 2.5 feet above the basketball rim.
And Sarah, I want to ask you, because you spent time as an athlete yourself, right, before you ever coached at UNC Charlotte, here playing for the 49ers. So you have this perspective of clearly an appreciation for women's volleyball, but now you're coaching men's volleyball, boys volleyball. Even as a 17, 18-year-old teenage boy, you're just seeing this explosiveness coming off the court, aren't you?
I am. And I think what's been so fun about coaching high school volleyball, because I coached girls for 10 years, and now I'm in my 10th year of coaching the boys. And not only is there an element of gratitude in the gym, so it's different, they bring a level of creativity to the game, and they learn so quickly. So as a coach, you're talking about reward after reward. So, I mean, it feeds that coach dopamine system very well. And it's so exciting to see the athleticism that they bring, the power they bring, and the plays that they make, because we have like some wrestlers that come to us, make incredible liberos, because they're not afraid to get on the ground. They can read angles very quickly. So defense, which I'm a huge defense fan, is really exciting. And, I had a coach tell me once that coaching girls made me a better coach. Coaching boys made me fall in love with the game again. And it just hit so hard because it's so true. And it's just been something I'm so proud to have helped build in North Carolina. And just, if this gets voted, it'll just open the doors for thousands of more boys to have the same experience.
You know, when my daughter started playing volleyball in 7th grade, I think, I didn't know what a libero was. I thought, is that an Italian dish? Sign me up. I'm here for it. And I started watching as she pointed out. I'm like, that person is a spider monkey. They are all over the place on the court. I had no idea what that was. I found a whole new appreciation about that. Coach Karai, I want to show you something here. And this is probably not new information to you, but look at this chart, right? Who doesn't love data charts to put these up there? But as we're talking about the growth and the excitement that has grown over 10 years for boys sports, I told you earlier about some of the favorites that we're used to, right? Basketball, baseball, some of those others. But if you look at the list, those are all, there's negatives. Those are slowing down in the growth and the popularity. Down below, look at that. Volleyball, 76% over the last 10 years. So this is not something that just started growing 10 years ago and then kind of petered out. It is just, it's snowballing. The momentum is picking up with people interested, families and boys at the high school level going through college and then hopefully one day being coached by you representing our country.
Snowballing is a great word. It is really picking up momentum. Many years ago when I was in high school, there were maybe 10, 15 states that had sanctioned boys high school volleyball. And really you could think of it as maybe California, Hawaii, Pennsylvania, New York, and now hopefully, especially with the great guidance of Sarah in North Carolina, that we push it across the line to make it the 30th state in the country, on our way to 50. And the boys' population across the country is almost at 100,000 now in terms of boys who are playing high school volleyball, and it's just absolutely exploding. There was just an article the other day talking about how men's volleyball could be one of the things, one of the keys to saving our university and collegiate academic systems, because enrollment is dropping. And one of the ways to push it back up is with these opportunities for a sport like men's volleyball, one of the traditional Olympic sports, and it's just catching fire. And so we're super grateful to have people like Sarah pushing it, and I'm grateful to be a part of that effort too. And the boys, I get to go every year. I just went less than 2 months ago at the end of March to a national boys invitational that had teams from Oklahoma and Missouri and Delaware and Alaska, and it was fun. I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it right now, seeing these boys just getting after it. It was an honor and a privilege to be around the passion that they have for this thing.
That is exciting. John, I want you and Sarah to kind of help our viewers understand this whole sanctioning thing. What is that? Why is that even important? What does it do to, I guess, the club part? I mean, what does it do to a high school sport in North Carolina with this whole sanctioning process?
Yeah, so I'll start with kind of piggybacking off of what Coach was just talking about, where statistically speaking, 75% of high schoolers are done playing sports, and not just high schoolers. Kids are done playing sports by the time they turn 12 or 13 years old. So 3/4 of kids are done by that. That is a nationwide statistic. So to see the kind of growth that we're seeing in North Carolina, where we're seeing this over a 10-year period, such a stark increase compared to all the other sports in the state, when statistically speaking, it's happening at a time when kids are playing sports less and less. We're now seeing this sport explode in popularity, but it's been at a club level. Think of it like band or orchestra. We are now hoping for a vote May 6th by the State High School Athletics Association, which would officially sanction boys volleyball as a high school sport. Sarah, talk to us. First off, this has been 10 years in the making. The finish line is so close and it's been so long, this journey. First, talk to us about what this vote does and the support it will give the high school teams that we have around the state right now.
Absolutely. And I will try my hardest not to get into the weeds on this because there's just so much information. But in short, what sanctioning boys volleyball does, it makes it an official sport just like football or baseball. So it's school supported. A school doesn't have to offer it. Like a school doesn't have to offer football. It doesn't have to offer lacrosse, even though it's sanctioned. And so, but what it does is it it offers immediate structure to those teams across the state. So because we've been around 10 years, there's some schools that treat it very similar to a varsity sport. You know, they get letters, the booster club's involved, but all the way down to teams that are just fighting for gym space, or they're fighting. Sometimes they have to rent gym space outside. You know, there's no school support there, so it's like pushing water up a hill, and it's very hard to get any sort of support or buy-in from kids when they also don't feel supportive. So it'll immediately present like the legitimacy that we need and the consistency across everything. We've run the boys volleyball season just like the girls. So we have a playoff structure. We do the scheduling. We've tried to make it as easy as possible to start a team at your school. And thankfully we've succeeded in that because we have 118 public high schools competing. And, we've met the requirements for sanctioning, and all they need to do is say yes and open the door for thousands of boys to also play.
And we do have this vote coming up, but there still is a way to draw attention to the game, to this need to sanction this sport. How can those who may not be directly involved, really anyone who sees this, but do feel the need to chime in to do something, how can they do that?
I would say first, if you have a son that plays, start sharing it on social media. Go to our Instagram at NC Boys High School Volleyball. Share some of the content, share the awareness of what's happening, and just, make a comment about how every guy deserves a chance to play for their school and to represent.
I think that's fantastic. Coach Sarah, thank you for what you're doing with not only at Weddington, but with the other organizations throughout North Carolina for just educating parents too. Because a lot of us as parents go, I don't understand it and I need to learn more. So the buy-in has to also be there from the parents. We're the ones sacrificing the time and money. And so if you can get that buy-in, then it just is infectious with other kids. So thank you. Good luck to everyone that's involved with high school boys volleyball. This vote is supposed to be May 5th and May 6th, about the time that this airs. So we look forward to bringing you that. John, this has been exciting, man. I love that you're involved in this. I'm glad you've gotten our newsroom excited about boys volleyball. And who knows, one day, Coach Cry, we could have someone from North Carolina who gets a scholar. Think about that, the level, right? You know this, a scholarship to college because of volleyball, and then maybe one day representing our country. You've got the Olympics coming up in 28 in Los Angeles. You got a bright future still ahead of you, and we appreciate your time this morning.
Of course, and that day is already, it's not someday. You've got David Decker from North Carolina playing on the #1 team in the country, UCLA, just as the NCAA tournament starts today. And they're looking to grab, oh boy, I don't know, maybe their 23rd natty, the UCLA Bruins. I played there myself, and they're going to host that tournament on next weekend. And the finals will be on May 11th. But this is such an exciting time because playoffs are happening, whether they're not quite sanctioned yet in North Carolina, but playoffs are happening for boys and men's volleyball all across the country. It's a fabulous time, and this would be the perfect time to lock in the sanction for North Carolina.
North Carolina's going to do it. I believe it. We're all feeling it. We're going to put it to the universe for sure. Thank you for what everyone, all three coaches here, for getting everyone excited and taking it to the next level. So thank you, everyone, for your time. Appreciate that. Thanks for watching Morning Edition.